Chapter 852. Don't worry, father. I have obtained a huge benefit this time. I will start my seclusion now. I will break through to the 5th grade minor saint before the trade fair. At that time I will transform into my dragon form and no one in the entire void triangular domain will be my match. Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. That confidence came from his bones. He was very clear about his current situation. As long as he refined the finger bone, he would be able to break through to the 5th grade minor saint. At that time he would be invincible in the entire void triangular domain. I will also go into seclusion to refine the relic. This relic will be of great help to me. After I fully refine it, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Tyrant said. He couldn't wait to refine the relic after obtaining it, but he was worried about Jiang Chen's safety. Now that Jiang Chen had arrived safely, he would go into seclusion to refine the relic to improve his cultivation and strength. De Huang Dog, I will give you a difficult mission while I am in seclusion. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Big Yellow's ears pricked up when he heard the word difficult. He looked excited when he heard the word difficult. Tell me, what is the mission? Master Dog will definitely complete it. De Huang Dog said. You will leave King City secretly and look for the locations of the ore mines. You must find all the locations of the ore mines in Void Triangular Domain. If my estimation is not wrong, there will be a battle once the trade fair ends. You will find all the ore mines in advance and we will be able to collect them easily. Only you can complete this mission. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog. Once the battle started, there would be a lot of unpredictable changes. Jiang Chen didn't want any accidents to happen, so he asked De Huang Dog to find the ore mines in advance. No matter what happened, he wouldn't delay the collection of the ore mines. This was Jiang Chen's ultimate goal this time. He had given the ancient people and the demon race 100 million, but this amount of wealth was only for dealing with the ancient people and the demon race. Compared to the wealth that Jiang Chen wanted, 100 million was nothing. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the mission. As long as I, De Huang Dog, want to find any treasure, none of them can escape my nose. Why don't I take action and collect all the ore mines? De Huang Dog said excitedly. No, the trade fair hasn't started yet. Don't alert the enemy. Moreover, every mine is guarded by experts. The larger the mine, the stronger the guardian. I'm afraid you won't be able to deal with them. Even if you go to scout the location, you have to be careful. Don't expose yourself. Jiang Chen specially reminded him. This dog was sometimes too reckless. If he took action to collect the ore mines, it would completely mess up his plan. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted. Don't worry, I know what to do. Master Dog will go now. De Huang Dog said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiang Chen was very confident about De Huang Dog's ability. Although this dog was only a 5th grade minor demon saint, no one would be able to find him if he wanted to hide. This could be seen from the fact that De Huang Dog could steal the demon soul of the Soul Eater Demon King from the heavily guarded Dark Surge City. No matter what, it wouldn't be a good thing to underestimate this dog. Jiang Chen's plan had reached the final stage. It could be said that everything was under his control. Only De Huang Dog had the ability to explore the ore mines. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about De Huang Dog's ability at all. After De Huang Dog left, Jiang Chen and Tyrant chose to enter seclusion. Yan Qingyu also chose a room to enter seclusion. She had obtained a 10,000 years cold crystal which was very helpful to her. If she could refine it, she might be able to advance to the 5th grade minor saint. In the courtyard, Dan King's face was filled with a smile. He glanced at the closed door of Jiang Chen's room. He could foresee that this was the sudden appearance of a monstrous genius. The saint origin world that had been peaceful for more than 100 years would sooner or later become lively again because of the emergence of Jiang Chen, just like the greatest saint in the past. In the room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a huge cattail hassock. Soon he adjusted his condition to its best state and took out the saint bone. Weng, the saint bone emitted a buzzing sound as if it had sensed the qi of its master. The saint bone became restless. It was a feeling of the fusion of the blood vessels. This was something that belonged to him, a part of him. No one could refine it. Although Desolate Ning had fused the saint bone into his hand with the help of the experts of the Desolate family, it was just a fusion. It was impossible for the saint bone to become one with Desolate Ning. At most, it could only provide Desolate Ning with a powerful finger technique. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, The bone was quickly fused with Jiang Chen's right index finger. Because of his blood vessels, Jiang Chen was able to fuse with the bone at a very fast speed. There was no hindrance or pain during the process. The stimulation of the saint bone was similar to the stimulation of the heavenly saint sword. Not only could it stimulate the circulation of the dragon transformation art, it could also stimulate Jiang Chen's potential. Under such stimulation, Jiang Chen's foundation began to grow stronger. New dragon marks began to form on his body. Jiang Chen now had 67,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from advancing to the 5th grade minor saint. Under the stimulation of the bone, 1,000 dragon marks were formed very quickly. Jiang Chen's qi began to become restless. That was the restlessness of advancing to the 5th grade minor saint. 68,000 dragon marks was the threshold of the 5th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that every advancement required a huge amount of energy. This time, Jiang Chen directly refined the supreme grade true meta stones and used the pure energy contained in the stones to help him advance. After refining the stones one by one, Jiang Chen finally stepped into the 5th grade minor saint. His cultivation base had risen to another level. As a large amount of supreme grade true meta stones were consumed, Jiang Chen could feel the terror of the dragon transformation art. His desire for supreme grade true meta stones had increased. This trip to Void Triangular Domain must not be in vain. He must obtain the greatest benefits that he wanted. After advancing to the 5th grade minor saint, the number of dragon marks didn't stop increasing. It continued to condense until another 1,000 dragon marks were condensed. At this time, Jiang Chen's body had already condensed 69,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from the 6th grade minor saint. It could be said that his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the 5th grade minor saint. Due to the stimulation of his potential once again, Jiang Chen's foundation was very solid and strong. Jiang Chen casually moved his body, producing cracking sounds. Every inch of his bones was emitting powerful energy waves. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura could only be described as powerful. More importantly, both his right and left index fingers were glowing with a golden light, as well as a strong saint aura. If he were to use the 9 solar fingers at this moment, its power would be many times stronger than before. Good. Not only have I advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, the power of the finger bones will also be displayed. Previously, the power of the finger bones was completely concealed when I transformed into the dragon form. Now, the power of both finger bones will not be concealed even if I transform into the dragon form. In other words, not only will my combat strength be increased by 10 times when I transform into the dragon form, the power of the finger bones will also be increased by 10 times when I use the finger bones. This is perfect. Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He was very satisfied with his current state and was incomparably confident. With his current combat strength, he could instantly kill an ordinary 9th grade minor saint when he transformed into the dragon form. Only those who were at the peak of the 9th grade minor saint would be able to contend with him. If Desolate Nanyang and the others knew about Jiang Chen's current state, they would be so depressed that they would spurt out blood on the spot. They had missed the best opportunity to deal with Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen had completely grown up. Although he was still unable to contend with the 8 major families, in this void triangular domain where great saints couldn't enter, no one could restrain Jiang Chen anymore. However, Jiang Chen still didn't dare to relax. Although everything was under his control now, whether it was the Dark Generation or the experts of the 3 major powers, there was still one person who was still a big variable, and that was the Northern and Southern dynasties. In the following days, Jiang Chen didn't come out of seclusion, but continued to consolidate his cultivation. Since the incident in the Nebula sect where he eliminated the Northern and Southern dynasties until now, his speed of advancement was too fast. Although his foundation was very strong, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation base and make sufficient preparations to break through to a higher realm in the future. During these 3 days, King City was also very lively. The city lord's mansion was preparing for the trade fair, and every corner of the city was talking about the battle in the wilderness, talking about Jiang Chen. That battle was too shocking. It had never happened in the entire void triangular domain. It would definitely be recorded in the history of the Dark Generation. It was also something that the 3 major powers had never experienced before. They were all the overlords of their respective domains. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? Normally, when people heard about their identity, they would be very respectful and respectful. A casual cough from them could scare people out of their wits. Jiang Chen's actions were not as simple as slapping people's faces. Therefore, when the trade fair was over, the first thing they would do was to eliminate Jiang Chen. 3 days passed very quickly. On the night before the trade fair, Jiang Chen walked out of his room. At this time, De Huang Dog, who had been away for 3 days, finally returned. De Huang Dog came back in high spirits. His eyes were shining brightly as if his eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets. De Huang, how was it? Jiang Chen couldn't wait to ask. Ha, I'm rich, I'm rich. Chapter 853. What did you get? Why are you so excited? The door of Tyrant's room opened. Tyrant walked out with a face full of happiness. He had already advanced to the 4th grade minor saint. He had advanced 2 grades in just 3 days. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog didn't feel surprised at all. One should know that Tyrant had obtained the Sarira left behind by a 9th grade minor saint when he advanced to the Buddha realm. Tyrant was also a rare genius in Buddha sect. It was normal for him to advance 2 grades in such a short period of time. Moreover, Tyrant, who was still a 4th grade minor saint, must have only refined a part of the Sarira. He would slowly refine the rest of the Sarira. In the following period of time, Tyrant's cultivation grade would improve tremendously. Creak, the door of Yan Qinyu's room was opened. Yan Qinyu, who was wearing snow-white clothes, walked out. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, she had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint after refining the 10,000 years cold crystal. Dan King could only shake his head helplessly when he saw the progress of these geniuses. There was nothing he could say in the face of these geniuses. De Huang, tell us quickly. How many mines have you found? Jiang Chen asked. The void triangular domain is full of riches. I have been to every corner of the domain for the past 3 days and I have found a total of 33 mines. There is a huge mine not far from King City. I am afraid that I can get 1 billion high-grade true meta stones from this mine. That's right. De Huang Dog said excitedly. His harvest this time was too great. So many mines. Dan King exclaimed. 33 mines. The biggest one could get at least 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. If all the mines were added up, the wealth would be too shocking. It was a heaven-defying number. Even if the other mines weren't as big as the biggest one, they wouldn't be too far off. Jiang Chen had once found a mine outside Dark Mulberry City. It was probably the smallest mine in Void Triangular Domain, but it could still get 50 million high-grade true meta stones. Good, De Huang, well done. Wait until we dig out these mines. I will let you eat as many top-grade true essence stones as you like. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. The wealth here was really amazing. Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about the energy problem when he advanced to the Great Sage Realm if he could get all these best-grade true meta stones. He wouldn't be able to use up so many best-grade true meta stones even if he practiced the dragon transformation skill. However, even if Jiang Chen couldn't use it all, many people could. He wouldn't miss such a huge fortune. When do we start? Big Yellow asked. It seemed like he couldn't wait any longer. There's no need to rush. Let's see what treasures there are in tomorrow's trade fair. In any case, we've already found the locations of those mines. When the time comes, we'll be able to dig as we please. Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. There was only one last step left in the plan. The ultimate plan would be implemented tomorrow. Godfather Xiao Yu, Tyrant, you will follow the demon race tomorrow. Wherever the demon race and the ancient people are, you will follow them. Jiang Chen said to Dan King and the other two. He couldn't care less about the safety of Yan Qinyu and the other two. As long as they followed Golden Fur Lion King and Gumu, they would be absolutely safe. The target of those big forces in the Dark Generation was Jiang Chen. They wouldn't care about Yan Qinyu and the other two. Well, Brother Chen, be careful. Yan Qinyu nodded. She knew very well that she couldn't help much in such a big scene tomorrow. It was already the greatest help for Jiang Chen to not worry about the consequences. Don't worry. With my current cultivation, if they want to deal with me, they won't be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen said it casually, but the confidence in his expression was enough to make Yan Qinyu and the other two rest assured about Jiang Chen. Early the next morning, Kong Yu came to Jiang Chen's courtyard. Brother Jiang, De Huang, King City's auction is about to begin. Let's go together. Kang Yu cupped his fists at Zhang Chen. As the son of Peacock King and a genius of the demon race, Kang Yu rarely paid his respects. However, he truly admired Zhang Chen. The battle in the wilderness had made Zhang Chen famous. As a genius of the young generation, Kang Yu couldn't convince himself not to admire Zhang Chen. The strong would always be respected. It was the same no matter where they went. This was the law of the world. All right. Zhang Chen nodded. He would definitely attend the auction. De Huang Dog had already found all the locations of the mines. Zhang Chen didn't act immediately because he wanted to attend the auction. Outside the stronghold of the demon race and the ancient people, Golden Fur Lion King and Gumu had already met up. Although there was no enmity between the demon race and the ancient people, they didn't have much contact with each other. However, because of Zhang Chen, the relationship between the two races had become closer. At least in Void Triangular Domain, they were considered as temporary allies. Today the auction was about to begin. However, the faces of the ancient people and the demon race were filled with worry. They couldn't help but worry. Although King City had been peaceful for 3 days, today wouldn't be a peaceful day. No one knew how many major powers were waiting for Zhang Chen's life. While Golden Fur Lion King and Gumu were frowning, Zhang Chen and the others walked towards them. Their eyes fell upon Zhang Chen. As Zhang Chen didn't conceal his qi, his cultivation grade was clearly sensed by them. When they saw that Zhang Chen had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, their eyes sparkled. Brother Zhang Chen, have you advanced to the 5th grade minor saint? Golden Fur Lion King couldn't believe it. This was too absurd. A breakthrough in 3 days. Since when did it become so easy? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. That's right. I have already advanced to the 5th grade minor saint. In my dragon form I can easily kill a 9th grade minor saint. So you two don't have to worry about my safety today. If those major powers want to kill me, they can only end up like those geniuses in the wilderness, dying in my hands. Zhang Chen's qi fluctuated slightly. A faint king's qi was released, shaking everyone's soul. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was someone else who said this in front of them, they would definitely turn up their nose at him or even slap him. However, when it came from Zhang Chen, they didn't feel that he was bragging. Although they didn't witness the battle that day, they knew the ending very well. Zhang Chen easily killed those 7th grade minor saint geniuses with his 4th grade minor saint cultivation grade. One should know that those geniuses were on par with 8th grade minor saints. Now that Zhang Chen had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, he might really be able to kill a 9th grade minor saint. It was terrifying to think about it. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in amazement that there was such a monstrous genius in this world. Young Master Zhang is definitely the most talented genius that I have ever seen. Even the geniuses of the Gu family who were listed on the sky ranking would be overshadowed by young Master. Gumu couldn't help but sigh. His words were from the bottom of his heart. There was a sky ranking in the Pure Land. Those who were listed on the sky ranking were the geniuses among the geniuses. If they really fought, Zhang Chen wouldn't be a match for them. However, none of those geniuses on the sky ranking had reached the same level as Zhang Chen when they were still at the 5th grade minor saint. In other words, if they were at the same level, Zhang Chen could kill any of the geniuses on the sky ranking in seconds. Elder is flattering me. Let's go and see what kind of treasures the prefecture has prepared for the auction. Zhang Chen smiled. All right. Gumu's expression flickered. He and Golden Fur Lion King felt relieved after seeing Zhang Chen's improvement in 3 days. The same went for the others. If Zhang Chen didn't advance to the next level, it was hard to imagine how he would be able to deal with so many powerful enemies even with their help. The strongholds of the major powers were adjacent to each other. They were very close to the auction house of the prefecture. Along the way, the experts of the major powers couldn't help but release their killing intent when they saw Zhang Chen. Old man, why are you staring at me like that? Don't tell me you want to fight here? If you don't have the guts to fight, don't look at me blindly. De Huang Dog was definitely a prickly person. Anyone who looked at him would immediately attack him. Stupid dog, shut your stinky mouth. I will let you all have a good time after the auction ends. Little brat Zhang Chen, I have let you live for 3 more days. I never thought that you would really dare to participate in the auction. Since you aren't afraid of death, I will let you die a horrible death later. The experts of the fire race and stone race spoke. They resisted the urge to attack. This place wasn't suitable for fighting. It's still not certain who will live and who will die. If I were you, I would choose to shut up and leave as soon as the trade fair is over. If you want to kill me, just wait to die here like your geniuses. Jiang Chen casually glanced at those people. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. What an arrogant brat. Even when death is at hand, you are still so stubborn. Desolate Nanyang appeared as well. His killing intent intensified. The auction hadn't even started, but the atmosphere was already filled with tension. One could imagine how chaotic the auction would be after it ended. Golden Fur Lion King Gumu, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this. The consequences aren't something you can bear. Desolate Nanyang sneered. Desolate Nanyang, it's not up to you to decide whether to get involved or not. Our demon race never needs an outsider to tell us what to do. Besides, even if we don't interfere today, I'm afraid you all won't be able to kill Jiang Chen. Golden Fur Lion King retorted. He wasn't afraid of Desolate Nanyang. Let's wait and see. Desolate Nanyang waved his sleeves and walked towards the interior of the auction house. Chapter 854. The auction house of King City was not open air. It was like a small castle, decorated with gold and jade, full of the atmosphere of nobility. Inside the castle-like auction house, there were no individual seats, it was all VIP area. Luxurious VIP rooms were arranged in a ring pattern. Each VIP room had the most luxurious decorations. Those who could enter this VIP room were all distinguished people. In front of each VIP room there was a huge glass wall. This glass wall was made of high-quality true meta stone. It was extremely luxurious. Looking through this true meta stone glass wall, one could clearly see the auction stage in front of them. The auction stage was basically at the same height as the VIP rooms. In other words, sitting in the VIP rooms, one could clearly see the situation of the entire auction house, especially the auction stage in the front. The auction stage had a circumference of 30 meters. One could clearly see everything on it. The auction house of King City is indeed much more luxurious than the auction house of Dark Surge City. De Huang Dog was leisurely sitting on a soft chair. He seemed to be enjoying himself very much. Of course, I heard that there will be a treasure that people are looking forward to in this auction. It is said that this treasure is related to the world's greatest saint. I wonder how the Dark Generation got it? Golden Fur Lion King said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. His eyes suddenly bloomed with a bright light. The news of Golden Fur Lion King was definitely not fake. This made Jiang Chen's originally calm heart suddenly ripple. It seemed like waiting for this auction was worth it. Maybe there would be an unexpected harvest. When Jiang Chen fell on the Saint Cliff, he basically didn't leave anything behind except for the broken Heavenly Saint sword. It was already good enough to find the two phalanges, but it was also because he didn't leave anything behind that made it so precious. As long as anything related to his previous life was left behind, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. The phalanges and the Heavenly Saint sword were the same. Jiang Chen didn't know what the Dark Generation was going to auction. The item left behind by the greatest saint must be a rare treasure. Back then, the greatest saint suffered a great deal of destruction during the heavenly tribulation. The item that was left behind must be a priceless treasure. That year, the greatest saint rose from the bottom of the world and left countless glorious achievements and legends in Saint Origin World. I wonder what the treasure is this time. It might not be very attractive to the major powers of Boundless World and Black Yellow World, but it will be a real competition for the 8 families of Pure Land. A 9th-grade minor demon saint of the demon race said. His tone was filled with admiration and respect for the greatest sage. If they knew that the reincarnation of the greatest sage in the world was sitting right next to them, who knew how shocked they would be? They would definitely be petrified on the spot. Jiang Chen sat there without saying a word. He crossed his legs with a satisfied smile on his face. The people of the demon race admired him very much. Even Golden Fur Lion King couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. It was hard to imagine that a young man could have such a strong temperament. They were very clear about Jiang Chen's current situation. Although it was calm and peaceful now, a fierce battle could break out at any time. If it was someone else, they would have been extremely nervous. However, Jiang Chen looked calm and relaxed as if nothing had happened. That kind of indifference was definitely not faked and couldn't be faked. Ancient People's VIP room was just next door. If they wanted to communicate with each other, they could use divine sense to communicate with each other. Why hasn't the auction started yet? De Huang Dog was somewhat impatient. As a matter of fact, his real mind was on those ores. He was only waiting for the auction to end. Don't worry, it's going to start soon. A demon race elder said. The treasure related to the greatest sage will definitely appear at the end, right? Tyrant asked, seemingly very interested. No, the royal city's auction is different from other auctions. Because the people participating in the auction are all powerful, there is no need to keep everyone in suspense. Before the auction starts, the royal family of the Dark Generation will display all of their treasures one by one like merchandise, so that everyone can be prepared. Golden Fur Lion King said. That's right. This is a combination of an auction and a trade fair. You should know that different treasures have different requirements for the major powers. For example, if it's a powerful Saint Fire source, the other major powers wouldn't compete with the Fire race. Therefore, the Black King race will display all the treasures in advance for the major powers to see. If one of the major powers is interested in a treasure, they won't spend too much effort on the other treasures. They will save their wealth to fight for the treasure that they are interested in. Another demon race elder said. Upon hearing this, Xianxia and De Huang Dog's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and knew what was on each other's mind. This was the first time they had seen an auction where the treasures were displayed in advance. If that was the case, it would undoubtedly save Xianxia a lot of trouble and time. Kaka little Chinzi, in my opinion, we can just start robbing. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Xianxia. I think it's fine. A sly smile emerged on Xianxia's face. These two like-minded fellows were able to hit it off in many things, especially in this aspect. Undoubtedly, the Dark Generation had made a very wrong decision by revealing all the treasures in advance. It would cause the auction to end prematurely, and all the major powers wouldn't be able to get a single strand of the treasures. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Xianxia and De Huang Dog exchanged glances, rays of dazzling light suddenly appeared on the auction stage. Then incomparably powerful silhouettes appeared on the stage. There was a total of 8 elders and each of them was a powerful 9th grade minor saint. Although the Dark Generation couldn't break through to the Great Saint realm due to the origin of the world, one had to admit that the Dark Generation was really powerful. Especially in King City, powerful 9th grade minor saints could be seen everywhere. It was hard to imagine how powerful a race with such a special physique would be once they were freed from the restriction of the world. These 8 9th grade minor saints were the higher-ups of the imperial family. They came to host the auction personally to show their respect and importance to the major powers. The leader of the group was an elder with an incomparably sturdy body. He stood there like an iron tower, giving people a feeling that he was extremely powerful. The elder had a smile on his face. He clasped his fists at all the distinguished guests and then went straight to the main topic. Dear friends, this isn't the first time that your major powers have dealt with the Dark Generation. Let's not talk about the rules. Now, I announce that the King City's trade fair will officially begin. Just like before, we will show the treasures that our imperial family has collected to everyone. Then we will start the auction one by one. The elder's voice was loud enough for everyone in the auction hall to hear him clearly. This was also the time when the atmosphere was at its most tense. The treasures that were presented in King City's auction were certainly not ordinary. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the old man waved his hand, and a table that was several dozen feet long appeared on the auction stage. This table was completely made from top-grade true essence stones. Of course, this table was not the first treasure. In the following time, every treasure that the old man took out would be placed on this table. After that, the elder took out a black box as if he was performing a magic trick. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel the dark energy that was being emitted from the black box. This is a piece of dark yuan crystal. It was personally made by the Dark King using the dark element. I'm sure all of you know how much it is worth. After saying that, the elder placed the black box on the table. This darkness origin crystal is a pretty good item. Even though we can't directly absorb the darkness element within it, we can fuse it with the path of war weapons, allowing the war weapons to possess 2 attributes and greatly increase their power. For the Bin tribe, this darkness origin crystal is quite attractive. Golden Fur Lion King nodded and said, the second treasure is 3 drops of 9 water that we, the Dark Generation, found in the underground space of Void Triangular Domain. The elder took out a jade bottle and placed it on the table. This is a rare treasure for Xiao Yu. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled. That's right. The conditions for the 9-yin water to be formed are extremely harsh. It can only be formed in a place with 9 layers of cold yin. It's perfect for Xiao Yu's 9 yin meridians. If we can get our hands on these 3 drops of 9 yin water, Xiao Yu's heart of ice god might be able to take shape. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. This King City's auction was indeed extraordinary. Just 2 random treasures were enough to shock everyone. This is a powerful dark fire source. The elder took out the 3rd treasure. Jiang Chen and the others could clearly feel the restlessness of the fire race. Then the elder took out many treasures one after another. Most of the treasures were produced in the void triangular domain. There were also a few that the elder didn't know where they got them from. In any case, each of the treasures was extremely precious and priceless. It could be seen that the imperial family of the Dark Generation was very generous. As the treasures were taken out one after another, the guests in the VIP rooms of the major powers became restless. Obviously, most of the major powers had already seen the treasures that they wanted. All right. The next treasure is related to the greatest saint of Saint Origin World. We, the Dark Generation, have heard of the name of the greatest saint of Saint Origin World. My friends from the 8 families of the Pure Land, I'm sure you will be very interested in this item. As soon as the elder's voice faded, the experts from the 8 families of the Pure Land focused their attention. One should know that the greatest saint of Saint Origin World was too famous. Although he didn't ascend to immortality in the end, the items that he left behind were bound to shock everyone. Chapter 855. This broken sword looked extremely ordinary, but anyone with a discerning eye could feel the powerful holy aura overflowing from it. Almost at the moment when the old man took out the broken sword, the eyes of the experts of the Pure Land's 8 races couldn't leave it. This is the combat weapon of the greatest saint, is that peerless divine sword. That's right. In the past, the greatest saint under the heavens had a heavenly saint sword. He was unrivaled in Saint Origin World. This should be just a fragment of the heavenly saint sword. Even so, it is already a priceless treasure. Any treasure that is related to the greatest saint is priceless and has a lot of research value. You should know that the greatest saint was just a nobody. He wasn't a genius of any of the major families. A genius like him is the scariest. Anything that he left behind is worth studying. I really have no idea how did the Dark Generation get their hands on this broken sword. It should be something from Saint Origin World. We have searched the Saint Cliff countless times. Except for the places that are blocked by the heaven barrier, we should be able to find it if there is a fragment of the heavenly saint sword. Not necessarily. When the greatest saint slashed the heavens with his sword, it had destroyed a lot of the void. Even the world barrier of Saint Origin World was destroyed. I don't know how many fragments of the heavenly saint sword were broken. Some of them might have fallen into the cracks of the space. It wouldn't be strange for the Dark Generation to get their hands on it. To the Bin family, this is more attractive than the Dark Origin crystal. Everyone was shocked. The natal weapon of the greatest saint had appeared in the auction of the Dark Generation. No one had expected this. At this moment, the one who was most excited was, of course, Jiang Chen. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Searching for the fragment of the heavenly saint sword had always been his biggest goal. There were a total of 7 fragments of the heavenly saint sword. He had already collected 4 of them. He didn't know where to find the remaining 3 fragments. He didn't expect to find them here. If he could get his hands on these fragments, the power of the heavenly saint sword would be much stronger. Jiang Chen would also advance to the 6th grade minor saint under the stimulation of the heavenly saint sword. At that time he would be invincible in the entire void triangular domain. At this time, De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with surprise as if he had discovered a great secret. Others might not know about this broken sword, but he could. It was the same chi as the fragments that Jiang Chen had obtained before. One should know that the natal weapon of the greatest saint wasn't something that anyone could fuse with, but Jiang Chen could perfectly fuse with it. What did this mean? Brat, shouldn't you explain something to me? De Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Chen. In his point of view, Jiang Chen had too many abnormalities. Jiang Chen seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent at such a young age. When he was still in the Eastern continent, he already had a deep understanding of the divine continent. That's right. I'm the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. This secret is too shocking, so I've been keeping it a secret. This fragment is my natal weapon. I don't mind telling you now, but you must keep it a secret. Jiang Qin directly admitted his identity. There was nothing for him to hide from De Huang Dog. In fact, he had already accepted his current identity. He had never thought of revealing his identity as the greatest saint in the world. However, since De Huang Dog had already guessed it, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. For God's sake, let Master Dog spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. De Huang Dog fell on his chair with a thump, his body twitching. The secret was too shocking. Even though De Huang Dog had already guessed that Jiang Qin was related to the greatest saint in the world, such a secret was still like a bolt from the blue to him. However, De Huang Dog was only shocked for a moment. He and Jiang Qin were life and death brothers. No matter what kind of identity Jiang Qin had, it couldn't change the fact that they were life and death brothers. Besides, this secret made De Huang Dog extremely excited. The reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. No wonder he was so powerful. Those people who fought with the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world were destined to have a bad ending. Brat, all the treasures have been revealed. In my opinion, we can start now. After calming himself down, De Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Qin with a sinister smile on his face. Jiang Qin slowly stood up with a smile on his face and strode to the glass in front of him. Good. So far, all the treasures have been revealed. Next, the auction will begin. The first treasure, the dark crystal. The old man from the dark generation said loudly. There's no need for the auction. We can stop here. Golden Fur Lion King, Gumu, I will take a few of these treasures with me. The rest will be divided equally between your 2 races. Jiang Qin said faintly. As he had intentionally said that only the members of the demon race and the ancient people could hear his voice. The facial expression of the 2 races changed. They had no idea what Jiang Qin was going to do, especially the members of the demon race. When their eyes fell on Jiang Qin, they could feel a strong qi suddenly bursting out from Jiang Qin's body. Jiang brother, what are you doing? Golden Fur Lion King seemed to have guessed what Jiang Qin was going to do. Let's end the auction now. There will be a battle sooner or later anyway. When the battle starts, all of you should stay out of it. Leave King City as soon as possible and return to Saint Origin World. From now on, there will be no more trade fairs here. As for the supreme grade true metastones, I promise that each race will give you 500 million. Jiang Qin said. In his opinion, it was worth it to give the ancient people and the demon race 500 million supreme grade true metastones. Jiang Qin had always been generous to his friends. Moreover, he had offended the other major races in Pure Land. He would have to rely on the demon race and the ancient people for the time being after he returned to Saint Origin World. What? The members of the demon race and the ancient people were petrified. They didn't know what Jiang Qin was going to do. However, they weren't fools. They were afraid that the void triangular domain would be plunged into chaos today. If what Jiang Qin said was true, there would be no more trade fairs in void triangular domain. All right, let the auction begin. The elder announced with a smile on his face. Honglong. However, as soon as the elder's voice faded, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The entire auction hall was trembling, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Everyone saw a huge blood-red dragon claw appear out of nowhere and landed on the auction stage. The sudden change stunned the 8 ninth grade minor saints on the auction stage. But soon they understood what was going on. Someone was trying to rob the treasure. This was insane. The auction of King City had been held for a long time, but there had never been a case where a treasure was robbed before. Not good. Someone is trying to steal our treasures. Who is so audacious? The old man was the first to respond. But unfortunately it was already too late. Let alone the treasures, even the table that was completely made from top-grade true essence stones had disappeared. All of the treasures had been swept away by that dragon claw that had appeared out of nowhere. A wild laughter was heard. Everyone saw a dragon man appear above the auction stage. His huge blood-red dragon wings were flapping constantly. Every time he flapped his wings, it would set off countless waves of wind. The entire auction hall was in a mess. Many of the windows in the VIP rooms were shattered. The members of the demon race and the ancient people gasped. They had never thought that Jiang Qin would do such a heaven-defying thing. He had taken all the treasures in one go. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Motherfucker. This is too fucking awesome. Kong Yu couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He now admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. He was a man who never played his cards according to common sense, an existence who was destined to disrupt all the rules. He didn't even wait for the auction to begin and had already disrupted everything in such a violent manner. Jiang Qin, you are courting death. The elder recognized Jiang Qin. He was infuriated. Not only him, many of the VIP rooms were filled with cold, murderous intent and anger. In their eyes, this Jiang Qin was courting death. They had planned to deal with Jiang Qin after the auction was over. They had never thought that this bastard was a complete lunatic. How dare he rob the treasures in the auction hall? Courting death? Who will live and who will die is still uncertain. Today this place will become a ruin. I will kill anyone who dares to provoke me. Jiang Chen's chi was wild and overbearing. His body was full of power. His bright dragon eyes looked like he was looking down on the world. Attack! Capture this reckless animal. How dare he disrupt the auction of King City and rob the treasures? We must kill him. The elder was infuriated. He unleashed his chi all of a sudden. There were 8 ninth-grade minor saints behind him surrounding Jiang Qin on the spot. Die. The elder was the first to move. Powerful dark energy turned into a storm and swept towards Jiang Qin. Humph! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Immediately, he drew out the heavenly saint sword and slashed at the elder without saying a word. Qi-La, the dark storm of the elder, was shattered on the spot. The terrifying heavenly saint sword ignored all obstacles and slashed the elder in half. A dark spirit entered Jiang Chen's hand through the heavenly saint sword. It was the dark spirit of a 9th-grade minor saint. It would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. At the same time, the other 7 experts also rushed over, but how could they be a match for Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he made 3 slashes. Along with 3 whales, another 3 9th-grade minor saints of the Black King family were killed on the spot. Their bodies were slashed in half by Jiang Chen. The dark spirit that was left behind had become Jiang Chen's spoils of war. Hiss. Chapter 856. By God. It has only been 3 days and he has become so powerful. How is this possible? Golden Fur Lion King fell into a state of unprecedented shock. Gu Mu and the ancient people of the demon race were equally shocked. They were all dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Chen's mighty power. That was a mighty 9th-grade minor saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Now they finally understood what Jiang Chen meant. Now it seemed like the demon race and the ancient people didn't need to worry about Jiang Chen's safety anymore. They should be worried about the safety of Jiang Chen's enemies. Haha, this brat is a super monstrous genius. No one in the entire Void Triangular domain is his match. Master Dog has found all the mines in the domain. All the wealth will be ours now. De Huang Dog laughed. He knew very well about Jiang Chen's capability, especially after knowing that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. Void Triangular domain would fall into an unprecedented crisis and chaos. How did this happen? It has only been 3 days. How did he become so powerful? Xiao Nanyang stood up from his seat and looked at the majestic Jiang Chen through the broken window. His eyes were about to bleed. Today's incident was too big. They planned to deal with Jiang Chen as soon as the auction was over, but they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would attack them and rob them of all the treasures. He also killed 4 9th-grade minor saints of the Black King family. Motherfucker. Did this brat take some kind of miracle pill? It has only been 3 days and he has grown to such an extent. We should have killed him 3 days ago. We shouldn't have given him the time to grow. Killing a 9th-grade minor saint in an instant. His combat strength has reached such a terrifying level. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for us to kill him now. Everyone was shocked, especially those who were enemies of Jiang Chen 3 days ago. Their faces turned ugly. As powerful 9th-grade minor saints, they weren't fools. They could see how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even desolate Nanyang didn't have the confidence to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how dare you behave atrociously in King City? Another 9th-grade minor saint of the Dark Generation pointed his combat weapon at Jiang Chen, but his voice was trembling. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid. Just now Jiang Chen had killed 4 of their experts. He was like a god of death that had descended to this world. There was no way they wouldn't be terrified. Huh. Just a small king city. I Xianxia will never put you in my eyes. Who dares to stop me today? Xianxia's chi was like a rainbow. He didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The heavenly saint's sword rippled out from his body and struck at the elder. The old man was shocked. He tried to fight back with all his strength, but too bad his resistance was just too weak in Xianxia's eyes. The indestructible heavenly saint's sword had torn apart all his resistance and sliced him in half. He followed in the footsteps of the other 4 men. Informed Dark King quick. The remaining experts were like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. However, there was no need for him to shout. Such a huge commotion had already alerted the entire king city. The experts of the royal family were rushing towards them. Xianxia's chi was like a rainbow. He was like a peerless war god. The heavenly saint sword in his hand suddenly turned into a 300 meters long sword. The entire sword was emitting a destructive sword chi. A dragon-shaped sword light was slashed out by him. Long. The energy was too strong. Under the impact of such violent energy, the entire castle was cut into half. After that, it began to crumble. Xianxia's tyrannical energy overflowed from his body like a vast ocean, shattering the entire castle into pieces. This was the auction house of the royal family. It was built to be incomparably sturdy. There were powerful seals around it. The structure of the entire castle was tightly connected. It was strong enough to withstand the attack of an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. However, Xianxia's destructive power was just too strong. It was as easy as blowing off dust for him to destroy the entire auction house. Long. The rumbling sound lingered in the ears. The castle was destroyed. Thick smoke and flames were everywhere. The destructive energy was swirling in the sky, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Many of the sturdy buildings were turned into powder. Arg! Shrill wails were heard from different places. The incident was too sudden. Many of the VIP rooms of the major powers were destroyed. Some of the weaker geniuses were affected by the powerful energy and died on the spot. The 8 elders weren't the only people from the dark generation in this auction house. There were even more guards who were working behind the scene. How could those people withstand Xianxia's terrifying attack? They died tragically in the ruins on the spot. Protect the good guys. Someone shouted. All the 9th grade minor saints moved. They rushed out from the ruins. What happened just now was too sudden. The symbolic auction house was destroyed just like that. Many of the 9th grade minor saints were in a state of shock. They had neglected the people around them, which led to the casualties. Arg! The entire scene was in chaos. While Xianxia was destroying the auction house, he didn't forget to kill the remaining 3 9th grade minor saints of the dark generation. In the sky above King City, Xianxia was flapping his dragon wings. His eyes were coldly looking at the auction house that was covered in thick smoke. His face was emotionless. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the ruins. The experts of the major powers looked a little embarrassed. Their eyes were filled with anger as they stared at Xianxia. Damn it! This bastard had not only robbed them of all the treasures, he had also hurt so many of their people. However, some of the major powers found out that the people that Xianxia killed were all the major powers that besieged him. Some of the major powers that didn't attack Xianxia were unscathed. For example, the Bin family of Saint Origin World. The experts of the Bin family side. They felt lucky that they didn't attack Xianxia. The strength that this evil star displayed was too terrifying. It wasn't a wise decision to make him their enemy. So powerful chi flew out from the imperial family. In a blink of an eye, more than 200 silhouettes appeared in the sky, surrounding Xianxia. These people were the higher-ups of the imperial family. There were dozens of 9th grade minor saints and the rest were 8th grade minor saints. The power and deterrence that these experts could unleash was unimaginable. The experts of the dark generation formed a powerful dark chi, forming a dark cloud in the sky above Xianxia. This dark cloud had the power of imprisonment, preventing Xianxia from escaping. As a matter of fact, Xianxia didn't have any intention of escaping. Even if he wanted to, this kind of imprisonment wouldn't work on him. The leader of the dark generation was Dark King. Currently, Dark King was looking at the auction house that had turned into ashes and ruins. His anger was burning. This was a provocation to the entire dark generation. Void triangular domain had existed for so many years, but such a crazy thing had never happened before. Xianxia, you have done something that you will regret for the rest of your life. You will receive the cruelest punishment from the Dark Generation. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Dark King roared. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. Xianxia ignored Dark King's threat and sent a message to De Huang Dog. De Huang, find the treasury of the imperial family immediately. Now that all the experts of the imperial family are here, the security of the treasury must be lax. Get the treasures first. De Huang Dog, who was hiding in the camp of the demon race, brightened his eyes. Then he turned into a golden light and vanished. The amount of wealth in the treasury of King City was unimaginable. We must kill this kid. A monstrous genius like him must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, Xianxia will be a huge threat to us. Desolate Nanyang's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He stood up. Xianxia had already become a powerful figure. No one in the void triangular domain could be his opponent. The only way to eliminate Xianxia was to join hands with the Dark Generation to kill him. The Dark Generation hated Xianxia to the core. Therefore, it was the best choice to join hands with the Dark Generation to kill Xianxia. Desolate Nanyang believed that he was not the only one who made this decision. Sure enough, after Desolate Nanyang stood up, people from the Hua family, Dan family, Narang family and Shi family stood up. They could see that Xianxia wasn't easy to deal with. They regretted not killing Xianxia that day. However, it was too late for regrets. They could only join hands with the Dark Generation to eliminate Xianxia. After that, experts from the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow Continent also stood up. In an instant, the sky above the domain was packed with experts. There had never been such a sensational scene in the history of Void Triangular Domain that involved so many major powers. From afar, the demon race and the ancient people had gathered together. Their scalp went numb when they saw the scene. Brother Gu, should we help Brother Xianxia? Golden Fur Lion King said. Lion King, do you think it's meaningful for us to join the battle? The Dark Generation alone can't deal with Xianxia. We should trust Young Master. Young Master, please leave Tyrant and the others to us. We will protect them. Gumu said with a smile. If Brother Xianxia is able to return to Saint Origin World alive, his name will surely spread across the world. Golden Fur Lion King said. That's right. It's already heaven-defying to be able to survive such a scene. Gumu nodded. The scale of today's battle was unprecedented. Putting aside how many enemies Xianxia could kill, as long as he could survive the siege of so many experts, he would be a heaven-defying existence. Xianxia, you've lost your mind. But do you think you still have a chance to live in such a situation? Dark King said. At least many people will die. Chapter 857. Battle intent and killing intent fused with Xianxia's King Qi, surging above his head. That pair of disdainful dragon eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the entire void. Countless experts were killed. This scene was enough to be recorded in the history books. Xianxia's face was emotionless. In his mind, all enemies were meant to be destroyed. The rise of an expert meant the fall of thousands and thousands of experts. The path of an expert was destined to climb to the peak by stepping on piles of bones. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. This was the rule, this was the law. Xianxia had the same rule in his heart, but he wanted to surpass it. Therefore, even if he had to kill everyone in the world, he wouldn't blink. Howl, the Heavenly Saint Sword, let out a piercing cry that sounded like a dragon's roar. Right now, the Heavenly Saint Sword was still the same as before. Xianxia didn't have the time to merge the broken sword fragment with the Heavenly Saint Sword, but even so, his current strength was more than enough to deal with anything. Come on. Xianxia yelled at the experts of the Dark Generation, Desolate Nanyang and the other major powers. Even though he was besieged by so many experts, no one could see the slightest nervousness in his eyes. There was only surging killing intent. Attack. Dark King wheel. Dark King was infuriated. He was the first to attack. Boundless dark energy rushed out of his body, turning into a powerful wheel. The black wheel stirred the void and smashed at Xianxia. As the #1 expert of the Imperial family, Dark King's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He was far stronger than any ordinary 9th grade minor saint. Humph! Xianxia's chi was unparalleled. The Heavenly Saint Sword was enough to destroy everything. The terrifying sword was swung out, covered with a layer of intense flame. Dark King wasn't an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. It would be hard to deal with him. Jiang Chen's flame could suppress the Dark King. Plang. The heavenly saint's sword released an ocean-like raging flame. The powerful sword body collided with the Dark King wheel. Under the suppression of the flame, the Dark King wheel couldn't exert its full power. The energy went completely berserk. The void within a radius of a few hundred miles was directly smashed. The terrifying energy wave drifted down to the king city below. Rows of buildings were destroyed and miserable screams could be heard. There were tens of thousands of people from the Dark Generation living in the king city. Some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand such a violent energy wave. They were caught in the crossfire and died on the spot. Upon seeing this, some 9th grade minor saints hurriedly struck out energy waves, trying to cover the entire king city. Otherwise, the entire king city would be turned into ruins after today's battle. The Dark Generation would have to bear an unprecedented loss. Hee. The terrifying King of Darkness wheel was still unable to withstand the sharpness and vigor of the heavenly saint's sword, and was sent flying. King of Darkness caught the King of Darkness wheel that was bounced back, and the boundless rebounding force caused him to retreat a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He felt his arm going numb and the hand that was holding the sword was trembling. Very powerful. Dark King was shocked. He knew his own strength very well, but he was defeated by a 5th grade minor saint. This was unimaginable. Dark King, this brat's flame has a suppressive effect on our Dark Generation. That's why you lost to him. A 9th grade minor saint said. Humph. No matter how powerful he is only one person. Everyone, let's attack together. Today we must eliminate this brat at all costs. Immediately send out a summons to all the 9th grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. Dark King made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Jiangchen today, the reputation of the Dark Generation would go down the drain. How would he be able to rule the entire Dark Generation in the future? Let's attack together. I don't believe that this brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. A powerful combat weapon appeared in Desolate Nanyang's hand. It looked like a trident radiating terrifying cold light. Honglong. For a moment, countless experts unleashed their qi and lunged at Jiangchen at the same time. The experts of the Dark Generation had used some kind of secret technique to combine their qi, especially those 8th grade minor saints. Their combined combat power wasn't to be underestimated. They were many times stronger than an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. The combination of these 8th grade minor saints was equivalent to the combat power of 10 9th grade minor saints. Let's attack together. Let's kill to our heart's content today. Jiang Chen's qi was overflowing. The 5 elemental spheres spread out in a swoosh. 5 different colored spheres covered the entire battlefield in an instant. All the experts were enveloped by the spheres. What a powerful sphere. This brat sphere is the fusion of 5 different spheres. How can there be such an abnormal being in the heavens and earth? We must kill him. Otherwise he will be a great threat to us in the future. Everyone, let's attack together. We have so many 9th grade minor saints. If we can fuse our qi together, we can even fight a 1st grade great saint. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Although they were trapped in the 5 elemental spheres, they didn't panic. After all, their cultivation grade was too high. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental spheres couldn't confine all of them. Voila, countless energies began to tumble as if they were going to fuse together. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give them the chance to do so. They were in his sphere now. None of their actions could escape his senses. Jiang Chen's qi was wild and domineering. Dragon roars came out from his body. 15 different colored dragons suddenly appeared and attacked in 5 different directions. Golden Dragon Seal, Wood Dragon Seal, Water Dragon Seal, Fire Dragon Seal and Earth Dragon Seal. 5 powerful seals of completely different attributes and 15 long dragons that could destroy everything turned the entire battlefield into the colors of the 5 elements. Following the attack of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, screams were heard from the crowd. Those experts who were attacked directly died on the spot. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't fuse their energy together. So they weren't a threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's movement was too fast and precise. He didn't give them any chance to fuse their energy. From afar, the faces of those who were watching the battle darkened. Such a situation was almost certain that Jiang Chen would die, but it didn't seem to be the case. Jiang Chen's scariness had far exceeded their expectations. Not only did so many 9th grade minor saints not cause any damage to him, he even killed a lot of them. Brother Gu, did you see that? Those are 5 different types of attacks. They are the fusion of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. I really don't know how he did it. Currently, Golden Fur Lion King's expression couldn't be described with mere astonishment. It had reached the point of horror. His means are endless. I guess that young master is the reincarnation of a high immortal. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. I cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique which has accumulated fire poison in my body for many years. My cultivation has been stuck at the peak of the 7th grade minor saint for a long time. But after young master's guidance, I advanced to the 8th grade minor saint on the spot and advanced to the 9th grade minor saint in a short period of time. The fire poison in my body has been completely removed. Gumu said. Ever since Jiang Chen had guided him that day, his impression of Jiang Chen was very deep. He knew that this young man wasn't an ordinary person. The person who could see through his problem and solve it must be an extraordinary person. So that's how it is. Golden Fur Lion King was even more shocked. Plus, young master was just a combat emperor at that time. How long has it been? He has already reached the 5th grade minor saint. Such speed of growth is simply too astonishing. Even those peerless geniuses who were sent to Saint Origin Palace by the ancient people didn't have such terrifying ability. Gumu sighed. He couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. Not to mention you ancient people, even all the geniuses who were sent to Saint Origin Palace by the 8 families couldn't do what he did. Golden Fur Lion King nodded. One should know that those who were sent to Saint Origin Palace were all peerless monstrous geniuses. Those geniuses on the sky ranking couldn't be compared to them. However, most of those peerless monstrous geniuses had already advanced to the Great Saint realm. There was nothing to be compared to them. However, when they were at the same level as Jiang Chen, the gap between them and Jiang Chen wasn't small. Puqi from time to time, Jiang Chen would appear at any place in the domain. Every time he appeared there would be screams. An ordinary 9th grade minor saint couldn't even withstand a single strike from him, especially those experts of the dark generation. They were already restrained by Jiang Chen because their dark spirits had great effects on Jiang Chen. Therefore they had become the main targets of Jiang Chen's slaughter. From afar, the 9th grade minor saints of the dark generation were still rushing towards them and joining the battle. Such a powerful formation made the spectators' scalp tingle. If they were replaced by Jiang Chen, they were afraid that they would be drowned in an instant and die on the spot. Qila, however, it was useless no matter how many of them there were. The Heavenly Saint sword had turned into a giant sword that could shake the world, bombarding the crowd madly. Every slash of the sword was enough to send people and horses tumbling. All the dark spirits and combat weapons that were killed were taken by Jiang Chen as his spoils of war. Everyone, don't panic. We must work together. Seeing the people of the dark generation dying one after another, Dark King almost spurted out blood. Immediately he took the initiative to strike again. The terrifying Dark King will struck again at Jiang Chen. In the entire Dark generation only Dark King had the strength to fight against Jiang Chen. Dark King, I will return your 3rd prince to you. Jiang Chen threw the 3rd prince towards Dark King's Dark King wheel. Chapter 858. No, the 3rd prince was scared out of his wits. It wasn't easy for him to escape from Jiang Chen's clutches. But what awaited him was death in the hands of his own father. My son. The Dark King was also shocked. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would do such a thing to him. However, the Dark Will had already been launched. It was basically impossible for him to withdraw it now. He could only watch his son die in his own hands. Puqi, along with a miserable shriek, the 3rd prince's body was cut into half by the Dark Wheel. Arg! Pooh! The Dark King roared and spurted out blood. Then his eyes turned red as he roared at Jiang Chen. Kill! Kill him! We must kill Jiang Chen. The number of experts of the Dark generation kept increasing. Each of them was incomparably strong. All of them unleashed their full combat strength to attack Jiang Chen. This was their king city, the territory of the Dark generation. They wouldn't retreat even if there was only one of them left. They would destroy this powerful enemy at all costs. Come on. I will take all of your attacks. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Qin casted the powerful eternal immortal wind. The combination of the eternal immortal wind and the 5 elemental sphere was a perfect match. Within this sphere, the destructive power of the eternal immortal wind would be multiplied. The eternal immortal wind was an extremely powerful ability. As Jiang Qin's cultivation continued to increase, the power of the eternal immortal wind would also increase. Currently, the eternal immortal wind was strong enough to kill a powerful 9th grade minor saint. Endless dragon-shaped windstorms were blowing madly in the 5 elemental domain. For a moment, the entire domain was filled with the eternal immortal wind. Windstorms were everywhere. Those who were caught in the windstorms were immediately blown to death by the wind, especially those 8th grade minor saints. They couldn't withstand the eternal immortal wind and were turned into fine powder in an instant. Everyone quickly worked together. The destructive power of this wind is extremely strong. Desolate Nanyang shouted. The other experts had also noticed that although the storm was separated, its lethality was too strong. None of them could withstand it alone. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Only when a few 9th grade minor saints worked together would they be able to withstand the onslaught of the storm. However, while they were able to withstand the storm, they did not have the ability to withstand Jiang Qin, who was like a demon king. In the distance, the members of the northern and southern dynasties saw all of this and frowned deeply. Senior brother Nanbei, this guy messed up all of your plans. One of them said. However, this man is really strong. Even a 9th grade minor saint is no match for him. I'm afraid that only senior brother Nanbei can subdue him. Another person said. Let's just wait and see. I want to see how long this storm can last. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties said faintly. His face was indifferent. Under his calm face was a heart full of confidence. Even when he saw Jiang Qin's strength, his eyes were still as calm as ever. However, he had to admit that Jiang Qin's appearance had disrupted all of his plans. The northern and southern dynasties came to Void Triangular Domain to conquer the entire Dark Generation and obtain all the treasures in this domain. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would act before him, causing chaos in the entire domain. This was something that the northern and southern dynasties didn't expect at the beginning. Since things had developed to this stage, they could only continue to watch. Anyway, the northern and southern dynasties would still be the biggest winner in the end. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. The northern and southern dynasties were the fishermen waiting to reap the benefits. Of course, this was what the northern and southern dynasties thought. They were extremely confident in their own strength. Swoosh. Within the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Qin moved like a cheetah. The heavenly saint sword in his hand kept killing the experts. The great soul derivation technique filled every space in the 5 elemental sphere. He wouldn't give anyone the chance to combine their energy. At this moment, Desolate Nanyang had the urge to scold someone. He was filled with deep regret. He regretted that he shouldn't have listened to Dark King's arrangement 3 days ago. If he had killed Jiang Qin at all costs, none of this would have happened today. However, he had never thought that a man could grow to such a terrifying extent in just 3 days. In a flash, Jiang Qin arrived in front of Desolate Nanyang. His cold dragon eyes made Desolate Nanyang shudder. Little beast. Desolate Nanyang gritted his teeth and thrust the trident at Jiang Qin. His cultivation wasn't weak, but he hadn't reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He wasn't a match for Jiang Qin in a direct confrontation. Bang! A blood-red dragon claw appeared and grabbed the trident. Before Desolate Nanyang could attack, Jiang Qin had already seized his combat weapon. Tila. The sound of the weapon breaking through the void was heard. The trident that was emitting cold light was pressed against Desolate Nanyang's throat. An invisible force confined Desolate Nanyang's body. Jiang Qin was standing in front of him like an ancient mountain, making Desolate Nanyang feel an endless pressure. Even his soul was trembling. Jiang Qin, how dare you kill me? I am an elder of the Desolate family. Have you considered the consequences of killing me? Desolate Nanyang said sternly. Only now did he feel the terror of Jiang Qin. His heart was filled with regret. You better think about your own consequences first. I don't have so many reasons to kill you. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the trident pierced through Desolate Nanyang's throat. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. It was only a matter of time before one of them died. How could Xianxia leave a powerful enemy alive in this world? Desolate Nanyang was killed by the combat weapon that he was so proud of. It was a kind of tragedy. This little beast has killed Elder Nanyang. The other experts of the Desolate family had a drastic change in expression. There were 5 ninth-grade minor saints in the Desolate family. All of them were involved in the battle and were trapped in Xianxia's 5 elemental sphere. Let's kill him together. No, this kid is too strong. Only half-step great saints can defeat him. It's better for us to retreat now and settle the score with him when we return to Saint Origin World. There was no lack of smart people in the Desolate family. They could see that it was almost impossible to kill Xianxia today. The Dark Generation was the main force of the Desolate family, but now Xianxia had the means to restrain them. Even the mighty Dark King couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Given the current situation, even if they could severely injure Xianxia, they would have to pay a heavy price. The smartest thing that the Desolate family could do now was to retreat and preserve their strength. You all want to leave now? Do you think you can still do so? Xianxia appeared in front of the 4 great saints in a blink like a ghost. His cold voice made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The Heavenly Saint's sword unleashed countless sharp sword lights that turned into a terrifying sword net, instantly enshrouding the 4 experts of the Desolate family. The combination of the domain and the sword net made the 4 of them feel a mountain-like pressure. Puchi Puchi, the Heavenly Saint's sword was as fast as lightning. 4 sword strikes were unleashed consecutively, killing the 4 ninth-grade minor saints on the spot. Up until now, all the ninth-grade minor saints of the Desolate family had died in the hands of Xianxia. A large number of elders and genius disciples of the Desolate family were watching the battle from afar. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation when they saw the death of Desolate Nanyang and the others. By God! All of our elders have been killed by that bastard. This is absolutely irreconcilable. What should we do now? What should we do now? Let's go back to Saint Origin World immediately. We will remember this grudge. As long as this little bastard returns to Saint Origin World alive, we will kill him immediately. The people of the Desolate family hated Xianxia to the core, but it was impossible for them to take revenge with their current strength. Not even a 9th-grade minor saint could withstand a single strike from Xianxia. If they continued to stay here, they would most likely end up in the same situation as Desolate Nanyang and the others. The people of the Desolate family left the battlefield and headed to the spatial node that led to Saint Origin World. It could be said that the Desolate family had suffered a great loss this time. Not only the genius, Desolate Ning, but also 5 9th-grade minor saint elders had died. When they returned to Saint Origin World, they would definitely be enraged. The 5 elemental sphere was in complete chaos. The number of experts of the Dark Generation was still increasing. Unfortunately, they couldn't fully unite their forces, which prevented them from interweaving their combat strength. Plus, Xianxia's speed was too fast. Many of them were killed in seconds. The experts of the Dark Generation transformed into their true forms, becoming extremely powerful and ferocious monsters. More than a dozen experts launched their attacks at Xianxia at the same time. On the other side, the experts of the Boundless World, Black Yellow World and Hua family also launched their attacks at the same time, attacking from different directions. This was the most powerful force that they could muster up until now. They believed that under such violent attacks, Xianxia would at least be severely injured. Xianxia stretched both of his arms, feeling the chaotic battlefield that was filled with the qi of death. His expression was somewhat infatuated. As a natural warrior, he liked this kind of battle. The more shocking it was, the more his blood would boil. Come at me together. Let my sword send all of you to the Yellow Spring. Xianxia looked at the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and said, Old friend, I will let you drink enough blood today to reignite the pride of fighting side by side with me. How? As if it understood Xianxia's words, the Heavenly Saint's sword let out a deafening roar. An extremely excited emotion rippled out from the sword. They were fighting side by side in both their previous and current lives. Xianxia raised the Heavenly Saint sword up high and slashed out dozens of times in an instant. Each of the slashes tore through the void. The sword light was incomparably dazzling, like a long river that traversed the horizon, or a dead end that led to the Yellow Spring. This slash was filled with the smell of death, wanting to bury everyone in the Yellow Spring. Arg arg. Chapter 859. Those soldiers that were knocked away flew towards Zhang Chen as if they were controlled by some kind of magic, becoming Zhang Chen's spoils of war. Moreover, Zhang Chen's dreadful sword strike carried the true thunder fire and true dragon flame, killing all the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation. The experts of the three worlds didn't fare any better. Not only did many of them lose their combat weapons, they were also severely injured. How can he be so strong? The elder of the Hua family spurted out a mouthful of blood. His heart was trembling in fear. He had seen how Zhang Chen killed the people of the Desolate family just now. Initially, he wanted to deal a heavy blow to Zhang Chen during the attack of the Dark Generation. However, he didn't expect that Zhang Chen would be this strong, to the point where he couldn't be resisted. Is he still a human? An expert of the Boundless Continent was also shocked. It was his first time witnessing such a grand battle. It was also his first time encountering a monstrous existence like Zhang Chen. Such a powerful existence had gone beyond his understanding and overturned all his previous knowledge. Regret. Many of them were filled with regret. They didn't regret becoming Zhang Chen's enemy, but they regretted not killing Zhang Chen 3 days ago. If they had done so, today's events wouldn't have happened. Those who were watching the battle from afar and the people of the Dark Generation in King City gaped in shock. Such a battle was like a dream to them. It was something that they would never be able to witness in their lifetime. This is tragic. The experts of our Dark Generation have fallen one after another. Why is that dragon man so terrifying? Does the heavens want our Dark Generation to perish? It's over. Not even the Dark King is a match for him. The experts of the other 3 major powers are dying one after another. Kill him. We must kill him. The royal family has already lost so many experts. How can we maintain our dignity if we don't kill him? The people of the Dark Generation fell into endless grief and indignation. They saw the corpses of the experts of the royal family falling from the sky. Blood floated in the sky above Monarch City. The sky was dyed red, it was dark. It was an incomparably tragic scene. All the saints had fallen. No one could survive. This battle was bound to shake the heavens and earth. No one could predict how many people would die in the end. Those great saints who were trapped in the 5 elemental sphere didn't dare to say that they would survive. Zhang Chen's dragon wings fluttered. He was holding the dozens of meters long heavenly saint sword in his hand. The entire sword was like a blood dragon that had come to life. Wherever it passed, killing intent filled the air. No one could withstand its sharpness. He stood there with piles of white bones under his feet. He looked like a mad devil that came from hell. He was the god of death that had descended to the mortal world. He was possessed by the god of war. Haha, Wu Ningzhu is worthy of being a member of the ancient people. You have a sharp vision. Only such a man is worthy to be the son-in-law of the ancient people. Gumu laughed. He was worried about Zhang Chen in the beginning. Now it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Wu Ningzhu was now a member of the ancient people. Zhang Chen would become the son-in-law of the ancient people sooner or later. If such a genius could be roped in by the ancient people, it would greatly benefit the future of the ancient people. Brother Zhang Chen is the most powerful person I have ever seen. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I believe that there is such a monstrous genius in the world? Golden Fur Lion King's face was filled with excitement. He had made up his mind that the demon race must befriend this man. Moreover, the relationship between Zhang Chen and a Huang dog was very close. It was impossible for him not to befriend Zhang Chen. Elder Mu, although Miss Ningzhu has just joined the ancient people, she is highly sought after by the young generation of the ancient people. I'm afraid that Zhang Chen will face a lot of obstacles if he wants to marry her. A young genius of the ancient people said with a smile. Gu Song, how many of the young generation of the ancient people do you think can suppress him? Gu Mu looked at the young man. His name was Gu Song, a 7th grade minor saint, the same grade as Desolate Ning. He was a rare genius of the ancient people. He was the representative of the young generation of the ancient people who came to Void Triangular Domain. Wu Ningzhu's talent and appearance would be sought after wherever she went. Even the ancient people were no exception. Gu Song was one of the pursuers of Wu Ningzhu, but today he gave up the idea because he felt that he wasn't as outstanding as Zhang Chen. After listening to Gu Mu's words, Gu Song and the other young geniuses revealed a bitter smile. That's right. Although the ancient people were one of the 8 major families and they had a lot of geniuses in the Pure Land, just like what Gumu said, how many of them could suppress Xianxia? They were afraid that only those who were on the sky ranking could fight against Xianxia. The 5 elemental sphere had turned into a horrifying battlefield. Xianxia had killed countless of his enemies. His combat strength seemed to be endless. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the 9th grade minor saint of the Narang family. Honglong. The true dragon palm engulfed all of them. Currently, all of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. The combination of the true dragon palm and the 5 elemental sphere was something they couldn't resist. Xianxia, don't kill us. We, the Narang family, will withdraw from this battle and guarantee that we won't trouble you in the future. The leading elder of the Narang family said. At this moment, nothing was more important than staying alive. Withdraw? What a bullshit joke. Sometimes it's easy to join but hard to withdraw. I, Xianxia, didn't provoke the Narang family first. It was you who provoked me first. When you were clamoring to kill me, you never thought that you would be trampled under my feet. Let's go to hell together. Xianxia was cold and merciless. He used his powerful energy to kill all the experts of the Narang family. He didn't even blink his eyes when he killed them. Since the grudge had already been formed, there was nothing more to be said. Moreover, he knew that even if he let these people go, the Narang family wouldn't let him go. They would treat him like a mortal enemy, just like the Desolate family. Next, it's your Shi family, Hua family and Dan family's turn. All of you will die together. Let me tell you, in this domain I, Xianxia, am the absolute ruler. If I want to kill you, not even the God of Heaven can save your lives. Xianxia was extremely domineering. He kept blocking the waves of attacks from the experts of the Dark Generation and fixed his eyes on the Hua family, Shi family and Dan family. The experts of the 3 families were terrified. The annihilation of the Desolate family and the Narang family had dealt a heavy blow to their morale. They didn't even have any combat weapons. All of them had been taken away by Xianxia in the battle just now. If Xianxia attacked them first, their ending wouldn't be any better than the Desolate family and the Narang family. Run. That's right. They might be able to stay alive if they chose to run away at this moment. They had already seen the situation clearly. It was impossible to kill Xianxia today. Even the powerful Dark Generation would be destroyed by Xianxia's hands in the end, unless something unexpected happened. The experts of the 3 families didn't say a word. They turned around and tried to run away. Unfortunately, Xianxia wouldn't give them the chance to do so. You've entered my domain and you still want to run? Xianxia's 5 elemental domain moved and formed a 5-colored cage. The experts of the 3 families were shocked to find out that they didn't even have the chance to run away. This was the terror of the 5 elemental domain. The power of the 5 elemental domains was incomparable to an ordinary domain. Even if the experts of the 3 families combined their domains, they still wouldn't be a match for the 5 elemental domain. Brr. Xianxia acted decisively. He struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal once again. A powerful azure dragon flew out and covered the sky. In a blink of an eye, the experts of the 3 families were enshrouded in the 5 elemental domain. Along with a series of screams, all the experts of the 3 families died tragically in the 5 elemental domain. Arg. Our people are all dead. Let's go. Let's leave this place just like the Desolate family. This bastard wants to kill everyone. I'm afraid there won't be any trade fair in the Void Triangular domain anymore. We can't live under the same sky as him. We will definitely teach him a lesson when we return. The elders and disciples of the Hua family, Narang family, Shi family and Dan family were filled with grief and indignation. Without any hesitation, they headed towards the direction of the spatial node. There was no reason for them to stay any longer. It was the wisest choice for them to leave now. Among the 8 families of the Pure Land, 5 of them had suffered a great loss. The remaining 3 families were sighing. The demon race and the ancient people didn't feel anything as they were originally on the same side as Xianxia. However, the Bin family felt the same way. The leading elder of the Bin family looked at the geniuses who had participated in the auction with Desolate Ning. If the geniuses of the Bin family had attacked Xianxia together with the Hua family and the Narang family, the Bin family would have suffered the same fate as the other 5 families. Although the Bin family didn't get any great benefits, they didn't suffer any losses either. They were much better off compared to the Desolate family. Elder, what should we do now? Someone of the Bin family asked. Although they didn't join the battle, they were still trembling with fear. Scope. The battle here is too intense. No one here is a match for Xianxia. I'm afraid that Saint Origin World won't be peaceful anymore. The elder of the Bin family sighed and left with the people of the Bin family, heading towards the spatial node. There was no need to watch the commotion here. Not only would the experts of the three worlds who went against Xianxia die, even the Dark Generation would perish in the hands of Xianxia. It was imaginable that what happened today would shake the entire Saint Origin world. The Desolate family wouldn't let this matter rest. From now on, Saint Origin world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. The peaceful situation of the Pure Land would be completely destroyed, all because of Xianxia. Chapter 860. 6 out of the 8 families of the Pure Land had left. Only the demon race and the Gu family were still there. They wanted to see the final outcome. The major powers of the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent had left one after another. Some of them stayed to watch the show, but most of them knew that Xianxia was destined to be the final winner. Everything in Void Triangular Domain would be changed because of today's battle. Just like what Xianxia said, there would be no more spatial trade fairs from now on. Blood and slaughter were still going on in the battlefield. Xianxia moved like a phantom. Every place he went was accompanied by blood and screams. The experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World were going crazy. However, they weren't trying to fight back. Instead, they were trying to escape. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't give them the chance to do so. It wasn't easy to break through the 5 elemental sphere. Whenever they wanted to break through the 5 elemental sphere, Xianxia would appear there and kill them. Xianxia, do you really want to kill everyone here? An expert of the Boundless World shouted. Of course, from the moment you stepped onto this battlefield, your fates were already decided. This is your own choice. If I wasn't strong enough and had fallen into your hands 3 days ago, you would have cut me into 1,000 pieces. Since you want to kill me, don't even think that I will show you any mercy. Xianxia's tone was incomparably cold. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They had no other choice but to fight with their lives. They had witnessed Xianxia's means. It was obviously impossible for them to use their reputation to deter Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even care about the major families of Saint Origin World, let alone them. They knew very well that even if Xianxia killed all of them today, they wouldn't have the chance to take revenge. Eternal Immortal Wind. Xianxia shouted again. There was nothing more to be said after the battle had come to this point. The hatred between the two sides was getting deeper and deeper. Everyone's eyes had turned red. The experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World were like arrows at the end of their flight. The same was true for the Dark Generation. They were naturally restrained by Xianxia. No matter how many 9th grade minor saints they had, it was useless against him. Up until now, at least dozens of Dark Generation experts had died in Xianxia's hands. More than half of the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation had been killed by Xianxia. As for those 8th grade minor saints who joined the battle, none of them were left. Their combat weapons and dark spirits had become Xianxia's spoils. Even the remaining experts were trembling in fear. Their will to fight wasn't as strong as before. Even the Dark King was severely injured. Looking at the scene in front of him, his soul shivered. This was an unprecedented loss for the Dark Generation. If Xianxia really went on a rampage, it would be enough to annihilate their entire family. However, Xianxia didn't plan to annihilate the entire Dark Generation. Those experts who had entered the 5 elemental domain only had one ending. After everything was over, he would destroy all the spatial nodes that connected this place, leaving the Dark Generation to fend for themselves. The eternal immortal wind blew again. Xianxia had used all of his techniques. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal, the heavenly saint sword, all of his attacks were unleashed. How could the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World withstand such an attack? In less than a minute, all of them died in Xianxia's hands. The major powers of the two worlds were filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing they could do at the same time. Even though they hated Xianxia to the core, there was no chance for them to take revenge. The only thing they could do was to suffer in silence and leave this place with their tails between their legs. After killing all the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, the 5 elemental domain that had been in a frenzied state suddenly calmed down. Jiang Qin was holding the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, standing opposite the experts of the Dark Generation. There were only about 30 of them left. All of them were 9th grade minor saints. They had been dominating the void triangular domain for a long time, but they had never been in such a difficult situation. At this moment, the 30 of them were looking at Jiang Qin with complicated eyes. Anger, hatred, fear, and all kinds of emotions could be seen in their eyes. It was a kind of desolation that filled the entire heaven and earth. There were corpses and blood everywhere. The blood of the saints didn't have a pungent smell, but it was filled with sorrow. Dark King's face darkened. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Qin into pieces, but he resisted the urge to do so. He knew that no one in the entire Dark Generation was a match for Jiang Qin. If the battle continued, all of them would die. Jiang Qin, we surrender. Dark King said simply. The rest of the experts of the Dark Generation looked gloomy. The experts of the Dark Generation in King City were filled with grief and indignation when they heard Dark King's words. Some of them burst into tears. All along, the Dark Generation was the only ruler of the void triangular domain. They were the absolute masters of this domain. But today everything had changed. Even the mighty Dark King had to say the word, surrender. What was more ironic was that they weren't surrendering to a race or a major power but to a single person. Surrender? I won't accept it. Jiang Qin said coldly. Jiang Qin, do you really want to kill all of us? Do you really want to kill billions of lives of the Dark Generation? Dark King's eyes turned red. As a king, he didn't even have the right to surrender. How sad was that? Your race shouldn't exist in this world. Void triangular domain doesn't need to exist. This is a broken world. Jiang Qin's tone was still devoid of emotion. Not only the Dark King and the others, even the experts of the Dark Generation couldn't help but take a deep breath. They didn't expect this man to be so cruel. He wanted to destroy the entire Dark Generation. Kill. Let's fight him. Dark King, kill them all. We're going to die anyway. The experts were enraged. They had already surrendered. What else could they do? Shut up. Jiang Qin suddenly shouted. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? If I want you to die, you will die immediately. Whether you attack or not, the result will be the same. I am the ruler, all of your lives are in my hands. Jiang Qin's entire body was emitting a domineering aura. This domineering aura had reached a frightening level. At this moment, he really looked like an overlord who ruled over the entire world. It was an enormous aura of supremacy, and under the influence of this aura, the dragon transformation skill actually became restless as well. It was a joyful resonance. The dragon transformation skill was a skill that allowed one to dominate the world. It was a skill that allowed one to rule the world, and only those who were truly domineering could control it. At this moment, Jiang Qin and the dragon transformation skill had once again reached an extremely high level of compatibility, and he could faintly feel that he was about to transform. The dragon transformation skill's restlessness meant that it was not far from the next transformation. Every time the dragon transformation skill evolved, it would bring endless benefits to Jiang Qin. The people of the Dark Generation were in despair. They regretted their actions just like the people of the three worlds. They regretted that they didn't kill this man 3 days ago. In just 3 days, the Dark Generation had brought an unprecedented disaster to the history of the Dark Generation. But I will give you all a chance to live. I will give you all a chance to live. I will give you all a chance to survive. Dark King, all of you 9th grade minor saints, hand over your dark soul and I will let you all go. I won't make things difficult for you all. Jiang Qin said. In his point of view, this was the lightest punishment for Dark King and the others. What? If we lose the dark spirit, we'll be useless. What's the difference between taking out our dark soul and killing us? The crowd became restless. You can still cultivate again after losing your dark soul. Plus, do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? It doesn't matter if you don't hand over your dark soul. I will still get your dark soul after killing you. I will also start a massacre. I will raise the entire Dark Generation to the ground and kill every living being here. Don't think that I am joking with my friends. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Sigh. Dark King sighed. The others looked helpless. They had no choice but to follow Jiang Qin's words. They believed that Jiang Qin would do it even if he had to annihilate the entire void triangular domain. Moreover, it was just like what Jiang Qin had said. Even if they didn't hand over the dark spirit, Jiang Qin could still kill them and take it for himself. At that time, it would bring disaster to the entire Dark Generation. In that case, the ending would be much more tragic. Alright, we will hand over our Dark Soul. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Dark King said. The others didn't refute him. They weren't idiots. They knew that it was useless to refute him. They couldn't change the reality. After today's incident, the Dark Generation would enter a period of recovery. Bang bang bang. Following a series of muffled sounds, all the 9th grade minor saints forced out their Dark Soul and flew to Zhang Chen's side. They had to pay a hefty price for the survival of the Dark Generation. The experts who lost their Dark Soul were like beasts who lost their demon spirit. They could barely control their bodies from falling from the sky. Hola. Chapter 861. The battle was over. The void was shattered. Black holes could be seen everywhere. It would take many days for the holes to close completely. The king city below was in ruins. The battle was too intense. Even though there were 9th grade minor saints blocking the battle, there were still some energy waves which caused some damage to the king city. Fortunately, the damage wasn't serious. At least the people of the imperial family didn't die. However, all of their 9th grade minor saints were killed, including Dark King. All the 9th grade minor saints were either dead or had lost their Dark Soul. For a short period of time they were no different from a cripple. This was the most serious and devastating blow that the Dark Generation had ever suffered in the history of the Dark Generation. Innumerable eyes of the Dark Generation were staring at the Dragon Man in the sky. Their eyes were filled with hatred, but they were powerless in the face of such irreconcilable hatred. Their opponent was just too powerful. They had no chance to take revenge. Their only hope now was that desolate family wouldn't let Jiang Chen go after he returned to Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen didn't withdraw his dragon form. Even though the battle had ended, the real battle hadn't started yet. He could feel a pair of burning eyes staring at him. It was the eyes of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Compared to the Dark Generation and the major powers of the three worlds, the Northern and Southern dynasties were the hardest to deal with. The Northern and Southern dynasties were staring at Jiang Chen coldly. Their eyes sparkled with hatred. That's right. In their heart they had already sentenced Jiang Chen to death. Their original plan was to wait until the auction was over and the major powers of the three worlds had left. Then they would attack the Dark Generation and rule the entire Void Triangular domain. Then they would hand over all the Supreme Grade True Meta Stones. This plan was a piece of cake for Nan Beichao. However, he had never thought that someone would appear out of nowhere and destroy all of his plans. Until now, not only had the Dark Generation not been subdued by him, but they were also massacred by Jiang Chen. Nan Beichao's eyes lit up. However, it wasn't a big deal. The Northern and Southern dynasties had made Jiang Chen their only target. They weren't in a hurry to attack. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was their prey. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He had a unique advantage in dealing with the Northern and Southern dynasties. It was the first time for the Northern and Southern dynasties to meet Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen knew the Northern and Southern dynasties like the back of his hand. He knew all the methods of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen knew very well that the eternal immortal wind of the Northern and Southern dynasties could raise his cultivation grade by 2 grades. The current Northern and Southern dynasties were at the 7th grade minor saint. After using the eternal immortal wind, they would reach the 9th grade minor saint. A 9th grade minor saint from the Northern and Southern dynasties wasn't a match for those who were killed by Jiang Chen. Even with Jiang Chen's current strength, he wasn't a match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. If it was before, Jiang Chen might still be afraid of the Northern and Southern dynasties. But now he wasn't afraid anymore. After the battle had ended, he had already begun to fuse with the 5th fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword. As long as he could fuse with the 5th fragment, his cultivation grade would reach the 6th grade minor saint. At that time he would have enough confidence to deal with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Moreover, the battle with the Northern and Southern dynasties was far more interesting than dealing with these people. Swoosh! A ray of light flashed. The Huang dog came to Jiang Chen's side. Looking at the dog's excited face, he must have gained a lot. Fuck you. All of them were killed by you. What a beast. The Huang dog saw the battlefield that was filled with the smell of blood and the corpses that were scattered everywhere. The battle had already ended after he left for a while. Although he had expected that Jiang Chen could kill all of them, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene. How is it? You've gained a lot, right? Jiang Chen asked. It's not just a lot, it's just too much. Master Dog has not only looted the treasure vault of King City, I have also looted the Dark Surge City and another city. I have gotten 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. Kaka. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. In just a short period of time he had actually looted the treasure vaults of 3 cities and obtained 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise De Huang Dog for his efficiency. Good, well done. Keep these treasures for yourself. When you return to the demon race, take them all out. Half of it will be yours and the other half will be my promise to the demon race. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. Peacock King and the others wanted to train De Huang Dog to be the next demon race patriarch. This was not an easy task. The demon race was divided and there would definitely be people who would try to stop them. If De Huang Dog could bring back 1 billion high-grade true meta stones, then it would greatly enhance De Huang Dog's status in the demon race, which would be extremely beneficial to him. Soon after, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog approached Golden Fur Lion King and Gu Mu. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a hero who had returned. Standing in front of them was no longer a human but a peerless war god. Even Golden Fur Lion King and Gu Mu had to show respect to Jiang Chen. Lion King Elder Gu Mu returned to Saint Origin World now. Protect little you, foster father and tyrant. De Huang and I still have some matters to attend to. After we are done we will return immediately. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. Now that everything had been settled, all that was left was the northern and southern dynasties. He was going to wage the ultimate war against the northern and southern dynasties. Not only would Golden Fur Lion King and the others not be of any help, they would also become a nuisance. Alright. De Huang knows that the spatial node is connected to the spatial passageway of demon race. After we return, Peacock King will help you all stabilize the spatial passageway. You all can enter demon race through the passageway. Golden Fur Lion King said. He did this out of consideration for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Now that Desolate family and the others had returned to Saint Origin World, what happened here couldn't be concealed anymore. At that time, Desolate family, Hua family, Dan family, Shi family and Narang family would be enraged. In order to prevent Jiang Chen from falling into danger the moment he returned to Saint Origin World, Golden Fur Lion King had to find an escape route for them. At that time, no matter how much Desolate family and the others hated Jiang Chen, they wouldn't dare to go to demon race to kill people. I know. You all leave this place now. Jiang Chen urged. Brother Chen, be careful. Yanchen Yu said. Don't worry. Wait for me in demon race. Jiang Chen caressed Yanchen Yu's cheek. After that, a large number of people from demon race and ancient people left one after another, heading towards the direction of the spatial node. On the other side, the people from the northern and southern dynasties had also left. So far, apart from the Dark Generation, there were only 3 outsiders in the entire Void Triangular domain. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and the northern and southern dynasties. Little Chenzi, that bastard hasn't left yet. He has been paying attention to us. De Huang Dog looked at the direction of the northern and southern dynasties. He guessed that I came here for the wealth, so he didn't attack me now. He will wait until we have gathered all the wealth, then he will kill me directly and get all the wealth, which will save him a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, Nan Beichao is too arrogant. No matter what happens, he always thinks that he is in control of everything. If he doesn't attack me now, he will lose the best opportunity to attack me. By the time he attacks me, it will be too late. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. In my opinion, you should just attack and kill him. De Huang Dog said. I am still not his match. Jiang Chen shook his head. What? You can kill a 9th grade minor saint in a second, but you are still not his match? Is this a joke? Is this bastard really that powerful? De Huang Dog was shocked. It's not your first day knowing the northern and southern dynasties. Although he is not the same person as the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World, there must be some connection between them. If I am not mistaken, their techniques are the same. Don't forget that the eternal immortal wind is in his hands. Can help him advance 2 grades. He is now a 7th grade minor saint, but if he uses the eternal immortal wind, he will be a 9th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said that he had never underestimated his mortal enemy, the northern and southern dynasties. He is just a 9th grade minor saint. De Huang Dog didn't think much of it. Don't compare an ordinary 9th grade minor saint with the northern and southern dynasties. He is an immortal physique. He is different from ordinary people. Plus, after witnessing me killing those 9th grade minor saints, the northern and southern dynasties were still so calm and confident. It shows that he is very confident in his own strength. Jiang Qin said that only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win the battle. Jiang Qin knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. So what should we do now? De Huang Dog asked. Do you still remember the broken piece of the Heavenly Saint sword that I got from the auction? As long as I fuse with the broken sword, my cultivation grade will break through to the 6th grade minor saint. At that time the northern and southern dynasties won't be my match. Let's start to excavate those ores. During the process I will fuse with the broken sword completely. Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. Everything was under his control. His plan had always been perfect. Alright, let's do it. De Huang Dog smiled. A man and a dog turned into 2 rays of light. Under the guidance of De Huang Dog, they flew towards the ore mine outside King City. The people of King City heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the evil star had left. Those experts who had their dark spirits extracted by Jiang Qin felt bitter. But no matter what, the dark generation was saved. The ore mine outside King City was the biggest ore mine in the entire void triangular domain. 1 billion high-grade true metastones could be excavated from this ore mine. Although the King City was in chaos, there were still many experts guarding the ore mine. However, when these experts saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, they immediately ran away without saying a word. They were afraid that they would be too slow. They all knew about the battle in King City. Now no one dared to stop this evil star. Chapter 862. Hong Long. A deafening rumble shook the heavens and the earth. A huge mine that looked like a mountain was pulled out from the ground by Jiang Qin. This mine was formed by countless high-grade true meta stones. It was emitting a dazzling brilliance. Under this dazzling brilliance, a radius of a few dozen miles was filled with the chi of light. Haha, I'm rich. Big Yellow laughed happily. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, didn't hesitate to keep the entire ore mine. Let's go. Next. Jiang Qin didn't waste any more time. Under Big Yellow's lead they headed to the next mine. Along the way he began to fuse the broken sword with the Heavenly Saint sword. Following the fusion of the broken sword and the Heavenly Saint sword, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi continued to increase. Currently he had 69,000 dragon marks. He only needed to condense another 1,000 dragon marks to reach 70,000. Then he would advance to the 6th grade minor saint. After Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog left, many of the people of Dark Generation came to the huge sinkhole. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation. Damn it. He has taken away our biggest mine. Seems like he is going to dig more mines. AI. He's too strong. There is nothing we can do to stop him. We can only hope that this malefic star will leave this domain as soon as possible. Every day he stays here is another day of chaos. That's right. All of our 9th grade minor saints are dead. Dark King and the others have their dark souls taken away, turning them into cripples. Our Dark Generation has never suffered such a blow before. It's devastating. That's right. A wave of sadness passed through the hearts of the people of Dark Generation. They hated Jiang Qin to the core, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't even have the thought of revenge. All they could do was hope that this malefic star would leave this place as soon as possible. At this moment, a golden-haired young man in a golden robe appeared in the sky. He coldly looked at them and said, "I will avenge your Dark Generation. He will definitely die in my hands because everything he has now belongs to me." Then the youth turned into a golden light and disappeared. The direction where he disappeared was the direction where Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog went. Who is this man? The people of Dark Generation were stunned. The people of the 3 worlds had left. Why was there another person who appeared? He seemed as terrifying as Jiang Qin. Judging from his tone, it seemed like he was here to kill Jiang Qin and rob his treasures. It seemed like Jiang Qin wasn't the only one who wanted the wealth of Dark Generation. But no matter what, if there was someone who could help them kill Jiang Qin, they would be more than happy to see it. They had already lost the wealth, so it didn't matter who they gave it to. However, Xianxia had killed so many people of their dark generation. If the golden-haired youth could kill Xianxia, it would be considered as the revenge for the dark generation. Long. Another earth-shattering rumble was heard. Another large ore mine was uprooted by Xianxia. In the following period of time under Big Yellow's lead, Xianxia continuously uprooted the ores, causing the people of the dark generation to be angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. In just an hour, Xianxia had already taken all 33 mines. This was a huge fortune, enough for Xianxia to squander for his future cultivation. Haha, this is so exciting. Brat, how much wealth have you got? De Huang Dog's eyes were sparkling as he asked. Based on my rough estimation, there should be 10 billion high-grade true meta stones in total. This is a huge fortune, enough for me to break through to the immortal world. Xianxia's eyes were sparkling. He was extremely excited and excited. This trip to Void Triangular Domain was really awesome. Not only did he get so many dark spirits, he also got his broken sword. It had also solved the problem of energy consumption for his future cultivation. Especially the broken sword. If he didn't come to the Void Triangular Domain, he wouldn't have the chance to obtain the broken sword. Up until now, he had already collected 5 broken sword pieces. There were only 2 left, but he still hadn't heard anything about them. He had no idea where they were. Motherfucker. 10 billion. This is heaven-defying. De Huang Dog was overjoyed. Then he thought of the northern and southern dynasties and asked, "Have you advanced your cultivation grade?" "Don't worry. I have fused with the Heavenly Saint Sword just now. My cultivation grade is now at the 6th grade Minor Saint. It's more than enough to deal with the northern and southern dynasties." Xianxia's face was full of confidence. During the process of excavating the mines, the Heavenly Saint Sword had completely fused with the sword. It allowed Xianxia to condense another 1,000 dragon marks, increasing the total number of dragon marks to 70,000, just enough for him to advance to the 6th grade Minor Saint. Although Xianxia's current cultivation grade was only at the 6th grade Minor Saint, it was more than enough to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. With his current strength, there was basically no one below the Great Saint realm that could be his opponent. Only those half-step Great Saints on the sky ranking could have a chance to fight him. The northern and southern dynasties have been following me for quite some time. It's time for them to show themselves. Xianxia looked at a golden spot in the distance and said indifferently. Almost as soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the northern and southern dynasties appeared not far away from Xianxia. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was filled with a high and mighty majesty. Under such majesty he looked like a god. I have to say that you have really surprised me. I have to say that you've really surprised me. You've disrupted all my plans, but that's nothing. In my eyes, killing you is much more interesting than dealing with the dark generation. I, Nanbei Chao, have always liked conquering experts. You're qualified for me to kill you. However, I'll give you a chance now. Give me all your wealth and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. You should know how extravagant it is to be able to have an intact corpse in my hands. The northern and southern dynasties said to Xianxia. It was as if everything was under his control. In his eyes, as long as he wanted to, Xianxia could turn into a corpse at any time. In front of him, Xianxia didn't have any qualification to negotiate. Haha. As expected of the northern and southern dynasties. That kind of arrogance can't be feigned. However, I'm afraid that it won't be your turn to kill me today. I will kill you instead. You are no match for me. You don't have the qualification to be arrogant in front of me. Xianxia burst into laughter. The arrogance of the guy in front of him was exactly the same as that of the northern and southern dynasties. They were simply the same person. The only difference was that the two of them had never crossed paths before, but this didn't affect Xianxia's determination to kill the northern and southern dynasties. He had basically guessed the true origin of the northern and southern dynasties. Whether it was Saint Origin World or Boundless World, the northern and southern dynasties that existed weren't necessarily the real northern and southern dynasties. The so-called immortal physique was just a method that the northern and southern dynasties used to cultivate the monarch heaven art. The real northern and southern dynasties should be in the immortal world. Since they were destined to be fated enemies, Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy. Killing the northern and southern dynasties in the lower world would surely have a great impact on the real bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Good. Seems like you are more arrogant than me. The northern and southern dynasties like to defeat people like you the most. Later I will make you tremble under my feet. I will let you know what kind of punishment it is to be disrespectful to me. Nanbei Chao's aura fluctuated abruptly. A powerful golden qi wave began to spread in all directions with him as the center. The surrounding void was completely disrupted by such a powerful impact. The black mountain below began to crumble. The northern and southern dynasties unleashed the eternal immortal wind. His bones were producing cracking sounds. His body began to grow taller and his cultivation began to rise. In a blink of an eye, he broke through the 8th grade minor saint and reached the 9th grade minor saint. Upon seeing this, Xianxia muttered to himself. As expected, the northern and southern dynasties were exactly the same as the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World. Even the methods they used were exactly the same. This further confirmed his speculation about the true identity of the northern and southern dynasties. Damn it. This guy is like the rebirth of that Nanbei Chao. What a fucking dog. I'm fucking an immortal. But this kid is destined to have a tragic ending. Encountering a freak like Little Qin, there's only one ending for him. Seeing the northern and southern dynasties unleashing the eternal immortal wind, De Huang Dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. This bastard and the northern and southern dynasties weren't just similar. They were exactly the same person. There was no difference between the two of them. Xianxia, I won't give you too many chances. You should be able to see that with your ability, you won't be able to withstand more than 3 strikes from me. I'll give you one last chance now. Hand over all your wealth and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise I'll tear your body into pieces and forcefully take away all your wealth, said Xianxia. As the qi of the northern and southern dynasties continued to rise, his voice became louder. His body was filled with a strong qi of an emperor, making people who saw him couldn't help but want to worship him. Is that so? I hope you can still say such words later. Xianxia sneered. Then he unleashed his qi. The qi of a 6th grade minor saint combined with his dragon form turned into a blood dragon. It rushed out from the top of Xianxia's head, causing the sky to tremble. Upon seeing this, the northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed. They could clearly feel that the qi unleashed by Xianxia was much stronger than when he was fighting those 9th grade minor saints. Even they could vaguely feel a trace of pressure from the qi of the eternal immortal wind. You have advanced again? The northern and southern dynasties' words were filled with surprise. The sudden change in Xianxia could only mean one thing. Xianxia had advanced again, and it was during the time when he was collecting the ores. Advancing from a 5th grade minor saint to a 6th grade minor saint in such a short period of time had shocked even the northern and southern dynasties. Chapter 863. That's right. If you had directly attacked me back in Royal City, I might not have been a match for you. It's a pity that you're too conceited. You just had to wait until now to attack. In just a short hour my cultivation has risen yet again. The current you is no longer a match for me. Xianxia's qi was unparalleled. His domineering aura had already surpassed the northern and southern dynasties. Even I have to admit that you are a rare genius. However, I have the immortal soul body, which is not something immortal like you can fight against. So what if you have advanced to the next level? If the northern and southern dynasties want to kill you, you will die for sure. The northern and southern dynasties were still acting high and mighty. What's the point of talking so much? There is no need to talk so much between us. Let's fight. Xianxia really didn't want to argue with the northern and southern dynasties. They were fated enemies. As long as they met, it would be either you die or I die. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand. The current Heavenly Saint Sword was much stronger than before. As the fragments of the Heavenly Saint Sword continued to fuse with each other, the qi of the Heavenly Saint Sword was getting stronger and stronger. Swoosh. Without any unnecessary words, the sword light of the Heavenly Saint Sword turned into a dazzling river and reached the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. Monarch Heaven Art, Ultimate Strike. The northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately cast out their strongest attack. A resplendent monarch dragon roared and flew towards Zhou Xian's heavenly saint's sword. The monarch dragon was lifelike like a real divine dragon. It carried a superior chi. Is it this move again? Unfortunately, it's useless against me. The corner of Zhou Xian's mouth curved into a smile. He was all too familiar with the moves of the northern and southern dynasties. This move was the most powerful move of the Emperor Heaven Art, but it was many times more powerful in the hands of this guy compared to when he was in Saint Origin World. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties' one-strike kill was powerful, and so was Zhou Xian. He was no longer the Zhou Xian he had been in Xuanyu. The heavenly saint's sword was too sharp. The body of the sword itself was like a dragon. When it collided with the Emperor Dragon, a chi-la sound was heard. The Emperor Dragon was cut in half on the spot. There was not the slightest bit of obstruction. Northern and southern dynasties, I already know your methods like the back of my hand. Use your powerful eternal immortal wind. Bring out your immortal armor as well. There's no need to hide it. Zhou Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a golden light, like a peerless god of war. What? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. It was a kind of indescribable shock. They had never seen this guy in front of them before, but this guy gave them a familiar feeling. On the other hand, Zhou Xian seemed to know them like the back of his hand. He even knew all the methods that they had. Haha, this brat is going to have a tragedy. De Huang Dog laughed from afar. He could already tell that the northern and southern dynasties were very powerful, but Zhou Xian, who had advanced to the 6th grade minor saint, had become even stronger. He was no longer someone that the northern and southern dynasties could deal with. Eternal immortal wind, immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties didn't delay any longer. Immediately they used their most powerful attacks. Actually, they were feeling a little regretful. Just like what Zhou Xian had said, they should have attacked Zhou Xian when they were in King City. They should have attacked him when they first met in Dark Surge City. At that time, Zhou Xian was merely a puny 3rd grade minor saint. He could easily pinch Zhou Xian to death. Now it seemed like they had really nurtured a tiger that would only invite calamity. Honglong. The powerful immortal wind turned into a hellish storm. The powerful roar shook the sky. Every gust of immortal wind was like a sharp weapon, slicing the void into pieces. The extent of its power was indescribable. 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Zhou Xian had gone berserk. Fighting against the northern and southern dynasties always made his blood boil. The powerful 5 elemental combat dragon seal had become Zhou Xian's most powerful technique ever since it reached the grand completion. At this moment 15 different colored dragons roared out, bringing with them the power to destroy everything, completely disrupting the eternal immortal wind storm of the northern and southern dynasties. Bang! The northern and southern dynasties couldn't defeat the 6th grade minor Saint Zhou Xian in the end. Under the impact of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, they were sent flying away and spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was only because they were from the northern and southern dynasties. If they were any other ordinary 9th grade minor saint, they would have been smashed into pieces by Zhou Xian's 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Immortal wind barrier. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. The eternal immortal wind was cast out again, forming an indestructible barrier. At the same time, this barrier also had a very strong offensive power. The boundless energy was like a tsunami, rushing at Zhou Xian. It's useless. You are no match for me. Zhou Xian's chi shook. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through the void again, slashing at the barrier of the eternal immortal wind. Break it! Zhou Xian bellowed. The edge of the sword burst out an unparalleled destructive force. Even the eternal immortal wind, which had a very strong defense, couldn't withstand it. It was torn apart on the spot. Bang! As the barrier of the eternal immortal wind was shattered, the northern and southern dynasties were sent flying again by the powerful energy. This time he was in a worse condition. He spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face turned pale. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal armor, Zhou Xian would have taken his life. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can I not be a match for you? The northern and southern dynasties were murmuring to themselves. They couldn't believe that this was true. Given their abilities, they were defeated by a 6th grade minor saint. This was the biggest joke in the world. They had the immortal physique, a noble existence that was invincible in the same grade as them. What made the northern and southern dynasties even more furious was that Xianxia seemed to know all of their moves and patterns. No matter how powerful their attacks were, Xianxia could easily break them and find their flaws. They knew nothing about their opponent, but their opponent knew everything about them. This was undoubtedly a very scary thing. Xianxia, I will remember what you have done today. I hope that we will meet again in the future. After saying that, the northern and southern dynasties turned and fled. He had already used his most powerful attack, but he still wasn't a match for Xianxia. Facing such a situation, the smartest thing to do was to flee. There was no point in continuing the battle. All of his plans had gone down the drain. His original plan was to get all the wealth in this place, but now he didn't even get a single strand of hair. Voila! The 5 elemental sphere enveloped the northern and southern dynasties in an instant. This was no joke. How could Xianxia give him the chance to flee? He had no idea how many northern and southern dynasties there were in the myriad of worlds, but as long as he saw one, he would definitely kill it. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to leave now. Xianxia swung his heavenly saint sword again. In a blink, he reached the northern and southern dynasties. His speed was extremely fast. The heavenly saint sword slashed on the immortal armor, creating a lot of sparks. You won't be able to break my immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. However, just as his voice faded away, he found out that his immortal armor had been torn apart by the heavenly saint sword. A deep wound was left on his chest. Blood was spurting out from the wound like a fountain. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties let out a blood-curdling scream. He couldn't believe that this was real. His immortal armor had an amazing defensive power, but his opponent was able to tear it apart. As I said, you will die for sure. Like a shadow, Xianxia arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The heavenly saint sword slashed out tens of thousands of sword beams, condensing into a huge sword net that enveloped the northern and southern dynasties. The sharp sword beams slashed down, cutting the northern and southern dynasties in half. However, Xianxia knew how terrifying the northern and southern dynasties were. Even if he was cut into pieces, the other party would still have the means to escape. Therefore, Xianxia immediately used the true dragon palm. The huge blood-red dragon claw turned into a sturdy cage, trapping the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. The true dragon flame and true thunderfire turned into flames, burning the northern and southern dynasties into ashes. Voila! When Xianxia retracted the 5 elemental sphere and the flames, the void had returned to its original state. The places where the northern and southern dynasties were burned to ashes, not even a trace was left. Just like the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World, nothing was left of them. You have already killed 2 northern and southern dynasties. I wonder how many northern and southern dynasties there will be. Da Huang Dog came to Xianxia's side and couldn't help but say, no matter how many northern and southern dynasties there are, I don't think we will have the chance to meet them. When we arrive at the immortal world, we might meet the real northern and southern dynasties. Alright, the matter in Void Triangular Domain has come to an end. Let's leave now. With a sway of his body, Xianxia returned to his original appearance. He and Da Huang Dog disappeared in the blink of an eye. This battle had alarmed numerous people of the Dark Generation. They were hoping that the golden-haired man could kill Xianxia and avenge them, but they were disappointed in the end. Xianxia had become too powerful. To the people of the Dark Generation, Xianxia was the god of plague, a star of calamity, a devil king. They didn't want to avenge them, they just hoped that this star of calamity would leave this place as soon as possible. The longer Xianxia was here, the less peaceful this place would be. Da Huang, let's find the spatial node that connects the boundless world and the black-yellow world to Void Triangular Domain and destroy it. After that, we will destroy the spatial node in Saint Origin World. From then on, there will be no more trade fair in Void Triangular Domain. Chapter 864. At the spatial node of the boundless continent, Xianxia and Da Huang Dog were floating in the sky. In Xianxia's hand, the heavenly saint sword was still radiating dazzling light. The spatial node in front of them was like a chaotic land. Whirlpools were rippling on the surface of the node. One could feel the spatial force overflowing from it. This is the spatial node that connects to the boundless continent. De Huang Dog said. Step back a little. Jiang Qin signaled De Huang Dog to step back. He raised the heavenly saint sword high up and slashed at the whirlpool formed by the spatial node. Hung long. The void was smashed. The whirlpool was crushed by the heavenly saint sword. The destruction of the spatial node had destroyed all the passageways that connected to the major powers of the boundless continent. From now on, it would be impossible for the boundless continent to find the spatial coordinates of void triangular domain. One should know that the spatial node was formed naturally. The experts of the major powers could open up a passageway according to the location of the spatial node. Now that the spatial node had been destroyed, the passageway naturally collapsed. It was basically impossible for them to establish a connection again. After destroying the spatial node of the boundless continent, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog found the spatial node that connected to the black-yellow continent. Jiang Qin used the same method to destroy the spatial node of the black-yellow continent. From now on, the boundless continent and the black-yellow continent would never be able to find the spatial coordinates of void triangular domain. After that, a man and a dog came to the front of the spatial node of Saint Origin World. De Huang, find the passageway of the demon race and protect it with formations and seals. After I destroy the spatial node, all the passageways will collapse. If the passageway of the demon race is destroyed, we won't be able to return. Jiang Qin said to De Huang Dog. Even if I can guarantee that the passageway of the demon race won't collapse, the passageway of the demon race will be greatly shaken after you destroy the spatial node. I'm afraid that it won't be able to support us to return to Saint Origin World. De Huang Dog said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If the passageway is damaged, the demon clan will definitely sense it. The Golden Fur Lion King should have returned to the demon clan and told the Peacock King about the situation here. The Peacock King will stabilize the passageway. Jiang Qin said. All right, come on. De Huang Dog licked his lips. Doing big things with Jiang Qin was always the most exciting. At this moment, Saint Origin World, Pure Land, Spiritual Space Mountain, Demon Race. This was the holy land of the demon clan. The entire spiritual space mountain covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. For the entire pure land of the divine prefecture, there was only one meaning to this place: powerful. As one of the 8 major families, there was no doubt that the demon race was powerful. Looking into the distance, the entire spiritual space mountain was filled with smoke and mist, making it look like a fairyland. Many buildings were suspended in the sky. There were ancient palaces, golden peaks, supreme ancient towers, and colorful lights lingered between the buildings, setting off the chi of the demon race perfectly. There were 5 or 6 powerful figures sitting in the spiritual palace. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. They were the great saints of the demon race, supreme existences. The Peacock King was among them. The one sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with an incomparably majestic body. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. His eyes were especially bright, like an unruly and untamed ferocious wolf. His name was Xianxia. He was the patriarch of the demon race, the true master of the spiritual space mountain. He was the leader of the heavenly wolf race. The heavenly wolf was the leader of the wolves. He possessed a strange bloodline and was naturally warlike. He was a famous existence in the demon race since ancient times. The others were also the pinnacle existences of their respective races. They were all on the side of the patriarch. At this moment, Golden Fur Lion King was standing respectfully at the center of the main hall. Although he was a powerful 9th grade minor demon saint, only great saints were qualified to enter the spiritual space main hall. It was the first time for Golden Fur Lion King to enter such a holy land. Moreover, Xianxia was sitting right in front of him. It was impossible for him to not feel nervous. Xianxia had a distinguished status. He rarely asked about the matters of the demon race. Even in the spiritual space main hall, he was limited in the number of times he could appear. Peacock King would settle most of the matters by himself. However, after hearing the news from Golden Fur Lion King about what happened in Void Triangular Domain, the patriarch of the heavenly wolf race was shocked. Golden Fur Lion King, is what you said true? Peacock King looked at Golden Fur Lion King. Patriarch Peacock King, Golden Fur Lion King didn't dare to lie. that Zhou Xian has indeed killed all the 9th grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain with his 5th grade minor saint cultivation. He also promised to give us 500 million high-grade true meta stones. Golden Fur Lion King had told them everything about Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog in Void Triangular Domain. Haha. He is truly a peerless genius. Back in the Western Domain, this brat had annihilated the Tianyi Gate with just a 3rd grade minor saint cultivation. I never thought that he would be so barbaric and do such earth-shattering things in Void Triangular Domain. I like him very much. Peacock King laughed. When he first met Zhou Xian in the Western Domain, he knew that Zhou Xian wasn't an ordinary person. Now it seemed like he had underestimated Zhou Xian. However, this brat has offended the Desolate family. I'm afraid that the Desolate family won't let him go if we protect him. A great saint of demon race said. What's there to be afraid of? When has our demon race ever been afraid of him? Plus, that brat has a good relationship with the ancient people. You all are very clear about the situation of the 8 families in Pure Land. Although the 8 families are almost the same in terms of power, the real authority is in Saint Origin Palace. In Saint Origin Palace, the Desolate family has already controlled most of the resources. If they are allowed to continue to develop, it will only be a matter of time before they swallow the other major families. We will be glad to see the emergence of an existence like the greatest saint 100 years ago. We want to protect Zhou Xian because it won't bring us any harm in the future. This brat is growing very fast. No one can estimate his future. I believe that the ancient people are also aware of the current situation. Peacock King said. Peacock King is right. If what Xianxia said is true, then this brat is truly a rare monstrous genius. Even with his current cultivation base, he is strong enough to compete with those geniuses on the sky ranking. Such a person is indeed worth befriending. Besides, we need to focus on nurturing De Huang. According to Xianxia, De Huang regards Zhou Xian as his life and death brother. If we don't stand up and help Zhou Xian, I'm afraid that De Huang will leave in anger. A middle-aged man in emperor robes said. He was the patriarch of the lion family. Like Peacock King, he was also a 4th grade great saint. Patriarch, what do you think? Peacock King looked at Lang Xingtian. Putting Zhou Xian aside, De Huang has the unique divine beast bloodline. Only he can support the future of our demon race and fight against the Desolate family and the other families. Moreover, both the Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace have been peaceful for too long. It's time for us to stir up some trouble. Lang Xingtian said with a smile. He knew very well about the current situation of the 8 families. The Desolate family was getting stronger and stronger. The Pure Land had been peaceful for too long. What Zhou Xian had done in Void Triangular Domain had disrupted the peace. This was what the demon race hoped to see. Although Lang Xingtian didn't directly express his support for Zhou Xian, his words had undoubtedly expressed his attitude. As a heavenly wolf king, he wasn't a stable existence. The aggressive nature of the demon race would never be erased. Meanwhile, in the Desolate family, in the same conference hall, the atmosphere of the Desolate family was completely different from the demon race. Those elders and disciples who had just returned from Void Triangular Domain were standing at the center of the hall, feeling the powerful pressure around them. Their souls were shivering. Each of them drooped their heads like children who had made a mistake. Just like Golden Fur Lion King, this was their first time coming to this place. Normally, they wouldn't have the qualification to enter this place. It would be a great honor for them to be able to enter this place before becoming a great saint. They would be the most prideful and praiseworthy existence. But now they didn't feel any glory at all. They had never dreamt that they would be standing here in such a way. What happened in Void Triangular Domain had shaken the entire Desolate family. Not to mention the elders of the Great Saint Realm, even the Patriarch Desolate Yuntian was shocked. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was standing at the front was wearing a purple robe with a cape hanging on his shoulder. There was a dignified chi in between his eyebrows. The chi that he emitted was not any weaker than the heavenly wolf king Lang Xingtian. He was the supreme existence of the Desolate family, the Patriarch Desolate Yuntian. Currently, Desolate Yuntian's face was filled with anger. He couldn't help but feel angry. The Desolate family had been unstoppable in Saint Origin World for so many years. Except for the greatest saint who appeared out of nowhere 100 years ago, no one had ever made the Desolate family suffer such a great loss. No one had ever dared to provoke the dignity of the Desolate family. One should know that Desolate Nanyang represented the entire Desolate family when he went to Void Triangular Domain. Today, Desolate Nanyang, the genius of the Desolate family, Desolate Ning and all the 9th grade minor saints of the Desolate family were killed. Where did this madman come from? How dare he kill the people of our Desolate family? He's insane. We must avenge him. Otherwise, the reputation of our Desolate family will be completely ruined. Jiang Qin. That guy was also called Jiang Qin in the past. Could it be that everyone with the name Jiang Qin is so arrogant? No matter what his name is, he will die for sure. Chapter 865. What Jiang Qin had done had touched the bottom line of the Desolate family. The death of Desolate Nanyang and the other 9th grade minor saints wasn't really a loss to the Desolate family. At most, it was a slap to the face of the Desolate family. The real loss was Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning was still young, but he had great potential. He was the focus of the Desolate family. Otherwise, the Desolate family wouldn't have given him the Saint Bone. Patriarch, what should we do now? Someone asked. Everyone's gaze turned to Desolate Yun Tian. As the clan leader of the Desolate clan, he was high and mighty. He wouldn't show himself for ordinary matters, but this matter was too shocking. Even Desolate Yun Tian was about to explode from anger. When you all came back, Jiang Qin hasn't returned yet. Keep an eye on every spatial fluctuation in the Divine Continent. Once you sense him returning from the spatial passageway, stop him immediately and kill him. Desolate Yun Tian said indifferently. His tone wasn't very angry, but his eyes were so cold that it could freeze an ancient barbarian elephant to death. Honglong. As soon as Desolate Yun Tian's voice faded, a rumbling sound was heard from the void above the Desolate family. Following the rumbling sound, the entire void above the Desolate family trembled. Waves of dense spatial energy rippled out from the void. It was a very big movement. What's going on? Desolate Yun Tian shouted. Patriarch, the spatial passageway that connects to Void Triangular Domain has been destroyed. The coordinates of the domain have also disappeared. A great saint expert came to the main hall in panic and said to Desolate Yun Tian. What? Many of them exclaimed. The spatial passageway of the Desolate family had been destroyed. It was certainly not done by the people of the Desolate family. No one would dare to come to the Desolate family and destroy the spatial passageway. If it wasn't done by the Desolate family, it must be done by the people of Void Triangular Domain. The spatial node of Void Triangular Domain has also disappeared. Seems like the root of the problem lies in Void Triangular Domain. Must be that Jiang Qin. He has obtained great benefits this time and destroyed the spatial node. I'm afraid that the spatial passageway of the other families has also been destroyed. An elder from Void Triangular Domain said loudly. He was right. At this time, the spatial passageways of Hua clan, Dan clan, Narang clan, Shur clan, Bin clan and ancient people were destroyed at the same time. Hua clan and Desolate clan were holding a meeting to discuss about Jiang Qin. But at this time the spatial passageway was destroyed. Void Triangular Domain, the spatial node that connected to Saint Origin World. After Jiang Qin destroyed the spatial node, 7 of the spatial passageways of the 8 clans of the Pure Land were destroyed at the same time. Only the spatial passageway of the Demon clan remained intact under the seal of De Huang Dog. However, the spatial passageway was shaking violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Little Qinzi, hurry up. De Huang Dog shouted at Jiang Qin as he supported the entrance of the spatial tunnel. He's here. Jiang Qin kept the Heavenly Saint sword, then with a sway of his body he jumped into the spatial passageway. Both he and Big Yellow disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right after the two of them disappeared, the void completely collapsed, turning into a chaotic space. At the same time, the Demon clan could feel the violent shaking of the spatial passageway. The entire void above the spiritual space mountain was shaking. Although the spatial passageway had not collapsed yet, it was affected by the destruction of the spatial node. It seemed like it was going to collapse at any time. What's going on? Peacock King stood up from his seat. It's the spatial passageway that connects to Void Triangular Domain. Seems like it's going to collapse at any time. I can feel that the spatial passageways of the other 7 clans have collapsed at the same time. Only the demon clan's spatial passageway hasn't collapsed yet. Seems like something big has happened on the other side of Void Triangular Domain. Lang Xingtian's facial expression changed. This isn't good. It must be Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog. They must have destroyed the spatial node, causing all the spatial passageways to collapse at the same time. They left the demon clan's spatial passageway so that they could return to Void Triangular Domain. We must help to stabilize the spatial passageway. Otherwise, they will fall into the spatial turbulence once the spatial passageway collapses. Golden Fur Lion King's facial expression changed. He had a very deep understanding of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog after interacting with them in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Qin had almost killed all the experts of the Dark Generation. There was nothing in this world that he wouldn't dare to do. It must be Jiang Qin who destroyed the spatial node after he had obtained the great fortune. Swoosh. Almost as soon as Golden Fur Lion King's voice faded, Peacock King vanished. A moment later, outside the spatial passageway that connected to Void Triangular Domain, a dense demonic chi soared up to the sky. Peacock King's supreme divine aura and his 4th grade Great Saint cultivation were fully unleashed. His powerful domain and spatial force were integrated into the spatial passageway, forcibly stabilizing it. However, it was obvious that the spatial passageway was on the verge of collapse. Even though Peacock King was very powerful, he wouldn't be able to hold it for too long. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold it until Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog returned safely. Good brat. I like this temper of yours. Huh. Peacock King laughed while trying his best to stabilize the spatial passageway. Although he didn't go to Void Triangular Domain personally, he could guess what had happened. Now that the spatial passageways of the other 7 families had been completely destroyed, it meant that Jiang Qin had destroyed the spatial node. Ever since the greatest saint 100 years ago, there hadn't been such a peerless madman in Saint Origin world. Peacock King had seen Jiang Qin once before and he could see the shadow of the greatest saint in Jiang Qin. The spatial passageway was shaking violently. From time to time, there would be spatial hurricanes blowing in. Suddenly, the passageway became stable. This situation made Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog feel relieved. It seemed like Peacock King had taken action. Everything was as Jiang Qin had expected. As long as the spatial passageway wasn't destroyed, he and a Huang Dog would have no problem returning to the demon race. It seems like the experts of the demon race have taken action. That old peacock has done a great job. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. His blood was boiling when he thought about what he had experienced in Void Triangular Domain. Let's speed up. This spatial passageway won't last long. Jiang Qin said. He and De Huang Dog were moving at high speed in the spatial passageway like 2 streams of light. The spatial passageway itself had an extremely fast teleportation speed, especially for a large spatial passageway like this. It would take Jiang Qin and Big Yellow an hour to return to Saint Origin world. Now that they had unleashed their extreme speed, the time it would take them to travel was even shorter. However, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog to return to Saint Origin world safely. At least someone wouldn't let them get what they wanted. Desolate Family. The patriarch of Desolate Family, Desolate Yuntian, immediately spread his divine sense into the void after the spatial passageway was destroyed. All the spatial passageways of the 8 families in Pure Land are destroyed except for the demon race. Desolate Yuntian said. I know. It must be that Jiang Qin wants to use the spatial passageway of the demon race to return to Saint Origin world. Back in Void Triangular Domain, the demon race and the ancient people had been protecting Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for them, Jiang Qin would have been killed that day and there wouldn't have been such a disaster. A patriarch of Desolate Family said. Humph. Trying to use the spatial passageway of the demon race to return? That's just wishful thinking. I will destroy him in the spatial passageway. Desolate Yuntian harumphed coldly. Then he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already outside of Spiritual Space Mountain. Peacock King was trying his best to stabilize the spatial passageway. At this moment, the void above Spiritual Space Mountain suddenly twisted. Then, a huge illusory hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the spatial passageway. Not good. Someone is attacking the spatial passageway. It's Desolate Yuntian. Peacock King's facial expression changed dramatically. Although he had a strong cultivation base that allowed him to dominate the world, he was still 2 grades lower than Desolate Yuntian. He wasn't a match for Desolate Yuntian. Desolate Yuntian, how dare you attack my spiritual space mountain? It seems like you don't put me Lang Xingtian in your eyes. At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the depths of the spiritual space mountain. After that, a huge palm appeared. After that, it turned into an incomparably resplendent golden claw. It was a terrifying wolf claw. Bringing along boundless demonic qi, it collided with Desolate Yuntian's huge palm. Honglong. The terrifying collision of 6th grade great saints was earth-shattering. Even a single collision was enough to destroy a part of the heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, a casual strike from Desolate Yuntian and Lang Xingtian could destroy half of the entire spiritual space mountain in the middle of a battle. However, spiritual space mountain was after all the sacred land of the demon race. There were seals everywhere in the void. In addition, Lang Xingtian had purposely sent all the aftershocks of the battle into the turbulent current of the void, so that the collision between the two sides didn't affect the spiritual space mountain at all. Furthermore, a battle between great saints would usually open up an extraterritorial battlefield. This was because when one reached the level of great saint, their domain would be very mature and their control of spatial force would have reached the pinnacle. It was far from what a minor saint could compare with. Therefore, it was very easy to open up a battlefield. Peacock King heaved a sigh of relief when Lang Xingtian was attacked by Desolate Yuntian. Peacock King knew Lang Xingtian's capability all too well. Although Desolate Yuntian was the patriarch of Desolate family, Lang Xingtian wasn't afraid of him. There was no way to determine the winner if they really fought. Desolate Yuntian, you trespassed into my demon race and attacked the spatial passageway of spiritual space mountain. Are you declaring war against my race? Chapter 866. As Lang Xingtian's voice faded, the void outside the spiritual space mountain began to distort. A majestic figure walked out of the void. He was just standing there, but if one tried to sense carefully, they would find that there was no one there at all. It was as if his entire body had merged with the void, and there was no distinction between them. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuntian. There was a distance of millions of miles between the Desolate family and the spiritual space mountain, but Desolate Yuntian arrived in just a blink. This showed how terrifying a 6th grade great saint was. His speed couldn't be described as shrinking the ground into an inch or 1,000 miles in a flash. In the entire pure land of the divine continent, such an expert could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought. Lang Xingtian, the spatial passageway that connects to void triangular domain has been destroyed. Why hasn't yours been destroyed? Desolate Yuntian said. This is the matter of our demon race. It's not your place to interfere. You Desolate Yuntian have stretched your hand too far. Lang Xingtian's tone wasn't polite at all. Cut the crap. I think you already know what happened in void triangular domain. That little bastard named Zhou Xian is in the spatial passageway. He wants to use the passageway to return to Saint Origin World and come to your demon race. I advise you to mind your own business. I will leave as soon as your spatial passageway is destroyed. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. In the entire Pure Land, there weren't many who dared to break into the demon race and speak to Heavenly Wolf King in such a tone. Desolate Yuntian, although you are the patriarch of the Desolate family, this is the demon race. Don't think too highly of yourself. It's not your place to tell us what to do. Before Lang Xingtian could speak, Peacock King, who was stabilizing the spatial passageway, couldn't stand it anymore. Peacock King, you are not qualified to talk to me. Desolate Yuntian gave Peacock King a lung glance. Fuck off. Let's fight if you don't agree. The Peacock King cursed and his temper flared up. There was no one in the pure land of the divine prefecture that the Peacock King didn't dare to provoke. Even the clan leader of the Desolate clan, who was of a higher rank than him, was nothing in his eyes. Xiao Yuntian, the Peacock King's words are what I want to say. It's not up to you to tell us what to do in the matters of our demon race. If you have the ability, then try fighting in the spiritual space mountain. Lang Xingtian was extremely domineering. Xiao Yuntian couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect Lang Xingtian's attitude to be so firm. Lang Xingtian was actually willing to go against him for an outsider. If the demon clan really wanted to protect Zhou Xian, he really had no other way. Even if it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from fighting in the demon clan. Xianxia, I advise you all to think carefully. That Zhou Xian has killed so many people in Void Triangular Domain. I don't know how many people are going to kill him. I'm afraid it's not just my Desolate clan, Hua clan, Dan clan, Narang clan and Shi clan who will not let him go. I'm afraid that even your demon clan won't be able to protect him," said Desolate Yuntian Lung Lung. "Let's not talk about whether our demon clan can protect Zhou Xian or not. Zhou Xian isn't in our demon clan now. If you take the initiative to fight in our demon clan, it means that you don't put our demon clan in your eyes. If you want to fight, I, Xianxia, will accompany you anytime." Xianxia's chi fluctuated. An incomparably dense demon chi rippled in the air. Such a powerful movement startled all the experts of the demon race in the spiritual space mountain. Many of them looked at the two leaders who were confronting each other in the sky, wondering what was going on. What's going on? Why did Desolate Yuntian suddenly come here to fight? Isn't the Desolate clan too arrogant? Who's Zhou Xian? Why haven't I heard of him before? That's right. A person who could be personally killed by the Shao clan's clan head and even be protected by our clan head can't be a nameless nobody. To think that we haven't heard of him before. This doesn't make sense. You guys still don't know? That Zhou Xian has stirred up the entire Void Triangular Domain. He killed all the 9th grade minor saints of the Desolate clan and the Hua family who went to the spatial trade fair. He also killed their geniuses. I heard that Desolate Ning Hui Yuan and Dan Yuan Chong were killed by him. What? Is there such a thing? Tell us quickly. It was told to me by the people who participated in the spatial trade fair. For a moment, Zhou Qian's name spread rapidly in the demon race. The heaven-defying feat that Zhou Qian had done in Void Triangular Domain was described in detail. Even Golden Fur Lion King was shocked by the news, let alone the others. Amazing. I never thought that this Zhou Qian would be so arrogant. He has killed all the experts of the 5 major families. No wonder the patriarch of the Desolate family was alerted. It's still related to that dog. It's still related to that dog. I already said that dog is a jinx, but the patriarch and Peacock King still want to nurture him as the next patriarch. It's really depressing. Now there's Zhou Qian. Now the demon race wants to protect him, which will bring us great trouble. He has killed so many of our people. The 5 major families will certainly not let this matter go easily. Of course, your heavenly leopard doesn't want a Huang dog to be the next patriarch. I admire that Zhou Qian a lot. Who else could do such a thing? Even those geniuses on the sky ranking wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Look, it seems like another expert is coming. The quiet demon race suddenly became lively. Many of them were talking about Zhou Qian and a Huang dog. Some of them saw a powerful expert flying towards them from afar. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It wasn't just one person. 4 powerful experts appeared from 4 different directions. All 4 of them were middle-aged men. They seemed to be in their 40s. They all had one thing in common, and that was that they were powerful. Every move they made carried a strong aura of superiority. One of them had a head full of red hair. He was wearing a fiery red robe. His aura was like a raging flame. When he was angry, his eyes were red. He was the patriarch of the Hua family, Hua Batian. Another person was wearing a simple and unadorned robe. There was a majestic cauldron embroidered on it. He didn't look old, but his hair was a little white. He was the patriarch of the Dan family, Dan Yongtian. Another person was wearing a gorgeous robe. He had a noble crown on his head. His entire body was emitting a rich aura. He looked like a high and mighty emperor. He was the patriarch of the Narang family, Narang Chongtian. The last person was the most majestic. He seemed to be 2 meters tall, and he was as majestic as a barbarian bear. His light yellow hair danced about in the wind, and all of the muscles on his body bulged. He was full of explosive power, and just his aura alone gave others a great pressure. He was Stone Clan's clan chief, Shi Haotian. The last word of the patriarchs of the Pure Land's 8 families was Tian. It represented that their status was higher than the heavens. In fact, in the Pure Land, any one of them represented an absolute status. Desolate Yuntian, Hua Batian, Dan Yongtian, Narang Chongtian, Shi Haotian, these 5 great leaders appeared at the spiritual space mountain at the same time. Including Lang Xingtian, 6 of the 8 great leaders of the Pure Land had appeared. Such a scene, such a spectacle, it was almost impossible to see in 100 years. The 6 of them were high and mighty existences. They rarely appeared in front of the common people. Even their clansmen found it extremely difficult to see them. But today, all of them had appeared because of a young man named Zhou Xian. Many people of the demon race were very interested in Zhou Xian, who they had never seen before. There weren't many people who could cause such a big commotion in the Pure Land without even appearing in person. This seemed to be the first time in the last 100 years. Desolate Yuntian smiled as he saw the appearance of the 4 great leaders. Lang Xingtian, as you can see, I'm not the only one who wants to kill that little bastard. I'm afraid it won't be easy for your demon race to protect him. Desolate Yuntian said indifferently. At this moment, Lang Xingtian, Peacock King, and a group of great sages of the demon race didn't look very good. It seemed that what Zhou Xian had done had indeed touched the bottom line of the 5 major clans. Even their patriarchs had appeared in person. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult for the demon race to protect Zhou Xian by themselves. In the distance of the demon race, another group of powerful experts had also noticed this place. The one in the lead had a leopard head and round eyes. His whole body was covered in leopard patterns. His imposing manner wasn't any weaker than Lang Xingtian's. He was the Heavenly Leopard King. The demon race was now divided into 2 branches. One branch was led by the Heavenly Wolf King, and the other branch was led by the Heavenly Leopard King. Although the Heavenly Wolf King was the patriarch of the demon race, the strength of the Heavenly Leopard King's branch was not to be underestimated. The disharmony between the 2 sides had also led to continuous internal strife in the demon race. That damn dog is really good at stirring up trouble. Now there's a Zhou Xian. He'll really cause trouble for our demon race. A great sage beside the Heavenly Leopard King said. Isn't this good? I'd like to see how Lang Xingtian can protect the Zhou Xian under the oppression of the 5 major clans. The Heavenly Leopard King revealed a cold smile on his face. The atmosphere in the void was very serious. Although Huabatian and the others didn't say anything, their attitude was very clear. They were here to kill Zhou Xian. The Peacock King couldn't help but curse. However, he couldn't help much other than trying his best to stabilize the spatial passage. What do you mean by barging into my demon race? Lang Xingtian was furious. Lang Xingtian, you should be very clear about our purpose. It's impossible for your demon race to protect that little bastard. Huabatian's temper was as fiery as his surname. Lang Xingtian, since you said that Zhou Xian isn't in your demon race, then we'll wait here for that little bastard to come out of the spatial passage. I also want to see what kind of audacious guy dares to kill the people of my Shao clan. Shao Yuntian said with a smile. That's right. In this case we can't let him die in the spatial passage. I also want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 867. The patriarchs of the 5 major families had made it very clear that their main purpose of coming here was to kill Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had caused them a great loss in the battle in Void Triangular Domain. They had to kill Zhou Xian for the sake of their reputation. The spatial passageways of the 7 major families had been destroyed. Only the demon race's spatial passageway was intact. It seemed like the Peacock King was the one who kept the spatial passageway intact. It was obvious that Zhou Xian was going to return through the spatial passageway of demon race. In that case they might as well wait here. As long as Zhou Xian appeared in demon race, they would have a reason to exert pressure on the demon race. More importantly, just like what Desolate Yuntian and Narang Chongtian had said, they wanted to see what kind of person dared to do such a daring and insane thing. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King's facial expression darkened. The current situation was indeed tricky. Since Zhou Xian hadn't appeared in demon race, the other party wouldn't attack them in demon race's territory. However, once Zhou Xian appeared, the demon race would be under tremendous pressure. With the 5 major families exerting pressure on the demon race and the internal strife of the demon race, it would be very difficult to protect Zhou Xian. However, Peacock King had to stabilize the spatial passageway. Otherwise, once the spatial passageway was destroyed, Zhou Xian and a Huang dog would disappear into the crack of the spacetime, never to come out. As for how the 5 major families were going to deal with them, they could only wait for Zhou Xian and a Huang dog to come back. At this moment Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were still flying crazily in the spatial passageway. Both of them were traveling at their fastest speed. Based on their current speed and the power of the spatial passageway, they would be able to return to Saint Origin World in half an hour. Little Chinzi, you have killed so many people. Those major families in Pure Land will never let you go. Have you ever thought about how to deal with them? The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin. Act according to the situation. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His return to Saint Origin World wouldn't be peaceful. The desolate family wouldn't let him go. However, he had no idea what kind of situation he was going to face. He could only take one step at a time. However, the two of them had not expected the current situation of the demon race. What awaited them was an unbreakable killing trap. On the spiritual space mountain there were 3 sides. On one side was the Heavenly Wolf tribe led by Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. They were here to protect Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. On the other side were the 5 major tribes. They were here to kill Jiang Qin. On the other side was the Heavenly Leopard tribe. They had never been on good terms with the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Thus, they were just spectators. Half an hour passed by quickly. Suddenly, the spatial passageway of the demon clan shook violently as spatial energy rippled above the spiritual space mountain. They're back. Everyone's expression changed. Their eyes fell on the place where the spatial energy was the most intense. Peacock King suddenly loosened his control over the spatial passageway. 2 muffled sounds were heard. 2 silhouettes were bounced out of the spatial passageway. The elasticity of the spatial passageway was very strong. However, the person who came out was obviously stronger. He stabilized his body very quickly. It was a man and a dog. One of them seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and was wearing a holy snow-white robe. His eyes were very bright. If you looked carefully, you would find that his eyes were like an abyss. To the people of the demon race, Big Yellow wasn't a stranger to them. Almost all of their eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. When they saw Jiang Qin's appearance, many of them were stunned. In their opinion, that audacious and deranged bastard should at least look ferocious and strong like a bear, but they didn't expect him to look like an elegant young master. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. It can't be, right? Could it be that this white-robed young man is Jiang Qin? It's hard to imagine that this young man is actually the crazy devil who killed all the experts of the 5 families. I heard that he killed all the 9th grade minor saints when he was only a 5th grade minor saint. I never thought that he would be so young and have such a heaven-defying achievement. Not even the strongest genius of the demon race can be compared to him. All the people of the demon race were shocked, including Lang Xingtian and Desolate Yuntian. Their eyes fell on Jiang Qin immediately. They didn't expect that the person they wanted to see was such a young genius. He's so young, but his chi is extraordinary. There's a kind of powerful luck in the unseen world. He's the son of heaven, a man like a flying dragon. A man like him will certainly achieve great things in the future. Although this was the first time Lang Xingtian met Jiang Qin, and he didn't say a word to Jiang Qin, he gave such a high evaluation of Jiang Qin. Desolate Yuntian and the others also did the same. However, the more talented Jiang Qin was, the more intense their killing intent towards Jiang Qin was. If they couldn't recruit such a genius, they would have to destroy him. Moreover, they were enemies now. Motherfucker. What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so depressing? De Huang dog couldn't help but ask after looking around. Jiang Qin, De Huang. They are the patriarchs of the 5 families. They are here to kill Jiang Qin. Peacock King came to their side and told Jiang Qin everything that had happened just now and the identity of the 5 patriarchs through divine sense. For God's sake, even the patriarchs of the 5 families have come in person. It shouldn't be like this, right? De Huang dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew that the 5 families wouldn't let Jiang Qin go, but he didn't think that they would come so fast. They had just returned from the spatial passageway and didn't even have the time to catch their breath before encountering such a situation. It seemed like the 5 overlords had been waiting here for quite some time. Jiang Qin's eyes fell upon Desolate Yuntian and the others. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. When he was still in the Pure Land, these people weren't the patriarchs of the 8 major families yet. In his eyes, they were just like small shrimps. But what puzzled Zhou Xian was that the patriarchs of the 8 major families were all peak 9th grade great saints, the strongest existences in the heavens and earth, but these patriarchs in front of him were only at the 6th grade great saint. How could this be possible? But now wasn't the time to think about this, because even a 6th grade great saint wasn't someone that he could deal with. He was merely a 6th grade minor saint now. The gap between them was like the sky and the earth. If these people wanted to kill him, he would only end up dead even if he used all of his techniques. That's right. You're Zhou Xian? Desolate Yuntian said, his eyes locked on Zhou Xian. That's right. Zhou Xian took a step forward and came to the front of Lang Xingtian. He held his fists at Lang Xingtian. Zhou Xian greets Patriarch. And not bad. Lang Xingtian couldn't help but praise Zhou Xian. It was rare for a young man to have such temperament, cultivation, courage and composure. He could still remain so calm in the face of the patriarchs of the 5 major families. Even Lang Xingtian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Zhou Xian. He could feel that Zhou Qian's calmness was absolutely not an act. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to fake it. Little bastard, you have guts. How dare you kill so many experts of my Hua family? Who gave you such courage? Huabatian shouted at Zhou Xian, not concealing his killing intent. Huabatian, don't forget that this is the demon race. Are you going to kill people in the spiritual space mountain? After Lang Xingtian saw Zhou Xian, he decided to protect Zhou Xian no matter what. Moreover, if the demon race stayed out of this, there would only be one ending for Zhou Xian: death. At that time, De Huang Dog would definitely go crazy. The demon race could afford to lose Zhou Xian, but not De Huang Dog. Humph. Lang Xingtian, the 5 of us are here today. Are you going to protect this little bastard? I'm afraid you can't protect him alone. Sure, Haotian snorted coldly. At the same time, Desolate Yuntian, Narong Chongtian and Dan Yongtian also showed their killing intent. Lang Xingtian, now that Zhou Xian has appeared in the demon race, you should know why we are here. If the 5 of us join forces, I'm afraid no one in your demon race can resist us. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. You guys. Lang Xingtian was speechless, but he had no other choice. Facing the pressure of the 5 major families, he knew very well that it was basically impossible to protect Zhou Xian. Since the 5 of them had come, they wouldn't return without accomplishing anything. However, if a fight broke out, it would be disadvantageous to the demon race. Heavenly Leopard King, who was watching from afar, wore a sneer on his face. He wanted to see how Lang Xingtian was going to solve today's matter. If Lang Xingtian's decision brought any loss to the demon race, he would have an excuse to ask the Demon Palace to remove Lang Xingtian from the patriarch position. To Heavenly Leopard King, this was a great opportunity. Lang Xingtian, we don't have much time. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't hand over Zhou Xian, we'll do it ourselves. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. Patriarch, what should we do now? Peacock King frowned. The current situation was very tricky. The decision they made would not only affect the life and death of Zhou Xian, but also the overall situation of the demon race or even the entire Pure Land. It might even lead to a war. Chapter 868. Zhou Qian's qi was unparalleled. It was as if he didn't care about life and death. He didn't even bat an eyelid in front of the 5 giants. His unwavering attitude made countless people speechless, including Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. No one had thought that Zhou Xian would stand out and say such words at this moment. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. That's right, he was full of heroic spirit. All the members of the younger generation of the demon race gave him a thumbs up. Not to mention other things, just this point alone was enough to make people admire him. However, the smart ones had already understood Zhou Qian's intention. Zhou Qian's words sounded righteous, as if he was a warrior who was ready to die, but every word he said was filled with thorns, putting the 5 overlords in a dilemma. Zhou Qian immediately gave De Huang Dog and Peacock King a meaningful glance. Given their intelligence, they immediately understood Zhou Qian's intention, especially De Huang Dog. His cooperation with Zhou Qian had already reached a flawless level. Haha. Funny. This is really funny. The patriarchs of the Desolate family, Dan family, Hua family, Narang family and Shi family have come out personally to kill a 6th grade minor saint junior. This is really the demeanor of a major family. De Huang Dog laughed. That's right. Given your status, you all came out to kill a junior at the same time. You really don't care about your reputation. Xianxia will stand here and let you kill him. You all can do it. Since all 5 of you have joined hands, we won't be able to stop you even if we want to. Peacock King's words were even more direct. Many of them were suddenly enlightened and gave a thumbs up to Xianxia again. It turned out that this guy was the smartest one among them. He had turned the situation around with just a few words. The situation today was very clear. If they wanted to use force, even the demon race wouldn't be able to protect Xianxia. However, it was completely different after Xianxia said it. The reason why the patriarchs of the 5 major families came out personally to kill Xianxia was to maintain their prestige and reputation. However, if they were to kill a junior, it would definitely damage their reputation and make them into a joke. After all, they didn't only represent a powerful 6th grade minor saint, they were also the patriarchs of major families. Their reputation was the most important thing to them. In other words, there were many ways for them to kill Xianxia, but the only way they couldn't do it was to kill him personally. Lang Xingtian showed a hint of admiration to Xianxia. This man was brave and smart, he wasn't comparable to any other young man. Today's situation was already a death sentence. Even if Lang Xingtian tried to protect Xianxia, it wouldn't be able to change the outcome. However, these few words of Xianxia were enough to change the outcome. It was impossible for the 5 overlords to disregard their own reputation and make a move directly. After all, there were so many people watching. If they did that, they would lose their dignity as the patriarchs of major families. They couldn't afford to lose their dignity. Sure enough, after listening to the words of Peacock King and De Huang Dog, Desolate Yuntian and the others began to hesitate. All of them knitted their brows. Before they came here, they were angry and didn't think about this. Now that Xianxia was standing in front of them, they didn't dare to make a move because they had too many scruples. If no one was watching, they could slap Xianxia to death, but they couldn't do it now because there were so many people watching. Their reputation was more valuable than Xianxia's life. What a smart kid. Heavenly Leopard King was stunned. He didn't expect that Xianxia could turn the situation around with just a few words. This Xianxia is really not ordinary. He is brave and smart, he knows how to judge the situation. Look, the 5 patriarchs have begun to hesitate. They have to worry about their reputation. If they kill Xianxia recklessly, they can't afford to lose their reputation. But now it's hard for them to back down. They can't advance or retreat. They can't kill Xianxia, but it's even worse if they don't. As dignified patriarchs, if they retreat because of a junior's words, they will lose even more face. Many people of the demon race admired Xianxia. They couldn't help but admire such a character. However, these few words obviously couldn't solve the problem. At the spur of the moment, the big yellow dog spoke again. I know that as the patriarchs of the major families and overlords, all of you care about your reputation. You won't attack a junior directly because not only will you lose your reputation, it will also show that there's no one capable in the younger generation of your families. The dignified Pure Land has countless geniuses. I don't believe that there's no one who can fight Xianxia. Now, on behalf of Xianxia, I declare war on the geniuses of the 5 major families. As long as any of your geniuses wants to challenge Xianxia, Xianxia will accept the challenge unconditionally. De Huang Dog said. What he said was very standard. It could be said that the problem had already been solved. If these patriarchs were to attack again, it wouldn't just affect their reputation, it would also show that there was no one in the younger generation who could defeat a 6th grade minor saint. They would become the laughingstock of the world. De Huang Dog's words were aimed at the peerless geniuses of the Pure Land. This was a direct challenge issued by Xianxia to the geniuses of the Pure Land. It was imaginable that once such a challenge was issued, those geniuses of the Pure Land, especially those monstrous geniuses in the sky ranking, would become restless. To them, killing Xianxia would be a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. To Xianxia, this was also a great opportunity for him to train himself. Fighting with those monstrous geniuses would be much more exciting than fighting with those 9th grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was also what Xianxia had in mind. However, it was said by De Huang Dog. It was perfect. That's right. I, Xianxia, will challenge all the geniuses of the Pure Land. I will fight anyone who wants to kill me. Jiang Chen followed De Huang Dog's words and expressed his attitude. Huh. 5 patriarchs, what else do you have to say? Are you going to kill Jiang Chen directly, or are you going to let your geniuses fight with Jiang Chen? Or perhaps, your geniuses don't even have the courage to fight Jiang Chen? Peacock King laughed loudly. Are you kidding me? He's just a 6th grade minor saint. There are countless geniuses in our desolate family. The number of people who can kill him is innumerable. Desolate Yun Tian harumphed coldly. The desolate family was the leader of the 8 families in the Pure Land. They were ranked in the top 10 of the Sky ranking. The other 7 families each occupied one of the top 10 positions. Their desolate family occupied 3 positions. All right. Since you said so, the grudge between you and Jiang Chen will be settled by the young generation. Our demon race will never get involved in the fight between the young generation. Lang Xingtian quickly expressed his attitude. Humph. Little bastard, I will let you off lightly today. However, you have offended the desolate family. You will die sooner or later. Desolate Yun Tian harumphed coldly again, agreeing with Lang Xingtian's words. This grudge would be settled by the young geniuses. All right. Let the young generation settle it. I would like to see if you, Jiang Chen, are invincible among the young generation. The patriarch of the Huo family, Huo Batian, said. Narang Changtian, Shi Haotian and Dan Yangtian nodded their heads. They decided not to attack Jiang Chen anymore. Firstly, they had to consider their reputation. Secondly, they couldn't admit that there was no one in the young generation. Moreover, they were in the spiritual space mountain, which was the territory of the demon race. No one knew what kind of war would happen if they were to fight. After all, the demon race wasn't a force to be trifled with. More importantly, they wanted to test the geniuses of their families. The appearance of Jiang Chen had given them a chance to gain experience. After this matter was spread out, Jiang Chen's name would certainly be known throughout the world. Whoever could kill Jiang Chen would be able to prove his or her name. This was a life and death experience. Most of their geniuses were like flowers in a greenhouse. Although they were gifted, they rarely had such a life and death experience. The fight with Jiang Chen was a life and death experience. The 5 tycoons didn't need to stay here since they had decided not to kill Yi Xuan. They didn't say anything superfluous. They left the spiritual space mountain and disappeared. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King sighed endlessly. They didn't expect that the situation today would be resolved so easily. However, Desolate Yuntian and the others had left. However, it could be imagined that the Pure Land wouldn't be peaceful anymore from now on. Many geniuses who usually didn't show themselves would jump out to challenge Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I didn't misjudge you. You are brave and resourceful. You will become a great person in the future. However, I have to remind you that none of those evildoers on the heavenly list are easy to deal with. Each of them is an expert of half-step great sage realm. Moreover, they have powerful means and trump cards. So you have to be careful. Peacock King patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said. That's right, Jiang Chen. Although today's crisis has been resolved, those geniuses aren't easy to deal with. Although they could kill a 9th grade minor saint, they aren't ordinary cultivators. Plus, each of them is a half-step great saint. Although a half-step great saint isn't a great saint, a 9th grade minor saint can't be compared to them. Lang Xingtian said. Thank you, Patriarch and Peacock King, for your help. Jiang Chen can't thank you enough. As for those geniuses, I don't care about them. If they want to kill me, they should be prepared to be killed by me. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. The thought of fighting with the geniuses on the heavenly list made his blood boil. De Huang, take it out. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. All right. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a spatial ring that was radiating golden light. The spatial ring floated in front of Lang Xingtian. Everyone of the demon race saw the spatial ring. Patriarch, this is 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. 500 million of them were obtained by De Huang for the demon race. The other 500 million is my gift to the demon race. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What? 1 billion high-grade true meta stones? Chapter 869. By God. 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. That's equivalent to 1 billion Saint Elixir stones. This Zhou Xian is really generous. 1 billion high-grade true metastones is a huge amount of wealth even for our demon race. He's truly a generous man. We didn't get anything good from our trip to Void Triangular Domain. Now we have 1 billion high-grade true metastones. That's not bad at all. This Zhou Xian is courageous and generous. He's indeed a man worth befriending. I like him. After 1 billion high-grade true metastones were taken out, the attitude of the demon race towards Zhou Xian changed again. Who would be willing to take out 1 billion high-grade true metastones? Alright, I won't be courteous then. Xianxia wasn't a bashful person. He kept the spatial ring without hesitation. Given his status, he wouldn't even cast a glance at an ordinary 6th grade minor saint, let alone pay attention to them. However, Zhou Xian was different. He could see Zhou Qian's potential. There was a high possibility that a peerless figure like the greatest saint would emerge in Saint Origin World and break the balance of the Pure Land. Making friends with such a person would be extremely beneficial to the development of the demon race in the future. Then Xianxia and Peacock King shifted their gaze to De Huang Dog. When they sensed that De Huang Dog was a 5th grade minor demon saint, their eyes sparkled. Worthy of the divine beast bloodline. His advancement can't be judged by common sense. Xianxia nodded and praised. He was even more determined to nurture De Huang Dog. From afar, the people of Heavenly Leopard King's face darkened. They wanted to watch a good show, but they didn't expect such an ending. Elder, I didn't expect that Zhou Xian and that dog could take out 1 billion high-grade true metastones. Now many people's attitude towards them has changed. That dog was still a 3rd grade minor demon saint when he first arrived. After a trip to Void Triangular Domain, he has advanced to 5th grade minor demon saint. This speed of advancement will definitely make Patriarch and Peacock King more determined to nurture him. This isn't good for us. One of the great sage-level demons said. It doesn't matter. The suspended tower will open again in 3 days. At that time we will have a way to get rid of this dog. The Heavenly Leopard King said and then turned to leave. That night, Peacock King personally prepared a place for Zhou Xian to cultivate. It was an incomparably quiet courtyard. Yan Qinyu, Dan King and Tyrant were there. They had followed Golden Fur Lion King here and witnessed everything that happened in the demon race. They were really worried for Zhou Xian. Fortunately, Zhou Xian was safe and sound in the end. Brother Qian. Yan Qinyu threw herself into Zhou Qian's arms. She had been so worried during the day that she could finally relax. Alright, aren't I fine now? Zhou Qian patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Greetings, Peacock King. Dan King and Tyrant saluted Peacock King at the same time. Tyrant's reaction was slightly better. After all, it wasn't his first time seeing Peacock King. Dan King was a yes man. Although he was also an overlord, he wasn't on the same level as the Peacock King who dominated the Pure Land. Peacock King was a legendary figure. Dan King had never thought that he would be able to see the real Peacock King one day. You don't need to be so courteous with the old peacock. We are all on the same side. De Huang Dog said. Only he dared to say such words in front of the Peacock King. If it was someone else, he would have slapped the person away. Big Yellow, I have something to tell you. Now that the Patriarch wants to train you, the Heavenly Leopard King will definitely try to stop him. The suspended tower will open again in 3 days. If you perform well at that time, you will be able to establish your status in the demon race. Otherwise, you will have more troubles in the demon race in the future. Peacock King said solemnly to De Huang Dog. Suspended Tower? What is that place? De Huang Dog asked. That is the Saint Tower of the demon race. It has been passed down for a long time. It opens once a year and all the geniuses of the demon race can enter it to search for opportunities. The suspended tower has a total of 9 floors and there are many hidden treasures of the demon race. There are even inheritances left by the ancient ancestors and almighty figures of the demon race. As long as you can obtain the inheritances, you will be a person with great luck and is recognized by the ancestors. When the time comes, you will naturally be trained by the demon race. Since the beginning of the suspended tower, no one has been able to enter the 9th floor, including us. No one knows what the 9th floor of the suspended tower is like. We don't expect you to enter the 9th floor, but at least you can't perform too badly. Peacock King said and introduced the suspended tower to De Huang Dog. Zhou Xian squinted his eyes. Today De Huang Dog had taken out 500 million high-grade true meta stones, which had already made many people feel good about De Huang Dog. But he knew that the real reason De Huang Dog's status would be this suspended tower. As long as De Huang Dog could obtain the inheritance, everything would be different. De Huang, you can do it. Yan Qinyu waved her fist at De Huang Dog. Peacock King, it seems like the demon race is not peaceful either. Jiang Qin said with a smile. That's right. Basically, the demon race is divided into two branches. One branch is led by Sky Wolf King, which is the Patriarch's branch. The other branch is led by Heavenly Leopard King. Heavenly Leopard King is very powerful, not any weaker than the Patriarch. He has been eyeing the position of the Patriarch for a long time and is not on good terms with the Patriarch's branch. Now that the Patriarch wants to train De Huang, Heavenly Leopard King will naturally stop him. This time, if De Huang does not perform well in the suspended tower, it will give Heavenly Leopard King an excuse. Peacock King said. He had nothing to hide from Jiang Qin. Plus, it was not a secret that the demon race was not on good terms with each other. Many outsiders knew about it. Don't worry. This master dog will definitely step into the 9th floor. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. Motherfucker, will you die if you don't brag? No one has ever entered the 9th floor before. Do you think you can be the first? Peacock King could not stand it anymore and kicked De Huang Dog's butt. Peacock King, there is one thing that I don't understand. Jiang Qin said. What is it? Peacock King looked at Jiang Qin. The 8 families of Pure Land are the most powerful forces in the entire Saint Origin world. Logically speaking, there should be powerful 9th grade great saints among them, but the strongest one here today is only a 6th grade great saint. What's going on? Jiang Qin asked the question in his heart. This question had been bothering him for a long time. Back when he was unstoppable in the world, the 8 families were so powerful that a 6th grade great saint was nothing to him. But now, a 6th grade great saint had become the Patriarch in the strongest existence. It seems like you don't know about the existence of Saint Origin Palace. Peacock King said. But it's not strange that you don't know about it. Besides the 8 families of Pure Land, very few people know about the existence of Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace? What is that place? Jiang Qin frowned. He really hadn't heard of it before. When the greatest saint split open the gate of the immortal world, he opened a new path for the great saints of Saint Origin world. At that time, a lot of immortals from the 8 major families ascended to the immortal world. Before they ascended, they jointly created a spatial zone, a small world, named after Saint Origin world and named it Saint Origin Palace. This small world was personally created by powerful immortals. The heaven and earth yuan qi was extremely dense. The immortals of the 8 major families also laid out a grand formation, allowing the small world to absorb all kinds of powerful yuan qi from the void. Powerful 9th grade minor saints could even absorb a small amount of immortal qi. For the past 100 years, Saint Origin Palace has become the true cultivation sanctuary of Saint Origin world. Peacock King paused for a moment and continued. Saint Origin Palace only provides convenience to the 8 families. All the experts above 7th grade great saint can enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. There are also a large number of peerless geniuses of the 8 families. The geniuses and young great saints of the 8 families can enter Saint Origin Palace for further cultivation. The sky ranking of Pure Land can't represent the true standard of the young generation of Saint Origin world. It can be said that the true monstrous geniuses are in Saint Origin Palace. After listening to Peacock King's introduction of Saint Origin Palace, Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked. He initially thought that the 8 families of Pure Land were the pinnacle existences of Saint Origin world. He had never thought that there was an even more powerful Saint Origin Palace. It seemed like a lot of major events had happened after his fall. I see. Jiang Qin nodded. No matter how shocked he was, he finally understood why there weren't any experts above 7th grade great saint in Pure Land. I used to cultivate in Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace is divided into 8 palaces, named after the 8 families. There are constant battles between them. In recent years, the Desolate family has been developing the fastest. Perhaps it isn't obvious in Pure Land, but in Saint Origin Palace, the Desolate family is undoubtedly the number 1. Peacock King said. Once there is a difference in strength among the 8 families, The gap between them will only get bigger and bigger. As time goes by, the balance between the 8 families will be broken. I'm afraid that the ambition of the desolate family isn't small. Jiang Qin said with a smile. That's right. Whether it is Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, they have been peaceful for too long. Peacock King looked at Jiang Qin meaningfully. His meaning was clear. The peace had begun to be broken. Because of Jiang Qin's existence, it would only get more chaotic in the future. Pure Land, Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Qin murmured. The existence of Saint Origin Palace had made his vision and goal bigger. He could no longer confine himself to Pure Land. If he wanted to return to the pinnacle of this world, he would have to clash with Saint Origin Palace. He had to break the current situation. Of course, Jiang Qin was now the enemy of the 5 major families. It was only a matter of time before Saint Origin Palace got involved. All right. You all have just returned from Void Triangular Domain. I won't disturb you anymore. De Huang, you better prepare yourself. The suspended tower will open 3 days later. Don't embarrass me at that time. Otherwise I will skin you alive. Peacock King said ferociously to De Huang Dog. Chapter 870. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue while looking at the back of the Peacock King. He really wanted to bite the Peacock King's butt. However, this old peacock was not someone to be trifled with. De Huang Dog had no choice but to restrain himself. At this time, Tyrant walked towards Jiang Qin and said, Little Qinzi, I'm going back to the Western Domain. I have benefited a lot from this trip to Void Triangular Domain, especially the Saraira. I'm going back to Green Lotus Mountain to meditate for a while. Alright, Green Lotus Mountain is a very suitable place for meditating. I'll leave you a signaling talisman. This talisman has been infused with my natal essence. Even if you're in the Western Domain, you can still send me a message if you need anything. There are some high-grade true meta stones in this spatial ring. These stones contain a lot of pure light energy. They will be of great help to you. Even for Great Master Ranfeng, the benefits will be much better than refining Saint Elixir. Jiang Qin took out a golden talisman and a spatial ring and handed them over to Tyrant. This talisman was incomparable to any ordinary signaling talisman. Jiang Qin had infused his natal essence into it. Therefore, even if Tyrant was in the Western Domain, he could still send a message to Jiang Qin anytime. Alright, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Tyrant didn't stay in the demon race for too long. He left immediately. He knew that Jiang Qin would have to face all kinds of difficulties and dangers in the future. However, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to provide any help to Jiang Qin even if he stayed. Qin, I'm going back to Danyuan City. After all, this is the demon race and I'm an outsider. It won't be good for me to stay here. Dan King arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Looking at his son-in-law, he had mixed feelings in his heart. When he first saw Jiang Qin, he knew that Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary person. Jiang Qin would have great achievements in the future. However, he had never thought that Jiang Qin could grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. Even he could only look up to Jiang Qin. Now Jiang Qin's name had spread across the world. He was very proud of Jiang Qin. To put it bluntly, the incident in Void Triangular Domain was partly because of Dan King. If Dan King didn't bring Jiang Qin there, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Godfather, this is the tenebrous fire source that I snatched from the auction in King City. After you refine this fire source, your cultivation will definitely reach another level. If you fuse it into your flames, it will be of great help to your alchemy. Soon I'll head over to the Gu clan to settle Sister Ning's matter. Once I've established a good relationship with the Gu clan, you can head over to the Gu clan to cultivate. With your identity as an alchemist, you'll definitely be respected by the people there. Jiang Qin took out the dark fire source and handed it to Dan King. Dan King was a powerful alchemist. As for how to refine a flame, there was no need for Jiang Qin to teach him. Moreover, Jiang Qin believed that this dark fire source would be of great help to Dan King. All right. In that case, I won't be polite anymore. Dan King didn't want to be angry with Jiang Qin. He kept the dark fire source and left like a monk. Little Qinzi, you have declared war against all the geniuses in the Pure Land. I'm afraid that you will not have a good time in the future. De Huang Dog said. Because of the incident in Void Triangular Domain, The Pure Land was destined to be stirred up by a storm, and Zhou Xian was destined to be the main character in this storm. You don't have to worry about me. The most important thing for you now is to deal with the suspended tower in 3 days. Zhou Xian slapped on De Huang Dog's head. Actually, I have no interest in the monster race. De Huang Dog murmured. I know you don't have much interest in the demon race, but we do need the demon race as our backer. Moreover, the Peacock King and the Celestial Wolf King have shown us kindness, and we are not ungrateful people. The demon race is not peaceful internally, and only you can bring peace and unity to the demon race. Zhou Xian sighed. He knew Big Yellow too well. The thing this dog hated the most was being tied down. He longed for a life of solitude without any worries. Fighting and killing, roaming the world, killing whenever he felt like it, running away whenever he felt like it. There was no worry in his life. I know. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was very clear about the current situation. Plus, Peacock King and Heavenly Wolf King had been very kind to him. In 3 days' time I can guarantee that my cultivation will advance to the 6th grade minor demon saint. However, I don't know what's going on inside the suspended tower. I don't know if there are any battles. If there are, I won't be a match for those monstrous geniuses of the demon race with my current strength. De Huang Dog was worried. Don't worry. I will enter the suspended tower with you. Zhou Xian said. You are not a member of the monster race. I am afraid that you are not qualified to enter. The Heavenly Leopard King will definitely stop you. De Huang Dog said. I have my own way. You should go and cultivate in seclusion. I need some time to comprehend my cultivation since I have advanced continuously in Void Triangular Domain. Zhou Xian said. Then he looked at Yan Qinyu and took out the 3 drops of water of 9 yin. Xiaoyu, this water of 9 yin is very useful for you. After you refine it, you might be able to condense the embryonic form of the ice god's heart. Your cultivation will improve a lot. Zhou Xian handed the water of 9 yin to Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu nodded. He kept the water of 9 yin and went into seclusion to refine it. Looking at the back of Yan Qinyu, Zhou Xian suddenly felt distressed. Yan Qinyu had been working very hard all this time just so that she wouldn't be a burden to him. She had never complained about it. She had been working very hard just to shorten the gap between them. The place that Peacock King had found was very quiet. It was the most suitable place for the demon race to cultivate. Zhou Xian also chose to go into seclusion. He had gained a lot in this trip to Void Triangular Domain. Not to mention the 10 billion high-grade true metastones, he had also obtained more than 109th grade minor saint dark spirits. Due to the uniqueness of the dragon transformation art, refining these dark spirits was effortless. In other words, as long as Zhou Xian wanted to, he could refine these dark spirits to break through to the next level. At least he would have no problem advancing to the 7th grade minor saint. However, Zhou Xian didn't plan to do that. He had been advancing very fast recently. He needed to stop and stabilize his cultivation. Apart from that, Zhou Xian felt pressured. His enemies were too strong. Although he could defeat the Northern and Southern dynasties with his current cultivation, the Northern and Southern dynasties were only 7th grade minor saints. They had advanced 2 levels using the eternal immortal wind, so they couldn't be considered as a true 9th grade minor saint. Of course, the strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties was undeniable. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, it would be a piece of cake for the Northern and Southern dynasties to rule the entire Dark Generation. But now he was going to face those monstrous geniuses of the Pure Land, especially those monstrous geniuses on the Sky ranking. Each of them had already reached the half-step Great Saint realm. Their innate talent was superior. Some of them even had strange physiques. In addition to their powerful half-step Great Saint cultivation base, even Zhou Xian didn't have the confidence to defeat them. However, Zhou Xian wouldn't back down. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear when facing such monstrous geniuses. Instead, he would feel his blood boiling. His next goal was very clear. His path couldn't be limited to the Pure Land anymore. There was still the high and mighty Saint Origin Palace. The current situation was also very clear. After establishing De Huang Dog's position in the demon race, he would go to the ancient people. Although he had enmity with the 5 major families, he had to maintain a good relationship with the demon race and the ancient people. Although he had a good relationship with Gumu didn't have any real status in the ancient people. Therefore it was necessary for him to go to the ancient people. Wu Ningzhu was still there. Wu Ningzhu's mother was still unknown. Besides that, he was afraid that the geniuses of the Pure Land would become restless soon. It was basically impossible for him to stay calm. Jiang Qin and Da Huang Dog were in seclusion. The courtyard was tranquil. However, the entire Pure Land was boiling. The big event that happened in Void Triangular Domain had spread across the entire Pure Land. The name Jiang Qin had become a popular topic. Everyone was talking about him. The 5 patriarchs personally went to the demon race to kill Jiang Qin. However, they returned empty-handed because Jiang Qin had issued a challenge to all the geniuses of the Pure Land. How arrogant were the geniuses of the 5 major families. Almost as soon as they received the news, some of them jumped out. On the second day, the genius of the Desolate family, Xiao Liang, was the first one to act. He declared that he would take the head of Jiang Qin outside the spiritual space mountain to avenge the death of the people of the Desolate family and defend the divine prestige of the Desolate family. Let's go to the spiritual space mountain to watch the show. Xiao Liang has already taken action. That Xiao Liang is a peerless genius. I heard that he has already reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. I wonder if he can kill Jiang Qin. I don't think so. Rumor has it that Jiang Qin has killed many 9th grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. An ordinary 9th grade minor saint is no match for him. Although Xiao Liang is strong, he is only ranked 30th in the sky ranking. He might not be a match for Jiang Qin. Not necessarily. There are a total of 50 people in the sky ranking. Each of them is a genius among geniuses. They all have powerful trump cards and means. An existence like Xiao Liang isn't comparable to an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. That Jiang Qin might be able to kill an ordinary 9th grade minor saint, but he might not be a match for Xiao Liang. Why are we talking so much? Let's go and have a look. We can also see what kind of person Jiang Qin is. The Pure Land hasn't been this lively for a long time. Many of the young generation were shocked. The Pure Land had been peaceful for too long. Today, a devil incarnate like Jiang Qin had appeared. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention. Xiao Liang was a rare genius of the Desolate family. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention if he wanted to kill Jiang Qin. This was the first battle between Jiang Qin and the genius of the Pure Land. No matter what the result was, it would attract a lot of attention. Chapter 871. Outside of the spiritual space mountain, Xiao Liang arrived at the location very quickly. He was full of vigor and murderous aura. He shouted towards the spiritual space mountain, "Jiang Qin, come out now." This was the imposing manner of a young genius from the Pure Land. He was ranked 30th in the celestial ranking, which wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare to run outside the spiritual space mountain and shout. Of course, Xiao Liang only shouted outside the spiritual space mountain at most. He didn't dare to break into the spiritual space mountain like Xiao Yuntian did. If he really broke into the spiritual space mountain, the experts of the demon clan would definitely slap him to death. Many cultivators who were close to the spiritual space mountain had already arrived. They stood in different positions ready to watch the show. They were familiar with Xiao Liang, but they were unfamiliar with Jiang Qin. They wanted to see what kind of person he was. How could he suddenly become so famous in the Pure Land? How could the patriarchs of the 5 major clans appear for him? He even had the guts to declare war against all the geniuses of the Pure Land. Following Xiao Liang's shout, the people of the demon race were startled. Many of them flew out of the spiritual space mountain. Jiang Qin had just arrived at the demon race yesterday. Today he was challenged by the genius of the Desolate clan. The spiritual space mountain had not been so lively for a long time. In the quiet courtyard, Jiang Qin was still in closed-door cultivation. At this moment, the Golden Fur Lion King came and knocked on Jiang Qin's door. Jiang Qin frowned. He hated to be disturbed when he was in closed-door cultivation. He swore that if the Golden Fur Lion King could not give him a good explanation, Jiang Qin would not be polite. Creak. Jiang Qin opened the door and saw the Golden Fur Lion King's majestic body blocking the entire door. "Lion King, you better give me a good reason for disturbing my closed-door cultivation," Jiang Qin said calmly. The Golden Fur Lion King was shocked. He could see that Jiang Chen was unhappy. However, when Jiang Chen's emotions fluctuated, the Golden Fur Lion King actually felt a faint pressure from this young man. It was an invisible pressure that came from the soul. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a young man, but a high and mighty saint. Brother Jiang Chen, the genius of the Shao clan Xiaoliang, has come to challenge you. He is now outside the spiritual space mountain. The Golden Fur Lion King said. Oh. Jiang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the geniuses of the Pure Land to come so quickly. Jiang Chen, why don't you come out and accept your death? If you're afraid, then come out and kowtow to me 3 times. The extremely arrogant voice sounded again. This time Jiang Chen heard it very clearly. It seemed that the one who disturbed his closed-door training was not Golden-Haired Lion King, but Xiaoliang. Golden Fur Lion King spread his hands. There was no need for him to explain anymore. The other party had already come to him. Jiang Chen couldn't be a coward. After all, it was Jiang Chen who proposed to challenge the geniuses of the Pure Land. What is Xiaoliang's cultivation grade? Jiang Chen asked. A peak 9th grade minor saint. This man is ranked 30th in the sky ranking. He's very powerful. An ordinary 9th grade minor saint can't compare to him. Even I wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. Golden Fur Lion King said. A 9th grade minor saint is no match for me. I will go out and have a look. Jiang Chen said. His body flashed and disappeared. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen lost his interest after knowing Xiaoliang's cultivation grade. Although Xiaoliang was ranked 30th in the sky ranking, his strength was much stronger than an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. If Jiang Chen was still a 5th grade minor saint, perhaps Xiaoliang could fight him, but he was already a 6th grade minor saint. No one below half-step great saint would be a match for him. Even the northern and southern dynasties were killed by him. No matter how strong this Xiaoliang was, he wouldn't be stronger than the northern and southern dynasties. The combat strength of the northern and southern dynasties after using the eternal immortal wind was comparable to a half-step great saint. Jiang Chen was only interested in those half-step great saints who were ranked in the top 10 of the sky ranking. Outside the spiritual space mountain, a lot of people had gathered. Xiaoliang and Jiang Chen were considered as the first battle after Jiang Chen declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. It would certainly attract a lot of attention. What's going on? Why hasn't that Jiang Chen come out yet? Could it be that he is afraid? Impossible. He was the one who declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. It wouldn't make sense for him to hide and not come out. I think he is afraid. After all, Xiaoliang is very strong. He is ranked 30th in the sky ranking. As for that Jiang Chen, I heard that he is only a 5th grade minor saint or a 6th grade minor saint. It is reasonable for him to be afraid of him. The fact that Jiang Chen still hadn't come out had aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Many of them thought that Jiang Chen was afraid. As soon as their words faded, they saw a handsome youth in white walking in the sky. In a blink he appeared in front of Xiaoliang. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His face was full of resoluteness. One look and anyone would know that he was a dragon among the humans. You're Jiang Chen? Xiaoliang looked at Jiang Chen and asked loudly. That's right. It's me. Jiang Chen's voice was indifferent. He is still young. He is even younger than me. I never thought that Jiang Chen would be such a young man. Yeah. It's really rare to have such achievements at such a young age. Plus he was unknown before this. I think he is just a rogue cultivator, unlike those geniuses of the 8 major families who had countless resources since they were young. Who do you think is more powerful? I think Xiaoliang has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a figure in the sky ranking. It's hard to say. Today is destined to be an earth-shattering battle. The appearance of Jiang Chen had aroused countless people's amazement. They were amazed by his young age. Many of them were already prepared to watch a good show. In their opinion, the battle between Jiang Chen and Xiaoliang was bound to be earth-shattering. To many young people, being able to watch such a battle would benefit them a lot. Jiang Chen, you are really audacious. How dare you kill so many people of my desolate family and challenge the geniuses of the Pure Land? I, Xiaoliang, am here to kill you and raise the prestige of my desolate family. Xiaoliang's chi fluctuated. Make your move. But let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better use your strongest attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will die before you have the chance to use it. Jiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. "Pa, this is really funny. Do I need to use my full strength to deal with you? Go to hell." Xiao Liang burst into laughter. He felt that he had just heard the funniest joke. He wanted to use his strength to cripple Jiang Chen and let him know what true power was. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. He really didn't want to be entangled with such a character. Facing Xiao Liang's incoming attack, Jiang Chen directly took out the Heavenly Saint sword. The terrifying great sword created countless sword webs. Its speed was extremely fast, shattering all of Xiao Liang's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xiao Liang. "What?" Xiao Liang cried out in surprise. It was still the same. If one didn't fight with Jiang Chen, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Just like now, facing Jiang Chen's swift and violent sword, Xiao Liang felt that he was facing death. He really regretted not listening to Jiang Chen's words and using his strongest trump card. Destroy. Chapter 872. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen simply left these 4 words and slowly kept his Heavenly Saint sword. He turned around and left, disappearing from the sky, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Jiang Chen had left, but the silence in the beginning had turned into an uproar. Everyone was looking at Desolate Liang, who was cut in half by Jiang Chen. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, unable to accept that this was real. It was like a dream. Especially those who were confident that Desolate Liang could kill Jiang Chen. When they saw the result, their jaws dropped to the ground. The same went for the others. In many people's opinion, this was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Even if Jiang Chen had the chance to win, he would at least need to put up a fight. Who would have thought that Desolate Liang would be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant? He didn't even have the chance to resist. Although Desolate Liang didn't use his most powerful trump card, it also showed how powerful Jiang Chen was. The 30th genius on the sky ranking didn't even have the chance to use his trump card in front of Jiang Chen. This was simply a kind of irony and tragedy. So strong. Some people exclaimed, having a new view of Jiang Chen. Too awesome. He killed the genius of Desolate family with a single sword strike and left without leaving any trace behind. This is the true definition of awesome. He's truly awesome. A 6th grade minor saint could kill a 9th grade minor saint genius in an instant. Although I didn't see the earth-shattering battle, this battle is even more exciting. This Jiang Chen really lives up to his reputation. It seems like only the half-step great saint geniuses of the younger generation can deal with him. Didn't you see? Jiang Chen didn't even humiliate Desolate Liang. He killed him directly. This means that he didn't put someone like Desolate Liang in his eyes. This is the first battle between Jiang Chen and a genius of the sky ranking. He has displayed his qi. Everyone was astonished. Everyone was thinking about Jiang Chen's sword just now. It was so unfathomable that even the Shao clan's genius couldn't block it. Some people rushed over in high spirits, but the battle was already over. When they found out the result, they were also extremely shocked. Soon the news of Jiang Chen killing Xiao Liang spread throughout the Pure Land. Now any topic related to Jiang Chen would cause a commotion. Not to mention this was the first battle. Xiao Liang's death shocked all the geniuses of the Pure Land. It made those geniuses from the 5 major clans stop their thoughts of challenging Jiang Chen. They measured the gap between their strength and Xiao Liang's. They were absolutely sure that they would die if they were to face Jiang Chen. Even those who were ranked higher than Xiao Liang on the sky list didn't dare to challenge Jiang Chen. This was because even they didn't have the means to kill Xiao Liang. They couldn't even kill Xiao Liang. Now it seems that only those super monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the sky list can deal with Jiang Chen. Yes, but such monstrous geniuses rarely appear. Some of them are in closed-door training to attack the Great Sage Realm. Some of them are out adventuring. I don't know where they went. Let's wait and see. Xiao Liang's death will certainly alarm those monstrous geniuses. The geniuses of the 5 major clans will certainly take action to deal with Jiang Chen. This is related to the reputation of their major clans and the reputation of the Pure Land's geniuses. I believe that it won't be long before someone appears to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was being discussed everywhere. Everyone was talking about Jiang Chen. Many people predicted that those super geniuses who were either in closed-door training or adventuring outside would appear in the next few days. At that time it would be truly lively. Xianxia was able to kill Xiaoliang, but he was certainly not a match for those who were in the top 10 of the sky list. Many experts of the demon race were also paying attention to the process of Xianxia killing Xiaoliang, especially Lang Xingtian, Peacock King and Heavenly Leopard King. After all, they had only heard about the incident in Void Triangular Domain. They had never seen Xianxia in action. But this time they saw it with their own eyes. It was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying young man. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King greatly praised Xianxia. They were almost sure that the Pure Land would not be peaceful because of this young man. However, Xianxia didn't care about these things. He just continued his closed-door training. In the next 2 days, no geniuses of the Pure Land came to challenge him. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoliang's death had rung an alarm bell for many people. After weighing their own strength, they chose not to make a move. Now they were waiting for those monstrous geniuses on the sky list to make a move. Today was the most important day of the year in the demon race. Many of the young geniuses would enter the suspended tower to look for opportunities. Early in the morning, Golden Lion King arrived at the courtyard. Coincidentally, Xianxia and a Huang dog had also come out from their closed-door training. Although Xianxia's cultivation didn't make any progress, his essence, qi and spirit were much more vigorous than before. He had used 3 days to completely stabilize his cultivation. The Huang dog's transformation was huge. His cultivation had reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint. He was only 1 step away from 7th grade minor demon saint. Such progress was very fast. With his current strength, an ordinary 7th grade minor saint was no match for him. He could even deal with an 8th grade minor saint. If he used his forbidden divine ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an 8th grade minor saint. De Huang, I didn't expect you to make such progress in just 3 days. You are indeed not simple. Peacock King asked me to bring you to the suspended tower. Golden Lion King said. All right, let's go. De Huang dog's face was relaxed and casual. There wasn't any trace of nervousness on his face. Lion King, can you tell me more about the situation inside the suspended tower? Xianxia asked while walking. The suspended tower has existed since the ancient times. To the demon race, it is basically a sacred existence. It is basically the religion of the demon race. The suspended tower opens once every year. There isn't any dangerous place inside, only opportunities. However, there aren't many of them. There are inheritances left behind by the ancient experts, but those who can obtain them are very few. Every year there are many young disciples who enter the suspended tower to search for opportunities, but those who can obtain the benefits are less than 1 in 100. As for the inheritances left behind by the ancient experts, they are extremely rare. Golden Lion King paused for a moment and continued, moreover, no one has ever been able to enter the 9th floor of the suspended tower. It is said that the door to the 9th floor is only opened for those who have great luck. Not only that, in the past 10 years the 8th floor has only been opened once. It was opened by the son of Peacock King Kong Yang. Kong Yang had obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert of the demon race. After that, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Now he is ranked 3rd in the sky ranking. Kong Yu's brother, why haven't we seen him before? The Huang dog asked. Kong Yang has been training outside all year round and rarely comes back. He is looking for an opportunity to break through to the Great Saint Realm. You have just arrived at the demon race not long ago. Naturally you have not seen Kong Yang before. Golden Lion King said. So there is no danger in entering the suspended tower. Xianxia said. In theory that is the case. However, the demon race is not peaceful now. The Heavenly Wolf and Heavenly Leopard bloodlines seem to be fine on the surface, but they are constantly fighting in the dark, especially the younger generation. In the past, there were often situations where they fought in the suspended tower to snatch benefits. Therefore, Peacock King specially instructed De Huang to be careful. This time, entering the suspended tower, all eyes were basically on De Huang. I am afraid that entering the suspended tower will not be peaceful. In order to stop De Huang, the Heavenly Leopard King will definitely find a way to deal with De Huang in the suspended tower. If something happens in the suspended tower, Even the Patriarch and Peacock King would not be able to help him. Golden Lion King said. Could it be that the Heavenly Leopard King can enter the suspended tower? Jiang Qin frowned. The Heavenly Leopard King naturally has no way to enter, but the monstrous geniuses of the Heavenly Leopard bloodline can enter. Leopard Wei of the Heavenly Leopard bloodline is the second greatest genius of the demon race. Now he is already a half-step great saint. Because of his battle with Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan, he was slightly inferior, so he is ranked 11th on the sky list. Xiao Ming is ranked 10th. According to the rules of the suspended tower, as long as one is not a great saint, he is qualified to enter. If Leopard Wei wants to attack De Huang, the consequences will be unimaginable. Golden Lion King shook his head. Thinking of Leopard Wei gave him a headache. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 rays of cold light. It seemed that the suspended tower this time was not as peaceful as imagined. It was almost imaginable that if De Huang entered, he would definitely be obstructed by the Heavenly Leopard bloodline. Even if the Patriarch's bloodline also entered, Kong Yang was not there. Who among the younger generation could be Leopard Wei's opponent? Can I go in with you? Jiang Qin asked. No, even if the Patriarch agrees, you can't. You are not a member of the demon race. The door of the suspended tower will automatically identify your bloodline. Even if you want to enter, you will be excluded from the suspended tower. Golden Lion King shook his head. That is not necessarily true. Let's go to the suspended tower first. Jiang Qin said. He could not let De Huang Dog enter the suspended tower alone. He did not care what kind of position De Huang Dog could obtain in the demon race. He only cared about De Huang Dog's safety. The current situation was already very obvious. The demon race was not united internally. De Huang Dog entered the suspended tower, seemingly to look for opportunities like other disciples of the demon race. But in fact, it was a road of no return. However, the Patriarch and the Peacock King had no choice. They wanted to cultivate De Huang, so De Huang must enter the suspended tower together with them. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for De Huang Dog to survive in the demon race in the future. Even if he had the bloodline of a divine beast, there would be people who wanted to steal his bloodline. Chapter 873. The suspended tower was located in an independent space. This space had always existed. Rather than saying that the suspended tower was attached to this space, it would be more accurate to say that this space was attached to the suspended tower. The suspended tower was just like its name. It was suspended in the air of this space. The whole tower was extremely tall and it was emitting an ancient and majestic aura. This was an ancient tower. There was no brilliance on its surface. No one knew how long it had existed. It was the supreme existence of the demon race and represented the belief of the demon race. At this moment, there were already a lot of people surrounding the ancient tower. Today was a big day for the demon race. Countless demon race people had come here. On this day, anyone of the demon race was qualified to enter this place. As long as you were a member of the demon race, you would not be restricted. Those who were closest to the ancient tower were obviously the top figures of the demon race. However, these top figures were obviously divided into 2 factions. The Heavenly Wolf and the Heavenly Leopard were not on good terms for a long time. When Jiang Qin and the others arrived, they saw such a situation. Under the lead of Golden Fur Lion King, they came directly to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. He was the focus of training. Naturally, he was qualified to stand next to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang Jiangqin, you are here. Lang Xingtian greeted them. Today is a big day for our demon race. It is the most important day for our demon race. How can an outsider and a human step into the sacred place of our demon race? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the opposite side. The speaker was a young man with leopard patterns all over his body. He looked very strong. There was a golden leopard pattern mark between his eyebrows. He looked very young, but his cultivation was very strong. He had already reached the half-step Great Sage realm. He was only 1 step away from the Great Sage realm. This man is Leopard Wei. Golden Fur Lion King transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. That's right. This is a big event for the demon race. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Get out of here. Someone next to Leopard Wei immediately echoed. The spearhead was instantly pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen has given us 500 million supreme-grade Jinyuan stones, and he is our honored guest. Plus he is only here to visit. The suspended tower is about to open, so everyone shut up. Lang Xingtian said. His words silenced everyone, including Leopard Wei. Although he was a descendant of the heavenly Leopard King, Lang Xingtian was still the patriarch of the demon race. He had the highest status in the demon race. In public, Lang Xingtian's words were very dignified. Provoking the patriarch's dignity was a great disrespect. Even Leopard Wei didn't dare to do so. Furthermore, with Lang Xingtian's status, it was understandable for him to invite a distinguished guest to the demon race's grand gathering. After that, Lang Xingtian took out an ancient talisman. The talisman was in the shape of a pentagon. It looked very strange and it looked like a key. In fact, this talisman that was emitting an ancient aura was the key to open the suspended tower. Lang Xingtian threw the talisman upwards. Immediately, the talisman flew to the top of the ancient tower as if it was guided by something. If one looked carefully, it was not hard to see that there was a card slot at the top of the ancient tower. The card slot was exactly the same as the talisman. When the talisman fell into the card slot, the entire suspended tower became restless. Wung wung wung. A buzzing sound rang out from within the ancient pagoda, and rays of resplendent golden light appeared. These rays of light illuminated the ancient pagoda, making it look extremely mystical and gave it a noble aura. After that, a loud sound was heard. An illusory door appeared in the sky. It was the door that led to the inside of the ancient tower. The door had an identification function. Anyone who possessed the bloodline of the demon race could enter it. Anyone who was not a member of the demon race would be excluded. Look, the door of the suspended tower is open again. This time I must get great benefits when I enter. That's right. This is the only chance in a year. I hope I am the lucky one. If I am lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Almighty, my cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. I will reach Kong Yang's level. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Alright, stop daydreaming. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You are a jinx. You are not fated to be lucky. Seeing that the gate of the suspended tower had been opened, the young geniuses of the monster race were excited. To anyone, this was a great opportunity. In the past, there had been some people who had been blessed by the heavens and obtained the inheritance of the ancient monster race from the suspended tower. From then on, they had achieved a meteoric rise. Therefore, the suspended tower was a dream and a hope for many of the monster race. This time, I must enter the 8th floor and surpass Kong Yang to enter the top 10 of the sky ranking. Heavenly Leopard clenched his fists tightly. He had great hope and confidence in the suspended tower this time. Don't forget the most important thing. Heavenly Leopard King transmitted his voice to Leopard Wei. Don't worry, Great Elder. As long as that dog enters the suspended tower, I will make sure that he will never come out again. Leopard Wei sneered. Heavenly Leopard King nodded secretly. He was very confident in Leopard Wei's ability and means. Although De Huang Dog had already reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint, he would still die if he fought Leopard Wei. Basically, there wouldn't be any miracle. Although the conversation between Heavenly Leopard King and Leopard Wei was transmitted through divine sense, Jiang Chen could still hear it clearly. With Jiang Chen's means, even Heavenly Leopard King wouldn't be able to escape his senses if he wanted to eavesdrop. The Great Soul Derivation technique was very powerful and its senses were the best in the world. On the other side, Peacock King also noticed that something was wrong. His expression turned ugly, but he couldn't enter the suspended tower. He could only remind De Huang Dog to be more careful. De Huang, you must be extra careful when you enter the suspended tower. Patriarch, in order to prevent someone from harming De Huang, I would like to request to enter the suspended tower with De Huang. Jiang Chen spoke to Lang Xingtian all of a sudden. He didn't try to suppress his voice. Every one of them could hear it clearly. When they heard that Jiang Chen was going to enter the suspended tower together with them, it caused a commotion. Are you kidding me? He is a human and he wants to enter the suspended tower? Is he an idiot? That's right. He is an outsider and he is not qualified to participate in the demon race's grand event. Even if he can enter, he won't be able to pass the gate of the suspended tower. I think he is thinking too much. Only the demon race can enter the suspended tower. He is just a human. Voices were heard one after another. In the eyes of the demon race, Zhou Xian wanted to enter the suspended tower. It was undoubtedly a ridiculous thing. Zhou Xian, this is the suspended tower. Humans can't enter it, said Xianxia. In fact, he hoped that Zhou Xian could enter the suspended tower more than anyone else. If that was the case, De Huang would be safe. He had seen Zhou Qian's strength with his own eyes. Even someone like Xiao Liang was killed by Zhou Qian in a second. As long as Zhou Qian was with De Huang, it would be unrealistic for Leopard Wei to kill De Huang dog. Patriarch, you might not know this, but my cultivation method is very special. I have absorbed a lot of demon beasts' bloodline. I have even killed a white tiger with the bloodline of a divine beast and absorbed its bloodline. Maybe I can be recognized by the suspended tower. Zhou Qian said. Chapter 874. What? This man has actually refined the bloodline of the white tiger? Damn it. When did the white tiger appear in Saint Origin World? Why didn't we know about it? The white tiger is one of the 5 divine beasts. It's superior and its bloodline is extremely powerful. If we, the demon race, obtain it, we will definitely gain endless benefits. What's more surprising is that he can refine the bloodline of a demon beast. This is unbelievable. Humans and demon race are 2 completely different races. Even if humans want to refine our demon spirit, they have to do it bit by bit. It's even more impossible to absorb the bloodline of a demon beast. Seems like the cultivation method of this brat is extremely special. So what? After all, he is a human. Even if he has absorbed the bloodline of a demon beast, it's impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Many people were shocked that Zhou Qian had actually refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. He was really lucky. From another point of view, it was enough to prove that Zhou Qian was a man with great luck. However, in everyone's opinion, Zhou Qian had come alone after all. Even if he had refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, it was almost impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Is that so? Xianxia frowned. Patriarch, in that case, why don't we let him try and see if he can pass the identification of the suspended tower? If he can enter the tower with De Huang, it will be a great help to De Huang's safety. I remember that Zhou Qian has a transformation technique that allows him to transform into a demon beast. Peacock King said. No, those who are not from the demon race are not eligible to enter the suspended tower. A powerful 4th grade great saint beside Heavenly Leopard King said. Humph. As long as one can pass the identification of the suspended tower, he will be eligible to enter the tower. This is the rule of the suspended tower and also the rule of our ancestors. Peacock King harumphed coldly. Xianxia waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to argue. He glanced at the gate of the suspended tower that had just opened, then looked at Zhou Qian and said, Zhou Qian, you try and see if you can pass the identification of the suspended tower. Thank you, Patriarch. Zhou Qian clasped his fist towards Xianxia, then turned around and flew towards the illusory door. He believed that the dragon transformation skill could help him enter the suspended tower. Otherwise, the true dragon bloodline would become a joke. This trip to the suspended tower was crucial to De Huang. If he did not enter, what awaited De Huang would be the end of the world. Zhou Qian stood in front of the door of the suspended tower. Many people's eyes fell on Zhou Qian. They wanted to see if a human like Zhou Qian could pass the identification test. In front of the illusory door, Zhou Qian could feel traces of desolate qi overflowing from the door. It was a very ancient qi. Through this door he seemed to be able to see the supreme holy land of the demon race. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Qian began to circulate the dragon transformation skill. Lines of blood-red dragon marks surged out from his body. Each dragon mark was like an illusory true dragon, vivid and lifelike, making Zhou Qian look incomparably divine. Along with the emergence of the dragon marks, Zhou Qian also exuded a superior qi. Some of the weaker demons were mesmerized by him, and couldn't help but want to worship him. So powerful. He is obviously a human, but he can exude the qi of the king of demons. Makes me want to worship him. Some people exclaimed, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Zhou Xian slowly raised his palm that was emitting blood-red light and pressed it on the illusory door. Weng weng. Suddenly the entire door of the suspended tower trembled violently. With this trembling, the door that was only 30 to 40 feet in size gradually grew bigger and became a full 10 feet in size. At the same time, the suspended tower behind also trembled violently, and the light it emitted became even stronger. At this moment, the entire ancient tower seemed to have formed some kind of resonance with Zhou Xian. Look, the door has become bigger. What's going on? The suspended tower has existed for so long, and there has never been the slightest change. Today it has become so big, more than twice its original size. What did Zhou Xian do? Look, the suspended tower and Zhou Xian have formed a resonance. Zhou Xian actually passed the identification test of the suspended tower. It's too strange. Yes, this is really a miracle. A human actually got the approval of the suspended tower, and such a huge change happened. This is the only change in the suspended tower's existence. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a situation before. This was definitely the first time. However, many people knew that a huge change in the suspended tower was beneficial to the demon race. At this moment, Zhou Xian was also stunned. He was very excited because he actually felt that the suspended tower was summoning him. No, it should be that there was something in the suspended tower that was summoning him. This kind of summoning was very strange, but there was a hint of familiarity. There is something I need in the suspended tower. Zhou Xian suppressed the excitement in his heart. He did not expect that there would be such a big reward in the suspended tower. Although he did not know what was summoning him, for him this was a miracle. Zhou Xian was sure that the thing that was summoning him was not the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment. If it was the Heavenly Saint Sword, the connection between them would be much stronger. After sorting out his emotions, Zhou Xian turned back to Xianxia and the Peacock King. He cupped his fist and said, "Patriarch, I have passed the identification test of the suspended tower. I can enter the suspended tower with the Huang Dog." Good. Zhou Xian, I did not expect you to have such a deep relationship with the demon race. I will give you the qualification to enter the suspended tower with the Huang Dog. Xianxia did not hide his joy. If Zhou Xian entered the suspended tower with the Huang Dog, he could also relax. At least, De Huang's safety would not be a problem. But at this moment someone objected. The one who spoke was the Heavenly Leopard King. This was the first time the Heavenly Leopard King spoke. Even if he was speaking to the Patriarch, there was no respect or politeness in his tone. Even if he passed the identification test of the suspended tower, he is still an outsider. He does not have the qualification to enter the suspended tower. If you want to let him in, I will be the first to object. The Heavenly Leopard King's words were very firm. His target this time was De Huang Dog. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, how could he allow someone to ruin it? Although this Zhou Xian might not be Leopard Wei's opponent, he had seen the scene of Zhou Xian killing Xiao Liang. If Zhou Xian and Leopard Wei were to fight, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, the suspended tower was not suitable for such a fierce battle. Once the suspended tower was damaged in the slightest, it might anger the spirits of the ancestors. No one could bear this responsibility. Heavenly Leopard, don't forget the rules of the suspended tower. As long as you pass the identification test, you can enter. Moreover, Zhou Xian has already formed a resonance with the suspended tower. This is something that has never happened before. Even the suspended tower has approved of him. What right do you have to object? Also, don't forget your identity. You are only the Great Elder. It is not up to you to make decisions in the demon race. The Peacock King said loudly. He had a fiery temper. Even if it was the powerful Heavenly Leopard King, he would not put him in his eyes. Peacock King, on crucial matters, the Great Elder has the right to participate in the decision-making. If you want to let this outsider enter the suspended tower, this Great Elder will not agree. The Heavenly Leopard King's attitude was firm. It seemed that he would not back down. Heavenly Leopard, you are too rude. Xianxia was enraged. As the patriarch of the demon race, he had to have his own dignity. Now that he was provoked by the Heavenly Leopard King, if he did not do anything, it would greatly affect his prestige. The Heavenly Leopard King frowned. Today was a big day for the demon race. It would not look good if he made a scene. Now Lang Xingtian's attitude was extremely strong. However, if he allowed Jiang Qin to enter the suspended tower, it would interfere with his plan. This time, entering the suspended tower was the best opportunity to eliminate De Huang Dog. If he could not eliminate De Huang this time, the De Huang Dog would most likely obtain great benefits from the suspended tower. At that time his position in the demon race would be stabilized, and it would be extremely difficult to eliminate him. Patriarch, in order to let an outsider enter our demon race's sacred ground, other than obtaining the approval of the suspended tower, he must also be able to convince so many demon race members. As long as Jiang Qin can defeat me, let him enter the suspended tower. Leopard Wei opened his mouth and said. He actually issued a challenge to Jiang Qin. As soon as these words came out, the Heavenly Leopard King's eyes suddenly lit up. He gave Leopard Wei a look of admiration. Leopard Wei's method was undoubtedly the best method to solve the current situation. He believed in Leopard Wei's strength. With the cultivation of a half-step great sage, Jiang Qin was definitely not his opponent. If they fought outside, it would not seem disrespectful to the suspended tower. With Lang Xingtian and Peacock King obstructing him, it was not realistic for Leopard Wei to kill Jiang Qin. As long as he could defeat Jiang Qin, it would not affect his plan. Yes, let's fight. Let us see his strength. As long as he can defeat Leopard Wei, let him enter the suspended tower. We will be convinced. This is a good solution. Otherwise, we will not be convinced if we let an outsider enter our sacred ground. For a moment, many people of the Heavenly Leopard King's bloodline voiced out. As the voices grew louder, it was impossible for Jiang Qin not to accept Leopard Wei's challenge. This bastard. Peacock King was a little angry. Alright, I accept his challenge. However, without waiting for Peacock King to speak, Jiang Qin directly agreed. Jiang Qin had already seen the situation clearly. If he wanted to enter the suspended tower, there were bound to be many obstacles. Since Leopard Wei wanted to challenge him, he would accompany him to the end. Moreover, he also wanted to see how strong a half-step great sage of the demon race was. Now trash like Xiaoliang was no longer attractive to him. Only someone like Leopard Wei could arouse his fighting spirit. Jiang Qin, you have to think carefully. Leopard Wei is the existence ranked 11th in the sky list. He is a half-step great sage. Xiaoliang can't be compared to him. Chapter 875. It was normal for Peacock King to be worried. Even though Jiang Qin was powerful, his cultivation grade was still weak. Being able to kill Desolate Liang and being able to deal with Leopard Wei were two completely different concepts. Both of them were never on the same level. Apart from the difference in their rankings, there was also the difference in their cultivation grade. No matter how terrifying a 9th grade minor saint was, it would still be hard for him to be a match for a half-step great saint. A great saint was the true high and mighty existence. Even if he was just a half-step great saint, he had already stepped into the threshold of the great saint realm. Basically, he was about to leave the minor saint realm. Peacock King, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I don't have any other choice but to accept the challenge. The situation is very clear now. If I don't follow De Huang will be killed by Leopard Wei. Now that Kong Yang isn't here, none of the youths who entered the suspended tower can stop Leopard Wei from killing De Huang. Jiang Qin said. All right. Since you have made up your mind, you will fight Leopard Wei. Don't force yourself if you can't defeat him. Lang Xingtian nodded and said. Now that Leopard Wei had issued a challenge to Jiang Qin, if Jiang Qin didn't accept the challenge, he would be looked down upon by others. He was originally an outsider. Even if he was recognized by the suspended tower, he was still an outsider. In the demon race's philosophy, only the strong would be respected. As long as Jiang Qin defeated Leopard Wei, he would be able to shut the mouths of others and increase Jiang Qin's reputation. All right. Let's fight then. Peacock King said. He waved his hand and created a battlefield in the void. Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei would fight in the battlefield. There wouldn't be any shockwave from the battle and it wouldn't affect the suspended tower. Peacock King liked Jiang Qin's fearless character the most. Although he was worried, he knew that if Jiang Chen didn't accept Leopard Wei's challenge, he would look down on Jiang Chen. Whoosh! Leopard Wei's silhouette flickered and he was the first to enter the battlefield. His aura was unparalleled, tyrannical to the extreme. He had a leopard's head and a pair of round eyes. His gaze was ferocious like knives as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, come up here. You've declared to challenge all the geniuses in the Pure Land. Let me, Leopard Wei, see if you have the qualifications and capability to do so. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. With a sway of his body, he entered the battlefield. His expression had always been calm. Even when he was facing the patriarchs of the 5 major families, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Now that he was facing Leopard Wei, he was still as calm as ever. Such a temperament was truly admirable. Regarding the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei, whether it was Peacock King Lang Xingtian or Golden Fur Lion King, all of them were very worried. After all, Leopard Wei's strength wasn't something that Xiao Liang could compare with. Leopard Wei had almost entered the top 10 of the Sky ranking. If there was one person who wasn't nervous, it would be De Huang Dog. De Huang's confidence in Jiang Chen had never been shaken. Plus, his eyes were sharp. Although Leopard Wei was powerful, he was only slightly stronger than the 9th grade minor saint Northern and Southern dynasties. After Jiang Chen advanced to the 6th grade minor saint, the Northern and Southern dynasties were no match for him. So it wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with Leopard Wei now. Even if he couldn't kill Leopard Wei, defeating him wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to kill the geniuses of the demon race here. Jiang Chen, you are only a 6th grade minor saint, but you could kill someone like Xiao Liang. Even I have to admit that you are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. But in terms of innate talent, I, Leopard Wei, am inferior to you. But my current cultivation grade is higher than yours. You and I are not on the same level. I advise you to withdraw from the demon race. Leopard Wei looked at the indifferent face of Jiang Chen and said. It seemed like Leopard Wei was an honest man to say such words. One should know that a genius like him could say that his innate talent wasn't as good as others. It was undoubtedly a very rare thing. It was a very rare thing. I'm sorry. De Huang is my brother. You can't deal with him. Although there is a gap between our cultivation grade, you are no match for me if we really fight. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, it seems like you are too arrogant. Do you think that you can deal with me after killing Xiao Liang? You're really ignorant. In that case, I will let you know the terror of a half-step great saint. Leopard Wei felt that he was amused by Jiang Chen's words. A monstrous demon qi overflowed from his body. Now that the suspended tower was about to open, Leopard Wei didn't want to waste any more time. He decided to attack first. He clenched his fist, making a ka-ka sound. Suddenly he punched at Jiang Chen. Roar. Leopard Wei's punch produced a shadow of a cheetah. It issued a dull roar of a cheetah. The powerful fist wind was constantly flashing like a knife. It was overwhelming and crushed the void into pieces. The might of just one punch had such a tyrannical momentum. It could be seen how powerful Leopard Wei was. Feeling the power of Leopard Wei, Jiang Chen's eyes began to flicker with a strange brilliance. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had always been to become stronger. The strength of Leopard Wei didn't make Jiang Chen flinch. Instead, it stimulated his fighting spirit. Crack. With a sway of his arm, it turned into a blood-red dragon arm. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had been tempered beyond recognition. He didn't transform right now as he wanted to feel the gap between him and Leopard Wei in his true form. Rumble. Jiang Chen also blasted a punch. The boundless wind and waves turned into a vast ocean. Both of them moved extremely fast. They collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The sky shook. The battlefield created by the Peacock King was instantly smashed into pieces. Ice-cold spatial hurricanes drifted everywhere. However, the Peacock King's means were powerful. Not a single trace of the battle leaked out from the battlefield. However, although the crowd could not feel the fluctuations of the battle, the earth-shattering battle inside still made them incomparably shocked. This was only the first collision, but there was already such a huge commotion. Dang dang dang. Jiang Chen retreated dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the previous collision, Jiang Chen's strength was not as strong as Leopard Wei. He was directly injured. However, this kind of injury didn't affect him at all. After absorbing the essence of wood, the recovery ability of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill had reached an incomparably terrifying level. The injury in front of him could be completely healed in the blink of an eye. Like I said, you are no match for me. Just a casual punch of mine could injure you. How are you going to fight against me? Of course, you are the first 6th grade minor saint who could withstand my punch and come out unscathed. I admire you for that. Leopard Wei's robe was fluttering in the wind. Although he was unparalleled in strength, he was still surprised after the battle with Jiang Chen. After all, he was a half-step great saint. Jiang Chen was only a 6th grade minor saint. It was something that he had never thought of. He knew very well that if both of them were at the same level, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen if he advanced another level. Look, Jiang Chen has been defeated. He is no match for Leopard Wei. The gap between their strength is too big. They are not at the same level. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Leopard Wei to this extent. That's true. This man is already a peerless genius. If he and Leopard Wei were at the same level, I'm afraid that Leopard Wei wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. Some were happy while some were sighing. However, no matter if it was the Heavenly Wolf or Heavenly Leopard, no one dared to mock Jiang Chen because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Even if Jiang Chen was defeated, their attitude towards Jiang Chen was still full of admiration. Of course, the battle had just begun. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen took 2 steps forward. His body began to transform. With a loud bang, everyone could feel a strong, desolate force surging out from Jiang Chen's body. Then a dragon man whose body was glowing with blood-red light appeared. To many of them, this was their first time seeing Jiang Chen's transformation, including Lang Xingtian. Leopard Wei, isn't it too early to say who will win or lose? Jiang Chen's aura was many times stronger than before. His combat strength had increased by 10 times, this was no joke. What a terrifying transformation skill. He looks like an ancient lofty dragon. How could he have such a skill? Dragon, that's a legendary existence. It's the king of all beasts, high and mighty. His appearance is actually that of a dragon. This is too scary. I can feel that his chi has increased by at least 10-fold after his transformation. He has directly suppressed Leopard Wei. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Many of them began to have new expectations for this battle. The current Jiang Chen was indeed much stronger than before. Judging from the current situation, it was hard to tell who would win between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei. He actually has a bloodline that terrifies me. Could it be the legendary True Dragon bloodline? Impossible. It's impossible for such a legendary existence to exist in Saint Origin world. Lang Xingtian was also shocked. His pair of eyes stared at the transformed Jiang Chen without blinking. Leopard Wei, who was standing opposite to Jiang Chen, also revealed a trace of solemnity on his face. He was the closest to Jiang Chen, so he could clearly sense the increase in chi and combat strength of Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen's transformation, his combat strength had increased by 10-fold, which made his advantage of being a half-step great saint vanish. Alright, let me see how strong you are. Chapter 876. Electric Wave Chain Strike. Leopard Wei roared, and the energy ball in his hand suddenly smashed towards Jiang Chen. This was the innate magical ability of the Heavenly Leopard clan. It was very powerful, transforming energy into electric waves that could destroy everything. Moreover, this kind of chain strike could release many energy balls at once. Just like now, Leopard Wei released 9 huge energy balls in a row. Each energy ball was 10 zhang in size, and could destroy a mountain with a circumference of 100 li. The destructive power of the 9 energy balls combined could be imagined. Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen was not afraid and immediately displayed the Golden Dragon Seal. 3 incomparably dazzling golden dragons let out deafening dragon roars, as if 3 real dragons had descended to the world. They opened their huge mouths and rushed towards the energy balls. Jiang Chen rarely used the Golden Dragon Seal, but in fact among all the 5 elemental combat dragon seals, the Golden Dragon Seal was the one with the strongest defensive strength. Putting aside the fact that it could restrain the other 4 seals, the offensive strength of the golden dragon seal was something that none of the other 4 seals could compare with. Right now, the battle between Xianxia and Leopard Wei was a battle of toughness. The electric wave chain strike and the golden dragon seal were pure offensive combat skills. Roar, rumble. The roar of a dragon, the roar of a leopard, the rumbling sound of energy colliding, the sparks created by the battle, it should be called a sea of fire. A sea of fire had been created. This kind of battle could only be described as world-shaking. The 3 golden dragons and the 9 energy balls were destroyed at the same time, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Countless destructive energy floated back and forth. Xianxia and Leopard Wei were submerged in such energy, and for a moment, their real bodies could not be seen. All the young geniuses of the demon race found it hard to breathe. They couldn't feel the raging energy, but they could still feel the tremendous pressure that came from the geniuses. Some of the self-proclaimed geniuses felt that they couldn't even be called geniuses when compared to Xianxia and Leopard Wei. Xianxia and Leopard Wei once again appeared in front of everyone. They saw that Xianxia was as calm as ever. His blood-red eyes were brimming with vigor, and he didn't seem to be injured at all. On the other hand, Leopard Wei seemed to be in a sorry state. Even his hair was a mess. It was obvious that Leopard Wei was at a disadvantage in the collision just now. I've said it before, victory or defeat is still unknown. Right now my battle prowess has already surpassed yours. If you still have any powerful moves, feel free to use them. If I want to defeat you, then I'll make you submit wholeheartedly. Jiang Chen's tone was flat, but their roles had been reversed. Leopard Wei had the upper hand just now, and now it was Jiang Chen's turn. Not necessarily. Roar. Leopard Wei's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Immediately he roared towards the sky. His body exploded like Jiang Chen, reverting back to his original form. However, his original form was many times more majestic than Jiang Chen's. A sky leopard several tens of zhang in size appeared. Its entire body was covered in golden leopard might. Boundless energy enveloped its entire body. The demonic qi on top of its head formed a golden pillar of light, directly shooting up into the sky. Heavenly leopard soul-splitting claw. Leopard Wei's voice was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. A gigantic claw over 100 zhang in size appeared. This gigantic claw was like a heavenly barrier, crushing down in all directions. Even if it was a gigantic mountain, it would still be crushed into powder under this claw. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to Leopard Wei's powerful aura as he unleashed the True Dragon Palm. When he unleashed the True Dragon Palm under the state of his dragon transformation, its might was truly astonishing. A gigantic dragon claw manifested, accompanied by a faint draconic roar. Jiang Chen had already awakened a drop of true dragon blood when he was at Green Lotus Mountain in the Western Domain. His body possessed a powerful true dragon bloodline. Although the heavenly leopard was also a powerful mutated beast, compared to the true dragon bloodline, it was simply not on the same level. Just like now, the true dragon palm was clearly suppressing the heavenly leopard's god-splitting claw. Two gigantic heavenly claws collided like 2 gigantic mountains colliding together. The entire battlefield could be described as collapsing. Destructive energy drifted everywhere. Deng deng deng. This time Leopard Wei was still not a match for Jiang Chen. He retreated 3 steps before stabilizing his body. The shock on his face was even more intense. Look, Leopard Wei is in a disadvantageous position. He doesn't seem to be a match for Jiang Chen. I can't believe that Jiang Chen has become so powerful after transforming. Yeah. It's too scary. Leopard Wei is a half-step great saint while Jiang Chen is merely a 6th grade minor saint. The gap between them is indescribable, but Jiang Chen has defeated Leopard Wei. This is a great miracle. See, it's not the time to determine the winner yet. The heavenly leopard race still has a powerful innate ability. Leopard Wei's heavenly leopard king's eye hasn't been unleashed yet. I heard that this heavenly leopard king's eye not only has a strong offensive power, but it can also pierce the opponent's soul. It's very scary. Jiang Chen had turned the situation around, suppressing Leopard Wei. No one had thought that this would happen. Currently, Heavenly Leopard King's face was very unsightly. If Leopard Wei was defeated, his plan would fail completely. What surprised him more was that Xianxia was such a peerless monstrous genius. On the other side, Leopard Wei was already enraged. His eyes had already turned blood red. His eyes began to change from blood red to the color of light. At this time, Leopard Wei's eyes no longer had any other colors. They were like two round suns, incomparably dazzling. Xianxia, stop wasting time. I want to see how you are going to deal with the innate ability of my heavenly leopard king's eye. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use it. Leopard Wei's tone was incomparably gloomy. Normally, he wouldn't use the ultimate innate ability of the heavenly leopard king's eye easily because it would cause a certain amount of damage to his body. After using it once, he would fall into a period of weakness. He wouldn't be able to recover for at least a day. However, Leopard Wei had no choice but to use it now. He was the one who challenged Xianxia. He was the second genius of the demon race, and he was a half-step great saint. If he was defeated by a 6th-grade minor saint, it would be an incomparably shameful thing. Swoosh! 2 incomparably bright rays of light shot out from Leopard Wei's eyes like sharp arrows. Very quickly, the 2 rays of light merged into one, becoming the most dazzling ray of light under the heavens and earth. The moment Leopard Wei used the heavenly leopard king's eye, Xianxia could feel a destructive force. More importantly, when he saw the ray of light, he felt a stabbing pain in his soul. It seemed like the most powerful attack of the heavenly leopard king's eye wasn't the power of the attack itself, but the ability to stimulate the opponent's soul. If Xianxia didn't cultivate the Great Soul Derivation technique, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. However, the Great Soul Derivation technique was too terrifying. It made his soul incomparably strong and as hard as a castle. It was undoubtedly impossible for the heavenly leopard king's eye to damage his soul. 9 Solar Finger. Since Leopard Wei had casted his most powerful innate ability, Xianxia wouldn't neglect it. Immediately he casted the powerful 9 Solar Fingers. After obtaining the other phalanx bone, the power of his 9 solar fingers was many times stronger than before. When casting the 9 solar fingers, Xianxia's combat strength in his dragon form had increased once again. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound came from the void. 9 dazzling fingers were pointed out by Xianxia. These fingers quickly fused into one, and the huge golden finger collided with the ray of light from the heavenly leopard king's eye. The color of the sky changed. Everything in the battlefield had been completely destroyed. Dazzling energy ripples could be seen everywhere. Under the illumination of such dazzling light, no one could see the situation on the battlefield, let alone Xianxia and Leopard Wei. The dazzling light lasted for a full minute before it gradually faded away. At this moment, Xianxia and Leopard Wei's figures once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, the appearance of these 2 men caused countless people to cry out in surprise. Both of them had returned to their human form, but their appearances were completely different. Xianxia was wearing a snow-white robe, and he still had a calm expression on his face. His aura was deep and steady, and it didn't look any different from when he was at his peak. However, a sword appeared in his hand and he placed it on Leopard Wei's neck. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in a sorry state. His chest was covered with blood, the corner of his mouth, and even his eyes. That was the backlash from the heavenly leopard king's eye. You've lost. Xianxia's voice was incomparably calm, but it was heard by everyone. He slowly sheathed his sword, turned around and returned to the Peacock King's side. Leopard Wei smiled bitterly and also left the battlefield, returning to the heavenly leopard king's side. Are you all right? The heavenly leopard king asked with concern. I'm fine. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. If it was a life-and-death battle just now, I would have been dead by now. Leopard Wei said. He didn't feel the slightest bit of unwillingness in his defeat against Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia had already shown mercy to him. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man by now. It was impossible for him to be standing here in one piece. It seems like we have underestimated him. A great saint sighed. Leopard Wei has lost. He has been defeated by Xianxia. This Xianxia has actually become so powerful. This is really shocking. Yeah, he's too scary. Even Leopard Wei is no match for him. I'm afraid that only Kong Yang can suppress him among the young generation of the demon race. Amazing. He's truly an abnormal guy. The people of the demon race were sighing. The half-step Great Saint Leopard Wei was defeated by the 6th grade minor Saint Zhou Xian. No one would believe such a scene if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Chapter 877. The way Lang Xingtian looked at Zhou Xian was getting more and more passionate. Before the battle with Leopard Wei, he didn't have much confidence in Zhou Xian. He was even worried about Zhou Xian. After all, Leopard Wei was ranked 11th in the Sky ranking. He wasn't someone that Xiao Liang could compare with. However, he didn't expect that even Leopard Wei couldn't defeat Zhou Xian. From another point of view, the current Zhou Xian had already entered the top 10 of the Sky ranking after defeating Leopard Wei. The Sky ranking of the Pure Land had existed for a very long time, but this was the first time a 6th grade minor saint had entered the top 10. It was like an immortal. Jiang brother is too powerful. Golden Fur Lion King was overjoyed. Zhou Qian's potential was getting bigger and bigger. His future achievement was destined to be immeasurable. Alright, the gate of the suspended tower has officially opened. All the young disciples of the demon race are qualified to enter. Lang Xingtian announced loudly. The suspended tower had officially opened. Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the huge gate. This time no one stopped them or expressed any objection. Zhou Qian had defeated Leopard Wei, so he was qualified to enter the suspended tower. Even Heavenly Leopard King had nothing to say. He could only sigh at the failure of his plan. The only thing he could do now was to hope that De Huang Dog wouldn't perform too miraculously in the suspended tower. The demon race was one of the 8 races of the Pure Land. It was the true sacred land of the demon race. There were countless races and systems in the demon race. No one knew how many of them were in the spiritual space mountain. There were more than 20,000 young disciples who entered the suspended tower this time. Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the suspended tower. The place they appeared in was a spatial zone filled with chaotic qi. It wasn't big, but it was at least 1,000 miles wide. This was the first level of the suspended tower. All the disciples would enter the first level after entering the tower. Little Chenzi, why did the gate of the suspended tower become bigger? De Huang Dog asked. He already knew the real identity of Zhou Qian. However, even the identity of the greatest saint had nothing to do with the suspended tower. No matter how powerful a human was, he wouldn't be able to make the suspended tower change because of him. It probably has something to do with my cultivation method. It's called Dragon Transformation Skill. My Dragon Transformation Skill is part of this cultivation method. When I was in the western region, the bloodline of the real dragon had already appeared in my body. Although it was very little, it did appear. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to transform into a dragon. The real dragon is the supreme existence, the king of all beasts. It's really high and mighty, even higher than the suspended tower. Moreover, I have absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, which is also a high and mighty existence. I guess the reason why the gate of the suspended tower became bigger because of me might be related to this. Zhou Qian looked at De Huang Dog and said, if it's you, you might be able to do it as well. De Huang Dog possessed the complete bloodline of a dragon horse. Moreover, it was a super mutated bloodline. It was extremely terrifying. The suspended tower was the sacred symbol of the demon race. When a divine beast appeared, it would naturally cause some resonance. That's for sure. It's a pity that the limelight of this master dog has been stolen by you. De Huang Dog had a depressed look on his face. However, it was really satisfying for you to defeat Leopard Wei. I guess that brat won't dare to come and fight me in the suspended tower. Thinking about the battle between Zhou Qian and Leopard Wei, De Huang Dog had a proud look on his face. Although Leopard Wei is arrogant, he has the nature of a demon. He is not a shy person and can accept defeat. This kind of person is not bad. We just have different standpoints. Zhou Qian said. Leopard Wei gave him a much better impression than those geniuses from the big clans. Only a genius who can accept defeat can be considered a genius. What do you think we can get by entering this suspended tower? Master Dog doesn't care about those ancient inheritance. As my cultivation increases, Master Dog will awaken more and more innate abilities. They are much more powerful than the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors. De Huang Dog said indifferently. He was not bragging. Even those ancient demon ancestors were not on the same level as De Huang Dog in terms of bloodline. It was normal for De Huang Dog to look down on their inheritance. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak now. Entering the suspended mountain is a great opportunity for you. Your goal is to establish your position in the demon race. Therefore, the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors will be of great help to you. At least it will help you grow in a short period of time. Jiang Chen said. He immediately thought of the summoning power that was sent out by the suspended tower. He said, when I was standing in front of the gate of the suspended tower, I felt a summoning power coming from the tower. However, after I entered, the summoning power disappeared. It seems like the summoning power is not on the first floor. What? Could it be that there is something that you need in here? Could it be the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword? De Huang Dog was very surprised. No matter what, Jiang Chen was a human. Even if he had absorbed the bloodline of a divine beast, it didn't change the fact that he was a human. The suspended tower had nothing to do with humans. But now Jiang Chen said that there was a mysterious existence that was summoning him. It was obvious that the mysterious existence was not as simple as it seemed. No, it's a very strange summoning power. However, there is a familiar feeling. I can't put my finger on it. Let's continue forward. Jiang Chen said. At this time a figure came to the side of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. It was Peacock King's son Kong Yu. Brother Jiang, De Huang. Kong Yu cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Little Peacock, there doesn't seem to be anything special in this suspended tower. De Huang Dog said. It seems like you guys don't know much about the suspended tower. The first 5 floors of the suspended tower can be entered at will. Indeed, there are some opportunities inside, but they are very rare. However, from the 6th floor onwards, everyone who wants to enter will have to go through a re-identification process. Just like the previous portal, only those with great luck and great potential can enter the 6th floor and above. It's already considered good if 1 out of 100 people can enter the 6th floor. As for the 7th and 8th floor, it's even rarer. In the past 10 years, only my big brother Kong Yu has entered the 8th floor. As for the legendary 9th floor, no one has ever entered it. However, the inheritance of the ancestors of the demon race is basically in the 6th floor and above. This is also why there are so many people who enter the suspended tower every year, but only a few of them actually obtain any benefits. Kong Yu introduced the suspended tower to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen was enlightened. It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to obtain any benefits. My father had already predicted that Leopard Wei would attack De Huang in the suspended tower, but now that you've defeated Leopard Wei, you can basically guarantee De Huang's safety. De Huang has a powerful divine beast bloodline, so he might be able to create a miracle and enter the 8th floor. At that time he will obtain the inheritance of the ancient Almighty. His cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds, and he will be able to establish his own position in the demon race. Kong Yu said. Of course. De Huang Dog's confidence had reached the point where he had no sense of shame. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog parted ways with Kong Yu. They didn't stay on the 1st floor and directly entered the 2nd floor of the suspended tower. In the 2nd floor of the suspended tower, Jiang Chen still couldn't sense the summoning force. Therefore he didn't stop and went straight to the 3rd floor. Their target wasn't the first 5 floors but the floors above the 6th floor. Jiang Chen had been paying attention to the mysterious summoning force. Unfortunately, the mysterious summoning force didn't appear even after reaching the 5th floor of the suspended tower. It was as if it had never existed. However, Jiang Chen knew that his senses wouldn't be wrong. There must be something calling out to him. Soon Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the door of the 6th floor. This was an illusory door and it was different from the doors of the previous 5 levels. There were runes on the illusory door and they rippled. It was obvious that if one wanted to enter the 6th level, they had to pass the identification of this door. All along, countless people had been blocked by this door, and were unable to enter the 6th level. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked towards the door. The door seemed to have sensed their bloodline and opened automatically. The two of them entered the door with ease. After them, people gradually entered the 6th floor. Outside the suspended tower, a lot of people were paying attention to the changes in the tower. Originally, only the first 5 floors of the suspended tower were lit up. The 6th floor and above were dark. Now the sixth floor began to light up. They could clearly see the bright spots on the sixth floor. Each of the spots represented a person. As the number of spots increased, the high-level elders of the demon race also revealed a smile on their faces. In the next half an hour, the number of spots on the sixth floor had increased by more than 200. After that, the speed of increase began to slow down. This year there are nearly 300 people who can enter the sixth floor. This is better than last year, one of the elders said. However, the seventh floor is still dark. I wonder how many people will be able to enter the seventh floor. Many people shifted their attention to the seventh floor. The sixth floor was a critical point. Those who could enter the sixth floor must be talented. Only those who could enter the seventh floor could be considered as peerless geniuses. Inside the suspended tower, Zhang Qin and a Huang dog walked around the sixth floor crazily. Basically, they didn't gain anything. The mysterious summoning power didn't appear either. Therefore, Zhang Qin and a Huang dog began to fly towards the seventh floor. When they arrived at the door of the seventh floor, Leopard Wei was already there. Leopard Wei glanced at Zhang Qin and a Huang dog casually. He didn't say anything and directly walked towards the seventh floor. Swoosh. Leopard Wei entered the seventh floor without any obstruction. After he entered the seventh floor of the suspended tower also lit up. From the outside, one could clearly see a light spot moving on the seventh floor. Look, someone entered the seventh floor. It's Leopard Wei. That's nothing. Leopard Wei entered the seventh floor last year. This time his target is the eighth floor. Chapter 878. This wasn't the first time the suspended tower had been opened. Every time it opened, everyone would pay attention to the situation in the seventh floor. The eighth floor was very difficult to enter and the ninth floor was basically impossible. The sixth floor was just a threshold. Therefore the seventh floor was the most important floor. At this moment, a light appeared in the seventh floor. However, no one was too excited because they all knew that the light was from Leopard Wei. Leopard Wei had entered the seventh floor last year. This time he thought that he would be able to enter without any effort. What the higher-ups of the demon race really paid attention to were the others. Now more than 200 people had entered the sixth floor. According to the estimation, it would already be very good if 10 of them could enter the seventh floor. Among these 10 people it would depend on their luck. In front of the door of the seventh floor, Zhang Qin and a Huang dog were not in a hurry to enter. The suspended tower would only be opened for a day. To them it was still more than enough time. More and more people came to the door. A young man from the eagle race came to the door excitedly. His face was full of confidence. Leopard Wei has already entered. I will be the second one to enter the seventh floor. Watch me. This man's cultivation was not weak. He looked very arrogant. He strode towards the door and stimulated his bloodline. Very soon he collided with the illusory door. Bang! A dull sound was followed by a scream. The excited young man from the eagle race was directly bounced back by the illusory door. He was bounced back dozens of meters and sat on the ground. The confidence on his face disappeared and was replaced by depression. After the failure of the young man from the eagle race, he dejectedly walked towards other places. Since he couldn't enter the seventh floor, he could only look for opportunities in the sixth floor. After the failure of the young man from the eagle race, the other geniuses of the demon race also wanted to give it a try. Unfortunately, they were all bounced back by the door. Let me. At this moment, the son of the Peacock King Kong Yu walked to the door. He released his peacock bloodline and took a deep breath. Then he strode towards the door. When he touched the door shook violently. However, it didn't bounce back like before. Swoosh. With a flash, Kong Yu disappeared. Just like Leopard Wei, he directly entered the seventh floor. Zhang Qin and a Huang dog nodded. As the son of the Peacock King, Kong Yu's bloodline was very powerful. It was not surprising that he could enter the seventh floor. In the following period of time, more than 200 people attempted to break through the door of the seventh floor. Most of them failed. Those who failed quickly dispersed towards different areas of the sixth floor. There were many opportunities on the sixth floor as well. If they could obtain some, it would not be a waste of time. Zhang Qin did a quick calculation. Apart from him and Big Yellow, there were a total of 10 people who had entered the 7th floor. Looks like the higher we go, the more difficult it gets. There are so many people here, but only 10 have entered. Now it's our turn. Xianxia smiled. He and Big Yellow strode toward the door. Their bloodlines were too powerful, so the door of the 7th floor didn't stop them at all. They were able to enter it without any trouble. 12 dots of light were moving on the 7th floor. This number was enough to satisfy the higher-ups of the demon race. It's better than last year. Last year there were only 10. This year there are 12. Truth be told, there are still 10 of them. Those two are Xianxia and a Huang dog. Looks like Xianxia really does possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the 7th floor so easily. It would appear that there were no obstructions at all. Yes, but he is an outsider after all. If we let him obtain the inheritance of our demon race's ancient almighty, wouldn't we become a joke? I don't think so. Although he has passed the recognition of the suspended tower, the human bloodline in his body cannot be concealed. The powerful figures of the demon race will not pass their inheritance to an outsider. At most, he will be able to find some other benefits. However, the Huang dog is very hopeful. He has the bloodline of the divine beast dragon horse. The benefits he can obtain are immeasurable. The people outside were discussing. They could determine the identity of the people inside by looking at the light spots. There were 12 dots of light. Besides, the 10 of them were from the demon race, the other 2 were Xianxia and a Huang dog. Those who could enter the 7th floor were all rare geniuses. Each of them was a proud and arrogant person. Among the 10 of them, the lowest grade was a 7th grade minor saint. After they entered the 7th floor, they immediately flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor without hesitation. Most of them were satisfied with entering the 7th floor, but they still wanted to try and see if they could enter the 8th floor. That year, Kong Yang entered the 8th floor and obtained endless benefits. He was ranked 3rd in the sky ranking. Who didn't have a dream? Who didn't want to stand at the peak? Who was willing to be ordinary? Even if they knew that the chances were slim, they still wanted to give it a try. Even if they failed, at least they had tried their best. They wouldn't have any regrets. Xianxia and a Huang dog did the same. They followed them and flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor. Very soon they arrived in front of the entrance. The entrance of the 8th floor didn't look any different from the other floors, but it had an ancient and mysterious feeling. It was filled with a superior qi. When the others arrived, Leopard Wei was already trying to enter the 8th floor. Half of his body had entered the 8th floor, but his body was trembling violently as if he was going to be thrown out at any time. Ka Leopard Wei's body produced a cracking sound. It was the sound of his bones being crushed. It was imaginable that he was enduring the pressure from the entrance. It was like a mountain that ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand. Arg Leopard Wei let out a loud roar. He seemed to be suffering great pain, but he was still persevering. His eyes were red, but he didn't give up. Half of his body had already entered the 8th floor, which meant that he still had a chance. The people behind him also had a dignified look on their faces. Even the half-step great sage Leopard Wei was having such a hard time. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they were in his shoes. Perhaps they would be thrown out like the previous door. However, they had already come this far, so they had to give it a try. Xianxia and Big Yellow looked at each other and couldn't help but nod their heads. Putting aside the issue of their standpoint, Leopard Wei was indeed a talented genius. Just his tenacity alone was not something ordinary people could compare with. Outside the suspended tower, pairs of eyes were looking at the 8th floor. At this moment, half of the 8th floor had already been illuminated by light spots. The entire floor was shaking. Look, someone is going to enter the 8th floor. It's Leopard Wei. Leopard Wei is really powerful. It seems that he is very likely to succeed. Someone was already excited. Being able to enter the 8th floor meant that a true monstrous genius would appear. As long as one could enter the 8th floor, he would definitely not return empty-handed. Ever since Kong Yang, no one had entered the 8th floor. Heavenly Leopard King's eyes were also incomparably bright. Leopard Wei's performance was better than what he had expected. However, the current situation was very obvious. Leopard Wei hadn't truly entered the 8th floor yet. Many people were extremely nervous. Their eyes were staring at the 8th floor without blinking. This situation lasted for a full minute. Suddenly the 8th floor shone brightly. An incomparably bright light spot was floating inside the 8th floor, flickering back and forth. Our Leopard Way has succeeded. Heavenly Leopard King burst into laughter on the spot. The 8th floor. He has finally entered the 8th floor. After coming out this time, Leopard Way will certainly obtain the inheritance of the ancient great power. He will obtain great benefits. At that time he will directly enter the top 10 of the sky list. He will be comparable to Kong Yang. Amazing. Truly amazing. He has actually entered the 8th floor. Leopard Way is really good. Many people were excited. Although Lang Xingtian and Leopard Way didn't have the same bloodline, he was still happy to see another peerless genius in the demon race. In front of the door of the 8th floor, the others were also excited when they saw Leopard Way entering the 8th floor. One by one they began to try to enter the 8th floor like Leopard Way. Unfortunately all of them failed, including Kong Yu. In the end they could only helplessly shake their heads and go to different places in the 7th floor. Although they were helpless, they weren't dispirited. They came to the 8th floor with the attitude of giving it a try. The probability of success was extremely slim. It was already considered good to be able to enter the 7th floor. There were many opportunities in the 7th floor. Whether they could find them or not depended on their luck. Only Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were left. Just like before, De Huang Dog took out his divine beast bloodline while Jiang Qin circulated his dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Very soon one man and one dog collided with the illusory door. Even with their bloodline they still felt a great resistance. That was an invisible force acting on their bodies as if it wanted to explore them thoroughly. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog withstood the pressure and continued to rush forward. Half of their bodies had already entered the 8th floor, falling into the same situation as Leopard Way. However, their bloodline was far superior to Leopard Way's. If Leopard Way could enter the 8th floor, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. Look, another 2 people are going to enter the 8th floor. Outside the suspended tower, someone saw the changes in the 8th floor and immediately exclaimed. It's Jiang Qin and De Huang. Peacock King's eyes lit up. I wonder if they can enter the 8th floor. Golden Fur Lion King seemed very excited. Just as Golden Fur Lion King's voice faded, another 2 resplendent light spots appeared on the 8th floor. Ah, they have entered. Lang Xingtian laughed. Amazing. There are actually 3 people who have entered the 8th floor. Not to mention that Jiang Qin is an outsider, De Huang Dog is from the demon race. This year's opening of the suspended tower will be a great harvest. Many people were excited. Chapter 879. After Leopard Way entered the 8th floor, he didn't rush to look for opportunities. Instead he sat down cross-legged to recover. Before he entered the suspended tower he was already injured from the battle with Jiang Qin. Furthermore, when he tried to break through the door of the 8th floor he suffered a great deal of pressure. Even if his bloodline was powerful he still needed some time to recover. While Leopard Way was recovering, 2 figures walked in from the door and appeared in front of him. Leopard Way's eyes widened in disbelief. You guys came in too. Leopard Way couldn't help but be shocked. As a genius of the demon race he knew very well what it meant to be able to enter the 8th floor. If it was so easy to enter, Kong Yang wouldn't be the only one to enter in the past 10 years. Being able to enter the 8th floor this time was a great fortune for him. His heart was filled with ecstasy. In his mind he was afraid that he was the only one who could enter the 8th floor, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more people who could enter. Leopard Way, although your bloodline of the heavenly leopard is powerful, it's still lacking compared to our bloodline of the divine beasts. Since you can enter, of course we can. In fact, it's much easier than you. Jiang Qin said. Humph. Don't be too full of yourself. Entering the 8th floor and obtaining real benefits are 2 different things. You're a human, even if you can enter, you won't be able to obtain any benefits. Leopard Way harumphed. Then let's rely on our own abilities. Jiang Qin smiled and brought De Huang Dog to the depths of the 8th floor. He didn't make things difficult for Leopard Wei because if he killed Leopard Wei here, the bloodline of the Heavenly Leopard would definitely be enraged. At that time, the internal strife of the demon race would be even more severe. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, he didn't dislike people like Heavenly Leopards. If it wasn't because of their standpoint, he would be willing to be friends with them. Little Qinzi, has the mysterious summoning force appeared? We're already in the 8th floor. De Huang Dog asked. Jiang Qin shook his head. Still not. Fuck, could it be the legendary 9th level? I heard that no one has ever entered the 9th floor before. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Do you think we can break through this situation and enter the 9th floor? To be honest, I am very curious about the 9th floor of the suspended tower. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and smiled. It doesn't matter if we can enter or not. Since we are already here, we must give it a try. However, we should take a stroll around the 8th floor and see if there are any great opportunities that we can encounter. After all, the suspended tower will only be open for a day. We cannot spend all our time trying to break through to the 9th floor. If we fail to enter, we won't even have the time to look for opportunities. De Huang Dog said. For a long time after that, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog searched for opportunities and treasures on the 8th floor. Half a day passed by quickly. Unfortunately, even with De Huang Dog's ability to find treasures, he couldn't find anything. For God's sake, didn't they say that entering the 8th level would definitely bring great benefits? De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. There's not much time left. Let's go and have a look at the 9th floor. Jiang Qin said and walked towards the entrance of the 9th floor. Currently, Leopard Wei had already obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty in the 8th floor and was trying his best to absorb the benefits. As for the 9th floor, Leopard Wei had never thought about it. He didn't even have the intention to try. Although he considered himself a genius, he knew his own limitations. The suspended tower had existed for a very long time. Countless monstrous geniuses had emerged in the demon race, but none of them could enter the 9th floor, let alone him. In front of the door of the 9th floor, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked at the illusory door. This door didn't look any different from the previous ones, but the runes on it were densely packed. It would hurt one's eyes if one looked at it for a long time. If one looked at it for a long time, one would feel suffocated. This wasn't a formation, nor was it a restriction, but it carried a superior aura as if it represented the supreme existence of the demon race. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog took a deep breath. They operated their bloodline to the extreme and rushed towards the door of the 9th floor at the same time. When Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's bodies touched the illusory door, a chi-chi sound was heard. At the place where they collided with the door, a large number of sparks were produced. They felt a huge rebounding force acting on their bodies. However, after this force sensed their bloodline, it instantly weakened a lot. Then it became stronger again, alternating between strong and weak. However, this kind of alternation was really difficult for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Both of them were in a dilemma. They could basically conclude that if they chose to retreat, they would lose the qualification to enter the 9th floor forever. This was probably a kind of test. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and press forward, experiencing the pain of their bodies being severely squeezed and even deformed. There wasn't much time left before the end of the suspended tower. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow wanted to enter the 9th floor, but it wouldn't be a matter of a few breaths' time. They were still trying to break through. Now that the 9th floor had recognized their bloodline, they only needed to break through the barrier of the door and they would be able to enter the 9th floor. Jiang Qin was very confident in his senses. He didn't sense the mysterious summoning force in the first 8 floors. This meant that the summoning force must be in the 9th floor. Soon the opening time of the suspended tower was about to end. One silhouette after another walked out of the suspended tower. Those who failed to enter the 6th floor had already come out. The ones who came out now were those from the 6th and 7th floor. There were more than 200 of them. Most of them were shaking their heads and sighing when they came out. It seemed like they didn't gain anything. Some of them were arrogant and excited. Those were the ones who had truly obtained benefits from the suspended tower. Naturally, they had a reason to be happy. Almost everyone has come out. None of them has obtained the inheritance of the ancient almighty. Now it's up to Leopard Wei and De Huang. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Now everyone had come out except for the 3 from the 8th floor. As soon as someone's voice trailed off, a hearty laughter suddenly came from the gate of the suspended tower. Suddenly, a silhouette shot out from inside like a golden light. It was Leopard Wei. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in high spirits. He didn't look injured at all. Even the backlash from using the Heavenly Leopard King's eye had disappeared. More importantly, his chi was much stronger than before, as if he had obtained some kind of great sublimation. How Leopard Wei has obtained the inheritance of the ancient Almighty. From now on he will have a chance to break through to the great sage realm. Heavenly Leopard King laughed heartily. The people of the Heavenly Leopard lineage were also very excited. Leopard Wei didn't disappoint them this time. Just like Kong Yang, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Almighty. Congratulations, Leopard Wei. Lang Xingtian said to Leopard Wei. No matter what, Leopard Wei was a member of the demon race. He represented the geniuses of the demon race when he went out. After today's incident, Leopard Wei would be ranked in the top 10 of the celestial ranking. This was equivalent to winning glory for the demon race. There are 2 more people. Why haven't De Huang and Jiangchen come out yet? In my opinion, they must have gotten nothing. They are wasting too much time. That's right. They should have come out even if they didn't get anything. They can't afford to delay the closing time of the suspended tower. At this time, many people shifted their attention to Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. Now everyone had come out except for the 2 of them. Everyone guessed correctly. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog indeed didn't get anything. However, they would never have thought that Jiangchen and De Huang Dog were breaking through the gate of the 9th floor. Rumble. Just as everyone was discussing, the suspended tower suddenly shook violently. A deafening roar was heard. Everyone saw that the 9th floor, which had always been dark for so many years, suddenly lit up half of its original color. Look, there is light in the 9th floor. Oh my god, they are breaking through the 9th floor. Oh my god, they are really breaking through the 9th floor. Seems like they are already halfway through. How many years has it been? This is the first time the 9th floor has lit up. I'm so lucky to see it. It's Jiangchen and De Huang Dog. These 2 super abnormal geniuses actually have the courage to break through the 9th floor. I can't believe it. If they succeed, it will be a miracle in the history of our demon race. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to speak. They could only raise their heads and watch. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were obviously very excited. That was the 9th floor. They had entered the suspended tower before and they knew what the 9th floor represented. It was impossible for them to enter the 9th floor. However, a miracle had happened today. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast and Jiangchen was also a super abnormal genius. If they could enter the 9th floor, they really couldn't imagine what they could get. The inheritance of an ancient almighty? I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Pong. All of a sudden, a roar came out from the suspended tower. The 9th floor, which was only half lit up, suddenly became brighter. 2 dazzling light spots were floating in the 9th floor. The moment the 9th floor was opened, the entire suspended tower emitted countless rays of light. These rays of light sprinkled down from the 9th floor to every corner of this space. When these rays of light sprinkled on people's bodies, they felt as if they had fallen into a warm ocean. It was incomparably comfortable. These rays of light are the sacred items of the demon race. They can improve one's physique and enhance the demon power. That's right. What a divine radiance. Everyone quickly absorb it. This is a gift from the ancient pagoda to our Yao clan. Quickly absorb this radiance. Absorb as much as you can. This is a great opportunity for our Yao clan. Everyone can obtain unimaginable benefits. Awesome. The great opportunity of our demon race has come. Chapter 880. Everyone was excited, especially those from the Heavenly Wolf lineage. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were unable to control their emotions. The 9th floor had been opened. This was something that they had never dreamt of. They didn't even dare to imagine that they would be able to witness the opening of the 9th floor in their lifetime. However, besides being excited, they were more concerned about what benefits Jiangchen and De Huang Dog would get after entering the 9th floor. At least one thing was certain: as long as they entered the 9th floor, they would not return empty-handed. The opening time of the suspended tower was already up, but everything had changed because of the opening of the 9th floor. At this time no one would suggest to close the suspended tower, not even Heavenly Leopard King. This was a miracle of the demon race. Even if Zhou Xian and a Huang dog stayed in there for another 3 days and 3 nights, no one would say anything. More importantly, Zhou Xian and a Huang dog had opened the 9th floor, which brought a great opportunity to the entire demon race. The radiance that was sprinkling down from the 9th floor would bring endless benefits to all of the demon race, including Xianxia and Heavenly Leopard King. At this moment, Zhou Xian and a Huang dog who had entered the 9th floor were paralyzed on the ground. Even with their abilities, they felt as if they were about to collapse after passing through the portal of the 9th floor. The process of passing through the portal was simply a kind of torture. However, even though they were lying on the ground, Zhou Xian and a Huang dog could still feel a sense of superiority. It was a very strange feeling. They felt as if they had left their original world and were lying in the sky. Their surroundings were filled with a noble aura. This was a true sacred place. Countless radiance surrounded them. Basically, they didn't need to move at all. The radiance would heal their bodies quickly. This is the radiance of the demon race. It's very beneficial to those who have the bloodline of the demon race. Zhou Xian said. How is it? Did you feel the summoning power? The Huang dog asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he still couldn't sense it on the 9th floor, it could only mean that Zhou Qian's perception had made a mistake. I can sense it and it's very strong. It's not far ahead. Let's recover quickly. Zhou Qian's face was filled with excitement. He could feel that the mysterious summoning force would bring him great benefits. He would welcome a great opportunity in the 9th floor. Very quickly Zhou Qian and Big Yellow recovered. They crawled up from the ground and looked around at the space that was filled with divine light. After that, they flew towards the direction where the mysterious summoning force came from. The space on the 9th floor wasn't big. It should be the smallest space in the entire suspended tower. There was nothing here except for an ancient altar in the center. Zhou Qian and a Huang dog came to the front of the altar. The ancient altar was covered with variegated marks. The altar was 100 zhang tall, but it gave people a feeling that it was as tall as the sky. However, Zhou Qian didn't have the mood to pay attention to the ancient and mystical altar at this moment. All his attention was on the blood talisman floating above the altar. The blood talisman let out a buzzing sound, and rays of blood light sprinkled down from it, covering the entire altar. There were lines of patterns carved on the blood talisman, and it was filled with ancient and holy qi. At such a close distance, Zhou Qian was sure that all the summoning force came from this blood talisman. However, Zhou Qian wasn't unfamiliar with this blood talisman. Back when he was in Inferno Hell, there was a blood talisman that was exactly the same as this one. In order to deal with the Earth Devil Beast, he used this blood talisman to suppress it. This blood talisman gave him a feeling that it was connected to his bloodline. It felt strange and familiar at the same time. Back then he couldn't bring this blood talisman out of Inferno Hell because his cultivation base was still too weak. He had never thought that the same blood talisman would appear in the 9th floor of the suspended tower. Zhou Qian didn't know the secret of this blood talisman, but since it could appear on the 9th floor, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, Zhou Qian was sure that the aura this blood talisman emitted was related to the dragon transformation skill. When he approached the blood talisman, Zhou Qian felt that his blood was throbbing, and all the dragon marks in his body were throbbing as well. Isn't this the blood talisman from Inferno Hell? How did it appear here? The Huang dog widened his eyes in shock. He knew very well how mystical this blood talisman was. Back in Inferno Hell, no one could get close to the stone door because of this blood talisman. Only Zhou Qian was recognized by this blood talisman. It's not the same blood talisman, but the aura it emits is the same. This blood talisman is summoning me. As Zhou Qian spoke, he began to circulate the dragon transformation skill to the extreme, directly transforming into a dragon. Sensing the change in Zhou Qian, the blood talisman throbbed even more violently. Zhou Qian wanted to give it a try. He stretched out his dragon claw. The blood talisman seemed to be influenced by Zhou Qian's blood and actually flew towards Zhou Qian on its own initiative, landing on Zhou Qian's palm. Bumble. The instant the blood talisman left the altar, the ancient altar suddenly emitted a deafening roar. A dazzling beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, extending to an unknown place. At the end of the beam of light, there seemed to be an ancient void. Go! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He and a Huang dog jumped onto the altar and flew towards the golden beam of light. Bang! However, when Jiang Chen touched the beam of light, a strong rebounding force came from the beam of light, bouncing off Jiang Chen and making him fall to the ground. On the other hand, the Huang dog was fine, standing firmly in the center of the beam of light. What's going on? The Huang dog exclaimed. Don't talk. This is a great opportunity for you. Sit down and feel it. Although I have the blood of a true dragon, my origin is still a human, so I can't enter the beam of light. However, this blood talisman is enough for me. I will refine the blood talisman now, so you should enjoy the opportunity. Jiang Chen hastily said to Big Yellow. The change in the 9th level of the suspended tower was a great opportunity for Big Yellow. If he missed such an opportunity, he would be struck by lightning and would never be able to reappear again in his life. Jiang Chen hastily said. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Huang dog quickly sat down and fully stimulated his dragon horse bloodline, forming a resonance with the ancient beam of light. Below him, Jiang Chen also sat down cross-legged and tried to refine the blood talisman. The blood talisman fell into his hand as if it belonged to him. After the blood talisman entered Jiang Chen's body, it trembled violently. Soon, under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, rays of blood light shot out from the blood talisman and rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen was shocked to find that these rays of blood light were very helpful to him. They strengthened the blood of a true dragon in his body. The 70,000 dragon marks in his body were like 70,000 true dragons, growing a lot stronger. As the blood light continued to increase, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body began to condense. With the help of the blood talisman, Jiang Chen was able to condense more dragon marks. Good. I couldn't refine this blood talisman in Inferno Hell because I didn't have the blood of a true dragon in my body. Now it's different. I can completely refine this blood talisman and gain great benefits from it. I can directly advance to the 7th grade minor saint. At that time, not even a half-step great saint will be a match for me. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. This was a great opportunity. To him, the most important thing wasn't the advancement of his grade, but the function of this blood talisman. He could feel that this blood talisman wasn't ordinary. There were a lot of secrets hidden within it that he could slowly uncover in the future. Very quickly, the blood talisman had completely fused with Jiang Chen's body. It remained silent in Jiang Chen's qi. Currently, Jiang Chen had condensed another 2,000 dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 72,000. His cultivation had successfully advanced to the 7th grade minor saint. Now that he had a large amount of high-grade true metastones, he didn't need to worry about the consumption of true metastones. 7th grade minor saint. Not bad. Let me see the secret of this blood talisman. Jiang Chen shifted his attention to the blood talisman. He tried to communicate with the blood talisman, but the results surprised Jiang Chen. The blood talisman occupied a corner of his qi like a lord. No matter how hard Jiang Chen tried to summon it, the blood talisman wouldn't respond to him. Fuck. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This blood talisman was too powerful. It didn't even care about him. Now it seemed like he had picked up a lord. Regarding this situation, the only explanation Jiang Chen could think of was that he wasn't strong enough. The blood talisman didn't care about him at all. It was impossible for him to explore the secret of the blood talisman. At this moment outside the suspended tower, all the demon race were still trying their best to absorb the light. Some of them had advanced to the next grade while immersed in the light. At this moment the suspended tower underwent another huge change. Everyone could see that at the top of the suspended tower, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. In that painting an ancient totem appeared. The image was incomparably mystical. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. It was illusory and real at the same time, as though it shouldn't exist at all. Look. It's the totem. My God. The totem has descended. The totem of the demon race has appeared. Our faith, our ancestor, the totem divine seal has appeared. I can't believe that I can see the totem in my lifetime. Quick. Kneel down. Everyone kneel down. Everyone was shocked. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were surprisingly in sync. They were the first to kneel on the ground. All the demon race were excited. They couldn't believe their own eyes. At this moment, everyone was kneeling on the ground. No one dared to speak. Their faces were filled with sincerity. The opening of the 9th level of the suspended tower had actually attracted the appearance of the totem. Chapter 881. The ancient and resplendent light beam was suspended in the sky above the suspended tower. The totem god seal was like a supreme god. Hundreds of thousands of monster warriors were kneeling on the ground, their faces were filled with devotion. No one dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect towards the supreme totem. The entire scene was extremely quiet. Under the pressure of the totem god seal, some of the weaker demon beasts didn't even have the courage to raise their heads. They didn't dare to look at the totem god seal, as they felt that it was a blasphemy to the god. On the 9th level of the altar, Big Yellow's body was glowing with golden light. His body had undergone a tremendous change. 2 horns grew out of his head and there was a 3rd horn on his forehead that was flickering with lightning. The golden fur on his body had disappeared and was replaced by golden scales. His appearance had also undergone a tremendous change. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. His 4 hooves were glowing brightly and they looked like they were sparkling under the sunlight. At this moment, De Huang Dog didn't look like a dog anymore. He had become an extremely valiant dragon horse. He was a true divine creature of the heaven and earth. It represented auspiciousness and luck. Above De Huang Dog's head, the totem god seal gradually descended. It was perfectly aligned with De Huang Dog's head. This is the legendary god seal evolved from the totem of the monster race, the supreme totem. De Huang has actually drawn out the totem god seal. If this totem god seal can be used on De Huang will become the supreme existence of the monster race, the symbol of the god. Even the bloodline of the heavenly leopard wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to him. At that time the monster race will be unified and there won't be any internal conflicts. Jiangchen was extremely excited. He had never thought that the 9th level would be this powerful. De Huang Dog had directly drawn out the totem god seal. What kind of luck was this? Compared to the totem god seal, all the inheritance of the supreme monster race was nothing. All of a sudden, De Huang Dog raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire space where the suspended tower was located was trembling violently. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. At this moment the 9th floor had turned transparent. The people outside could no longer see 2 light spots, they could see everything inside the suspended tower. Everyone could see that on top of an ancient sacrificial altar, the extremely brave De Huang was roaring towards the sky. The totem seal was floating above his head, resonating with him. Heavens, this is a spectacle, a miracle that has never happened before in our demon race. Is this De Huang's real body? The legendary divine beast dragon horse is indeed unfathomable. The high and mighty divine beast represents auspiciousness and luck. Now even the totem has been drawn out. The arrival of De Huang will bring auspiciousness to our demon race. If the totem enters his body and fuses with him, he will become the supreme god of our demon race, our spiritual sustenance. With the appearance of the totem, De Huang has become the hero of our demon race. The holy light just now has greatly benefited all of us. After the opening of the suspended tower, the overall strength of our demon race will be greatly improved because of the holy light. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was gasping in admiration. In the end, De Huang Dog didn't disappoint them. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the totem god seal finally entered his body. The instant the totem god seal entered De Huang Dog's body, De Huang roared towards the sky. It was a sacred roar. The shadow of the totem hovered above his body. Under the stimulation of the totem god seal, De Huang Dog's bloodline began to surge. His cultivation was also rising rapidly. 7th grade minor demon saint, 8th grade minor demon saint, 9th grade minor demon saint, all the way to the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint before stopping. Big Yellow's cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint. Given his divine beast aptitude, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a 1st grade great saint. He could even kill that 1st grade great saint. This was incomparably terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the totem god seal was still unknown to the public. By God! He has reached the 9th grade minor demon saint. Such speed of advancement is simply speechless. That is the power of the totem. De Huang has transformed into a totem. He is the totem of our demon race. He is the auspiciousness of our demon race and our future. Amazing. This is too amazing. This is the true great opportunity and great luck. The people of the demon race were so excited that they couldn't control their emotions. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were kneeling at the forefront. That's right. Although they were powerful 6th grade great saints, they had to kneel down in front of De Huang. They weren't kneeling to De Huang but to the god of the demon race. At this moment, Heavenly Leopard King's intention to get rid of De Huang had completely disappeared. He didn't dare to show any disrespect to De Huang anymore. All the people of the Heavenly Leopard lineage were the same. No one dared to blaspheme the totem because it was unforgivable. De Huang kept roaring. Every roar was earth-shattering, making people's soul tremble. The strong body of the dragon horse could no longer be described with just the word, divine. However, after absorbing the totem divine seal, De Huang dog had returned to his original appearance, a living and breathing De Huang. This extreme difference in appearance made many people's jaws drop. Many of them tried their best not to spurt out a mouthful of blood. This was too nonsensical. Obviously, the dragon horse was blessed by the heavens, but he had turned into a dog. This was simply ridiculous. De Huang dog felt his current cultivation base and laughed heartily. The pleasure he felt was indescribable. If he were to fight with Leopard Wei now, he would be able to kill Leopard Wei in a single move. Of course, Leopard Wei wouldn't dare to fight with De Huang dog after absorbing the totem divine seal. No matter how powerful a genius of the demon race was, they wouldn't dare to fight with a totem. 9th grade minor demon saint, awesome. Jiangchen was also very excited. Obviously, apart from the blood talisman, De Huang dog was his biggest gain in the suspended tower. Given De Huang dog's current ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the 1st grade great saint. Swoosh. The instant the totem divine seal disappeared, the suspended tower suddenly turned dark. Then Jiangchen and De Huang dog walked out of the suspended tower. After they came out, the gate of the suspended tower was closed. De Huang dog was floating in the sky, looking at the group of demon race kneeling down below. He was stunned. What's wrong with them? Why are they kneeling down? Could it be that they are kowtowing to Master Dog? De Huang dog was in a daze. You are an idiot. You have just absorbed the totem divine seal. You are now the incarnation of the totem. In their hearts, you are a godlike existence. Naturally, they have to kneel down and worship you. You have brought great benefits to the demon race by entering the 9th level. It has increased the overall combat strength of the demon race to another level. Chapter 882. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, De Huang dog immediately coughed twice and put on a serious look. However, when he was serious, he looked even more frivolous than usual. That kind of narcissism had already penetrated deep into his bones. Jiang Chen shook his head and distanced himself from this guy. This bastard pretended to clear his throat and said to the people below, "Everyone, don't kneel anymore. Get up." That kind of arrogant tone showed that he really regarded himself as a totem. However, in Jiang Chen's opinion, it was already not easy for this guy to not say that he should get up. However, in the eyes of the demon race, Jiang Chen was a totem. At least, the totem had descended on him. No matter how bad it was, he was still the messenger of the totem. No one dared to disrespect De Huang dog. From today onwards, De Huang dog's position in the demon race would be unshakable. Although Lang Xingtian still had the final say on important matters, Even Lang Xingtian himself wouldn't dare to neglect De Huang in the slightest. Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King were the first to stand up, followed by all the people of the demon race. The whole scene was still incomparably quiet. De Huang, you have brought great luck and opportunity to the demon race this time. This kind of contribution is irreplaceable. Lang Xingtian said. Patriarch, Great Elder, come forward. De Huang Dog looked at Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King and said. Lang Xingtian and the Leopard King looked at each other. In terms of the internal conflicts of the demon race, they should be considered enemies. However, at this moment when De Huang called for them, they didn't dare to disobey. They immediately walked to the front of De Huang Dog and cupped their fists at De Huang Dog. Just now, when the totem divine seal descended, it conveyed a decree, saying that the world will be in chaos soon. The demon race must be at peace to deal with this chaos. If there is internal strife, it will definitely accelerate the decline of the demon race and lead to destruction. The totem hopes that the two of you will look at the big picture and make the demon race peaceful. De Huang Dog said solemnly. The decree of the totem, we dare not neglect it. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King spoke at the same time. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the current situation. Seemed like the power of the totem was still very great. In the demon race, the position of the totem was unshakable. Just a word from the totem had solved the internal conflict of the demon race. As a matter of fact, the internal strife of the demon race had been going on for a long time. In order to solve this conflict, the arrival of the totem was the only way. It was also the simplest and most effective way. It was conceivable that from today onwards, the internal strife of the demon race would gradually disappear, and eventually the demon race would be united. This was what Jiang Qin wanted to see the most. He wanted to build a good relationship with the entire demon race, not just one of them. The suspended tower was closed. De Huang Dog went into closed-door training. He had obtained the totem divine seal and needed some time to digest it. This time the demon race's harvest was not small. The holy light had brought great benefits to all the demon race. Many of them had advanced directly under the holy light. Leopard Wei had also obtained the inheritance of the ancient Almighty. After he came out, he immediately went into closed-door training. Jiang Qin returned to the courtyard to explore the secret of the blood charm. Unfortunately, the blood charm was very calm in Jiang Qin's qi. It was like a big boss. No matter how hard Jiang Qin tried to summon it, the blood charm ignored him. Motherfucker. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. At first, he thought that he had obtained a peerless treasure. But now it seemed that even a peerless treasure was useless. It was like inviting a big boss back. Lang Xingtian, Heavenly Leopard King and Peacock King came to the courtyard together. This was probably the first time the three of them walked together so harmoniously. It was all because of De Huang. Jiang Qin knew that they were here to ask about the situation in the 9th floor of the suspended tower. After De Huang came back, he immediately went into closed-door training. Jiang Qin was also someone who had entered the 9th floor. He was the one they wanted to ask about. Patriarch, Great Elder, Peacock King. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at the three of them. As for Heavenly Leopard King, he didn't have any enmity with him. Previously it was just a matter of position. Now that the position had been resolved, they were on the same side. Jiang Qin, you guys have created a miracle for the demon race by entering the 9th floor. De Huang has directly attracted the totem divine seal. I wonder what benefits you have obtained in the 9th floor? Lang Xingtian asked. Jiang Qin was enlightened. It turned out that the three of them were concerned about the benefits he had obtained. But it was reasonable. After all, he had also entered the 9th floor and De Huang Dog had obtained a great benefit. He was afraid that he wouldn't return empty-handed. To be honest, I didn't obtain anything in the suspended tower this time. There is an altar in the center of the 9th floor. Probably because I am a human, even though I have the bloodline of a divine beast, I was still rejected by the altar. However, when De Huang summoned the totem divine seal, a beam of light fell from the void and was absorbed by me. It pushed my cultivation grade to the 7th grade minor saint. I am very satisfied that I have advanced to the next grade. At least, I didn't return empty-handed from the suspended tower. Jiang Qin said with a sigh. He definitely wouldn't tell anyone about the blood talisman. It was related to the dragon transformation skill. He must never let anyone know about it. I see. The three of them nodded. They didn't doubt Zhang Chen's words. When the totem divine seal descended, the suspended tower became transparent. They could clearly see the situation inside the tower. There was indeed an ancient altar in the tower, and there was only De Huang Dog on the altar. Jiang Chen was just waiting below the altar. So Jiang Chen wasn't lying. Besides, the reason given by Jiang Chen was reasonable. After all, he was still a human. If he could really stand on the altar like De Huang Dog, they would feel very depressed. After all, the suspended tower was the inheritance of the demon race. If a human obtained a great benefit from it, they wouldn't feel comfortable. De Huang has obtained a great benefit this time. He is now in seclusion to study the other uses of the totem divine seal. I estimate that he will be able to advance to the Great Saint realm by the time he comes out. Jiang Chen said. He was very confident about this. Once the bloodline of the dragon horse divine beast was perfectly stimulated, the improvement would be unimaginable to ordinary people. More importantly, the totem divine seal must have other uses. That's right. Seems like a true monstrous genius is going to emerge in our demon race. After De Huang has advanced to the Great Saint realm, we will send him to Saint Origin Palace for cultivation, said Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and Peacock King didn't object to Lang Xingtian's suggestion. All the great saint geniuses of the 8 major families of Pure Land were cultivating in Saint Origin Palace. All right, Jiang Chen. You should have a good rest. We won't disturb you any longer. Peacock King said to Jiang Chen. Then the three of them left. Jiang Chen looked at the place where Yan Qingyu and De Huang Dog were in seclusion. He found a stone chair and sat down. He didn't choose to go into seclusion. Given his current situation, seclusion was useless. His current cultivation base was very stable. What he needed the most right now was to fight. Moreover, he could foresee that after he killed Xiao Liang, the real geniuses of the sky ranking would also take action. Early the next morning, Golden Fur Lion King came to the courtyard with an old friend, Gu Mu. Young Master Jiang. When Gu Mu saw Jiang Chen, he immediately clasped his fists. Seeing that Jiang Chen's cultivation base had already reached the 7th grade minor saint, apart from being shocked, he was more delighted. Although the ancient people didn't show up these few days, they were clear about the situation outside. Now that the situation in Pure Land had changed, many geniuses had been dispatched to kill Jiang Chen. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen could only increase his cultivation base to deal with it. Gumu, why are you here? Jiang Chen said. Young master, I'm afraid that you will have to follow me to visit the ancient people. You are the only one who can solve the problem of the ancient people. Gumu said with a frown. His tone was filled with worry. What happened to Sister Ning? Jiang Chen's expression changed. If Gumu came to find him, the problem of the ancient people must be related to Wu Ningzhu. At least it must be related to Wu Ningzhu's mother. Otherwise, Gumu wouldn't come to find him. Young master is wise. After Miss Ningzhu went to the ancient people, the patriarch opened up the bloodline of the ancient people for her. Her cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, she obtained a great opportunity in the ancient people. Now she has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. Given her outstanding talent, she has won the admiration of many young people of the ancient people. Among them, there were many monstrous geniuses from the ancient people. The clan meeting of the ancient people will be held 3 days later. The patriarch will betroth Miss Ningzhu to Gu Lufeng on that day. As long as Miss Ningzhu agrees to marry Gu Lufeng, the patriarch will pardon Gulin's wrongdoings and release her from her imprisonment. You should know that Miss Ningzhu's main purpose in coming to Saint Origin World is to find her mother, Gulin. Gu Mu told Jiang Chen everything that was going to happen in the ancient people. He didn't need to say too much. He believed that with Jiang Chen's wisdom he didn't need to point out the key points. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Seemed like he had to make a trip to the ancient people. Otherwise, his wife would become someone else's. Besides, he had promised Wu Ningzhu that he would help her find Gulin. Now that Gulin had been found, he couldn't use Wu Ningzhu's happiness to exchange for Gulin's freedom. If that was the case, Wu Ningzhu wouldn't be happy and Gulin wouldn't feel at ease. Alright, I will go with you to the ancient people now. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest hesitation. Since the matter with the demon race had been settled, He originally planned to make a trip to the ancient people. Currently he was only on good terms with Gumu, but he was still far from being on good terms with the ancient people. During this trip to the ancient people he wanted to settle everything, including the matters of Wu Ningzhu and Gulen. "Oh right, Brother Zhangchen, I heard that the second ranker of the heavenly list Xian has come out of seclusion and threatened to take your life. You have to be careful," the Golden Fur Lion King said. Chapter 883. Second on the sky ranking? Sure enough, he couldn't hold it in anymore. But it doesn't matter. Even the second on the sky ranking is a dead end for him. Jiangchen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. What he needed the most right now was a battle. The second on the sky ranking wouldn't be too weak. This would make things more interesting. Brother, you can't be careless when facing this Xian. Even Kong Yang, who had entered the 8th level of the suspended tower, is no match for him. Only the super monstrous genius of the Desolate family can suppress him. The sky ranking is divided into 3 levels. The top 10 of the sky ranking and the bottom 10 are 2 completely different levels. The top 3 of the sky ranking is another level of difference. The Shi family is different from the other families. This family is innately warlike. Their bloodline has a petrifying ability. Under the petrifying state, their combat strength will be greatly improved. Although Xian is a half-step great saint, an ordinary first-grade great saint is no match for him. Golden Fur Lion King was afraid that Jiangchen would be careless, so he quickly reminded him. None of the top 3 in the sky ranking were easy to deal with. Thank you for the reminder, Lion King. I know what to do. Jiangchen held his fists at Golden Fur Lion King. He knew very well about the 8 families of the Pure Land. Although the Desolate family was the strongest among the 8 families, when it came to warlike nature, even the demon race couldn't be compared to the Shi family. The people of the Shi family were born warriors, especially when they were petrified. Each of them was abnormal. Since Xian was able to become the second on the sky ranking, he naturally wouldn't be weak. However, the more it was like this, the more excited Jiangchen was. He was eager to fight with such an expert. It was imaginable that Leopard Wei and Xian were both half-step great saints, but Jiangchen didn't care. He could already defeat Leopard Wei when he was still a 6th grade minor saint. Now that he had advanced to the 7th grade minor saint, he had enough confidence to defeat Xian. Xian could defeat an ordinary 1st grade great saint, and so could Jiangchen. Given his current combat strength and dragon form, an ordinary 1st grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him. I've heard about the matter between you and Miss Wu Ningzhu. I hope you can handle this matter well when you go to the ancient people. The Golden Fur Lion King reminded him again. Jiangchen's temper was too fiery. He was afraid that he might offend the ancient people. Now he had already offended 5 of the 8 races of the Pure Land. Ancient people could be friendly to him, but if he offended the ancient people, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Of course, Sister Ning is from the ancient people and so is Auntie Gulen's mother. Even if it's for their sake, I won't go against the ancient people. I have my own methods to deal with this matter. Jiangchen said confidently. Because of his relationship with Wu Ningzhu and Gulen, it was impossible for him to offend the ancient people. Moreover, it would be beneficial for him to make friends with the ancient people. After that, Jiangchen bade farewell to the Golden Fur Lion King. Without saying goodbye to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King, he followed Gumu and left the spiritual space mountain, flying towards the direction of the ancient people. Gumu, what's the cultivation of Gu Lufeng? On the way, Jiangchen asked. Gu Lufeng is the number 1 genius of the ancient people. He's ranked 4th in the sky list. Although he can't be compared to Xian, he shouldn't be underestimated. Not long ago, Gu Lufeng went out to experience the world and had a fortuitous encounter. He's only 1 step away from the great sage realm. Patriarch estimated that Gu Lufeng is already qualified to compete with Kong Yang and Xian. Gu Mu said. The number 1 genius of the ancient people. Interesting. Jiangchen smiled. It would be more interesting to fight with such a person. Young master, this time when you go to the ancient people you mustn't act forcefully. After all, this is the family of the ancient people. No matter what, you are still an outsider. Gu Lufeng is personally trained by the Patriarch. He is highly valued by the Patriarch. Gu Mu kindly reminded Jiang Chen. His current worry was the same as Golden Fur Lion King. With Jiang Chen's temperament, a single mistake would cause a huge problem. Don't worry. Your Patriarch is able to train Sister Ning with all his heart, allowing her to advance to the 7th grade minor saint in a short period of time. This point alone is not bad. Jiang Chen said. After all, the Patriarch and Gulan are siblings. Miss Ningzhu is also considered as the Patriarch's niece. When the Patriarch brought Gulan back from the Southern Great Road, he was indeed very angry. At that time the Patriarch was still in power. However, during these years the Patriarch would visit Gulan every once in a while, but because Gulan refused to admit her mistake, she had been locked up. Now that Miss Ningzhu is here, the Patriarch wants to make up for his guilt towards Gulan with Miss Ningzhu. Otherwise he wouldn't have betrothed her to Gu Lufeng. Gu Mu said. Although his position in the ancient people wasn't high enough to talk to the Patriarch, everyone could see the sibling relationship between the Patriarch and Gulan. It seems like he isn't a heartless person. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't forget how Wu Ningzhu gritted her teeth when she mentioned her uncle. Jiang Chen and Gu Mu's speed wasn't very fast. Along the way, Gu Mu told Jiang Chen everything about the ancient people, especially about Wu Ningzhu's situation in the ancient people. Generally speaking, Wu Ningzhu didn't suffer any grievances in the ancient people. Suddenly Jiang Chen frowned. A cold intent burst out from his body. His eyes became as cold as a knife. What's wrong? Gu Mu sensed the change in Jiang Chen. He looked around vigilantly but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen looked at the void behind him. Leng Leng said, "You're haunting me. Come out." Gu Mu was stunned at first. He immediately looked at the place where Jiang Chen's gaze landed. He saw a distortion in the void and a person wrapped in black appeared there. The person's face was covered with a black cloth. His eyes were emotionless, giving people a very gloomy feeling. "Your perception is really sharp." The black-clothed person spoke. It was the voice of an old man. Looking at his cultivation, he should be a half-step great sage. The people of the dark shadow are really reckless. It seems that the lesson left by the full moon in isn't enough. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. The matter of the full moon in was really done by you. The coldness in the opponent's eyes became more vigorous, with a cold, killing intent. The people of the dark shadow. Gu Mu's complexion changed. He had naturally heard of this assassin organization. This organization was very special. They wouldn't appear normally, but once they did, they would kill. This organization was very deep-rooted and had a very strong background. Although the overall strength of this organization was inferior to the 8 families of the Pure Land, even the 8 families of the Pure Land didn't want to provoke this organization. Once they set their eyes on you, they would follow you like ghosts. However, Gu Mu admired Jiang Chen's perception more. The people of the dark shadow were experts in hiding and assassination. He didn't expect that they would be discovered by Jiang Chen before they could even make a move. That's right. It's me. Unfortunately, the information of the dark shadow is too outdated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent you to assassinate me because that's no different from courting death. Jiang Chen said coldly. I know that you have killed Desolate Liang, but killing a 9th grade minor saint and dealing with a half-step great saint are two completely different concepts. Brat, you have made my dark shadow suffer a great loss. Today I will take your life. The assassin completely unleashed his murderous intent. As I said, your information is too outdated. You only know that I have defeated Desolate Liang, but you don't know that I have defeated Leopard Wei, who is ranked 11th in the Sky ranking. You also don't know that I have already advanced to the 7th grade minor saint. One day I will make your dark shadow disappear from this world. Jiang Chen revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He wouldn't show any mercy in the face of these specters. What? The assassin exclaimed. They really didn't know that Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei. Not only him, even Gu Mu didn't know about it. One should know that the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei took place in the spatial zone of the suspended tower. Except for the people of the demon race, no one else knew about it. Pucci at this time, an ice-cold long sword pierced through the assassin's head, killing him on the spot. Upon seeing this, Gu Mu's expression changed dramatically because the one who killed the assassin wasn't Jiang Chen. The sword had pierced through the assassin's head from the back. It was a stone sword. It didn't have any luster, but it was incomparably sharp. A powerful force rippled out from the stone sword, shattering the assassin and turning him into a mist of blood. A youth in bronze robe appeared. He was holding a stone sword in his hand. The corner of his mouth was curved into a smile as he looked at Zhou Xian. This man had a majestic appearance. He wasn't handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. His whole body was emitting a domineering aura. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful he was to be able to kill a half-step great saint with a single sword strike. "Shirhan!" Gumu exclaimed. This youth wasn't someone else. He was the second in the sky ranking Shirhan. "The appearance of these trash is really disappointing. I have helped you to clean them up, but now I want to kill you. Your life is mine." Shirhan slowly kept his stone sword and said indifferently, "There are many people who want to kill me. In the end they all died in my hands. You Shirhan will not be an exception." Zhou Qian's tone was calm. He didn't panic at all. He had already noticed Shirhan's appearance, but he didn't expect that Shirhan would kill the people of the Dark Shadow. Moreover, facing Shirhan, who killed a half-step great saint with a single move, Zhou Qian's fighting spirit was immediately aroused. The second in the sky ranking was indeed extraordinary. "Good. You're really arrogant. 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to kill you." Shirhan was even more arrogant. He didn't put Zhou Qian in his eyes at all. Of course he had the right to be arrogant. "Young master, be careful. This person isn't easy to deal with," Gumu reminded. He couldn't help in dealing with Shirhan. If he fought with Shirhan he would be instantly killed. "It's okay. Wait for me in the distance. After I kill Shirhan I will go to the ancient people," Zhou Qian said casually. His face was always full of confidence. "Good. If you can bring Shirhan's head to see the patriarch will be very happy." Chapter 884. Zhou Qian was stunned. For a moment he did not understand the meaning behind Gumu's words. The patriarch of the ancient people was high and mighty. Why would he be interested in Shirhan's head? He's right. I once killed Gu Xuantian's youngest son. He hates me to the core. If you can bring my head to the ancient people, Gu Xiantian will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. However, it seems like you won't have the chance. Shirhan shrugged his shoulders as if he did not care about it at all. He's right. However, it was a life-and-death battle. Although Shirhan killed the patriarch's youngest son, the patriarch could not say anything. Gumu said, "I know what to do now." Zhou Qian stretched his body and transformed into his dragon form. Since it was a life-and-death battle between Shirhan and the patriarch's son, Gu Xiantian had nothing to say. However, the pain of losing his son was unforgettable. One could imagine how much hatred Gu Xiantian had for Shirhan. If Zhou Qian really killed Shirhan and brought Shirhan's head to the ancient people, it would undoubtedly be a great gift to Gu Xiantian. This would be extremely beneficial to his trip to the ancient people. Chua. Seeing that Zhou Qian had entered his battle state, Gu Mu didn't want to delay their battle any longer. He immediately flashed far away. With his cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to withstand the shockwaves from the battle between Zhou Qian and Shirhan. Currently, Gu Mu was incomparably nervous. After all, Shirhan wasn't an ordinary genius. Although Zhou Qian was abnormal, he wasn't sure if he could defeat Shirhan. On the contrary, if Zhou Qian really killed Shirhan, then the ancient people would have enough confidence in their trip to the ancient people. Not to mention the greeting gift to Gu Xiantian, it would not be a problem for Zhou Qian to defeat Gu Lufeng if he could defeat Shirhan. Looking at the transformed Zhou Qian, Shirhan could not help but feel shocked. He could sense that Zhou Qian's battle prowess had increased by leaps and bounds. What a powerful transformation skill. It's even more powerful than my Stone Clan's petrification. But so what? The difference in strength is something that can never be made up for. Shirhan was still arrogant. He did not take Zhou Qian seriously at all. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was quite big. Shirhan was a powerful existence ranked second on the heaven list. He looked down on the younger generation. Even if he had to fight against the monster from the Shao clan, he would not be afraid. "Come, let me see just how powerful you are after transforming." Shirhan's imposing aura fluctuated. The powerful aura of half-step great sage was completely released. It was like a tidal wave that impacted the surrounding void and made a crackling sound. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Qin immediately used the True Dragon Palm. With the continuous improvement of his cultivation, coupled with the dragon transformation, his True Dragon Palm was getting more and more powerful. A casual move of his had the momentum to destroy heaven and earth. Shirhan also moved. He lightly shot a palm towards the void. This palm looked ordinary and did not have any powerful force. However, it erupted with an earth-shattering momentum. This was a powerful combat skill. It was not the skill of the Stone Clan. The combat skills of the Stone Clan were generally pure and fierce. This combat skill should have been obtained by Shirhan in a fortuitous encounter. Rumble. The True Dragon Palm collided with Shirhan's giant palm. An earth-shattering roar erupted. That part of the sky was destroyed in an instant. The turbulence in the void overflowed. The destructive energy was agitated everywhere. Such a huge movement could not be hidden even if one wanted to. It immediately attracted a lot of people. Someone is fighting over there. What a powerful fluctuation. Let's go and have a look. I don't know who is fighting. It looks powerful. Let's go and have a look. In an instant, many people started to fly towards the location of the battle. Ever since Jiang Qin returned, the Pure Land had not been peaceful. Now that another battle had erupted, everyone was naturally very interested. On the battlefield, Shirhan's giant palm was shattered by the True Dragon Palm. He was pushed back more than 30 meters before he could regain his balance. His facial expression changed dramatically as he stared at Jiang Qin in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated in the first exchange. This was simply unimaginable. Good. Gumu applauded from afar. He couldn't contain his excitement. Jiang Qin's combat strength had once again surprised him. He was very worried about the battle between Jiang Qin and Shirhan. After all, Shirhan was just too powerful. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would gain the upper hand in the first move. Of course, Gumu also knew that it would be incomparably difficult for Jiang Qin to kill Shirhan or even defeat him. The current Shirhan was still in his original state. He hadn't used the petrification technique of the stone family. What a good Jiang Qin. You are only a 7th grade minor saint, yet you can push me back. This is really surprising. It seems like I will have to spend a lot of effort to kill you. Petrification. Shirhan roared and entered a petrified state on the spot. Crackling sounds could be heard from the surface of his body as layers of stone chips appeared. Shirhan's already powerful body doubled in size once again. He was now 30 feet tall. At this moment, Shirhan had completely turned into a stone man. Every part of his body seemed to be pieced together by stones. Look, that is Jiang Qin. That stone man is Shirhan. Shirhan said yesterday that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin. I didn't expect that the two of them would fight now. Oh my god. Jiang Qin has left the demon race and the two of them have started a fierce battle here. Fortunately, we came here in time. Otherwise, we would have missed such an exciting battle. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? It must be Shirhan. Shirhan is the second most powerful existence in the sky ranking. Not even a first-grade great saint can defeat him. Although Jiang Qin could kill Desolate Liang, his cultivation is too weak. He won't be a match for Shirhan. It's hard to say. I can see that Jiang Qin's chi is much stronger than when he killed Desolate Liang. Didn't you see that even Shirhan was forced to use the petrification technique? Many people had already appeared outside the battlefield. Ever since Shirhan came out of his seclusion and said that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin, this battle had been closely watched. They didn't expect that the two of them had already started fighting here. It would be a great loss if they missed such an earth-shattering battle. Shirhan, who was in the state of petrification, had increased his combat strength by a lot. Judging from his chi, he was no weaker than Jiang Qin. This was the most dazzling battle between the young geniuses. Shirhan was the second most powerful existence in the sky ranking. If Jiang Qin could defeat Shirhan, it would undoubtedly create a legend and establish his unshakable position in the young generation of the Pure Land. Jiang Qin, do you dare to fight me with your physical body? Shirhan provoked. The Shi family was most confident in their physical body, especially after they entered the state of petrification. Their physical body had reached an indestructible level. Sure. Jiang Chen's answer was clean and straightforward. He liked to fight with physical body the most. The body of the Shi family was naturally strong, but his dragon body was not inferior to his opponent's. Come on then. Shi Han moved. His attack was incomparably fast. In a blink of an eye he was in front of Jiang Chen. His stone pillar-like fist shattered the void and attacked fiercely at Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a deep roar. He clenched his dragon fist tightly and dazzling sparks appeared. He attacked Shi Han's fist. Both of their fists carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. When they collided, nobody knew what kind of impact it would have. The two of them collided. This was a collision of pure physical strength. It was the most barbaric and primitive way of fighting. Needless to say, under such a collision the two of them were pushed back at the same time. But in the next second they collided again. They were both proud and strong. They would not give way to each other and neither would admit defeat. Bang bang bang. The following battle made everyone truly feel what was called barbaric. Every time they collided, the spectators couldn't help but feel their souls tremble. They couldn't imagine that there were actually such barbaric people in this world. However, they were certain that if they were to collide with any one of them on the battlefield, they would end up with their bodies smashed to pieces. The two of them continued in this barbaric contest of physical strength for a few minutes, but there was still no clear winner. The physical body of the Shi family is really strong. The second in the heaven ranking is also extraordinary. Other geniuses can't be compared to him. But this is exactly what I want. This kind of battle can stimulate my potential. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. He couldn't help but say that Shi Han's strength had exceeded his expectations. But Jiang Chen didn't care. No matter how strong Shi Han was, he had ways to deal with him. He still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Compared to Jiang Chen, Shi Han was even more shocked. Before he came out of seclusion, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. From his point of view, the gap between their cultivation bases was too big. If he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it would be a piece of cake. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. His opponent's physical body had reached a level where he could fight against him. In the previous collision, Shi Han didn't have the slightest advantage. Because of the violent collision, his qi and blood were not flowing smoothly. But looking at Jiang Chen, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Not even the slightest fluctuation in his qi. Jiang Chen, Shi Han will kill you today. Shi Han was furious. Light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, Sky Tyrant Stone Fist. Shi Han casted out the powerful heavenly domineering stone fist. This was the most powerful combat technique of the Shi family. Its power was astonishing and unpredictable when it was casted by Shi Han. Shi Han could already see that it was impossible to kill Jiang Chen with just his physical strength. He had to use a more powerful combat technique. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox Rumble. Shi Han punched out, causing the weather to change. That gigantic fist was like a mountain. Everywhere it passed, space was destroyed. Sparks flew everywhere. That was caused by the power and speed of the fist. When this fist pressed down, it could destroy everything. Chapter 885. This was a punch that carried unparalleled divine might that could destroy everything. Everyone's facial expression changed. Shi Han was too strong. Even a first-grade great saint wouldn't be able to withstand this sky-dominating stone fist. Gumu looked incomparably nervous. He had no idea how Jiang Chen would deal with Shi Han's punch. In the face of Shi Han's punch, Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change at all. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if no matter what kind of situation he encountered, there wouldn't be a ripple in his eyes. It was a kind of confidence, a strong confidence that came from the bottom of his heart, from his bones. Jiang Chen moved. He mobilized all the dragon marks in his qi. 72,000 dragon marks rippled. Some of them rushed out of his body, rippling around Jiang Chen's body, producing deep dragon roars that made Jiang Chen look incomparably mystical. Swoosh! Jiang Chen flew up into the sky. His body made a big turn and he dashed towards the incoming fist. Someone noticed that there were dragon marks all over his feet, and they contained powerful energy ripples. They formed into a terrifying whirlpool that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. That's right. The powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps had unimaginable destructive power. This powerful combat technique was far above the sky-dominating stone fist. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. When he collided with the huge stone fist, he had already taken the 5th step. He took the 5th step horizontally and collided with the stone fist heavily. Long. Jiang Chen's body was like a beam of light. Even the powerful energy of the stone fist couldn't knock him away. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's stomp caused countless cracks on the huge stone fist. Then the stone fist exploded with a loud bang. It was crushed by Jiang Chen's stomp, turning into countless fragments that drifted in the air. Dang dang dang. Under such a counterforce, Shi couldn't control his body. He retreated a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. On the other hand, nothing happened to Jiang Chen. Shi had fallen into a disadvantageous position in this combat technique competition. How is this possible? Why am I retreating? Shi couldn't believe that he, a half-step great saint and the second on the sky ranking, would lose to a 7th grade minor saint. This was too funny and he couldn't accept it. By God. This Jiang Chen is too scary. He is much stronger than when he killed Desolate Liang. I remember that he was still a 6th grade minor saint when he killed Desolate Liang, but now he is already a 7th grade minor saint. This speed of advancement is truly heaven-defying. Have you all noticed that Jiang Chen and Shi Han's combat strength is actually on par with each other? There wasn't a clear winner in the previous competition of physical strength. This means that there isn't much difference between the two of them. Now that they are competing in combat techniques, Shi has lost. This means that Shi Han's combat technique isn't as strong as Jiang Chen's. That's right. The sky-dominating stone fist is the strongest combat technique of the stone family. However, the combat technique that Jiang Chen used looked even scarier. It gave people a feeling of superiority. Judging from the grade of the combat technique, Jiang Chen's combat technique is far superior to Shi Han's. That's why Shi is in a disadvantageous position in this combat technique competition. Let's see. Shi isn't that easy to deal with. I'm sure that he has more powerful techniques. It's still uncertain who will be the winner in the end. However, the battle between the two of them is much more interesting than when Jiang Chen killed Desolate Liang. Desolate Liang couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Many people were shocked. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. Jiang Chen's strength had once again left an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. One had to know that Shi was the second on the heaven ranking. Shi was ranked second on the heaven ranking. Most of the people were biased towards Shi, thinking that he would win. But now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The battle had just begun, but Jiang Chen had already suppressed Shi with lightning speed. You are not my opponent. The stone family's petrification technique is only SOSO. The second on the heaven ranking is also SOSO. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm. However, to Shi, such words were undoubtedly more provocative than mockery. Because Jiang Chen had suppressed him, he was qualified to say such words. Jiang Chen, I won't lose. Shi was enraged. His 10-meter-tall body was like a stone god. Stone fragments danced around his body, and the energy waves became even more powerful. Open mountain seal. Following Shi shout, he abruptly raised both his palms upwards. An incomparably huge mountain condensed above his palms. The mountain was completely condensed from energy, but it looked as if it was real. There was not the slightest difference between it and the mountain. It was unknown how heavy the huge mountain was. It was probably millions and millions of kilograms. Underneath it, Shi body made cracking sounds. Go. Shi threw with all his strength. The huge mountain carried a thunderous rumble, completely locking onto Jiang Chen's aura and fiercely attacked. What a good open mountain seal. Unfortunately, it's still not my opponent. Shi, I won't waste any more time with you. 9 solar fingers. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together. His fingertips flickered with millions of light rays. One after another, mystical runes quickly condensed. Jiang Qin used the power of the Saint Bone and pointed forward. 9 huge golden fingers suddenly rushed forward. Everywhere they passed, the void cracked. The 9 huge fingers were like 9 heavenly rivers hanging high in the sky. It was unknown how much destructive power they carried. This time the 9 solar fingers did not fuse. They just rushed forward. Rumble. The heavens collapsed, the earth quaked, and the mountains shook. When the 9 solar fingers and the split mountain seal collided, the sky was completely destroyed. A huge hole that was 100 miles wide appeared in the sky. It was pitch black and it was terrifying. The powerful 9 solar fingers, under the support of the Saint Bone, exploded with twice the power. The open mountain seal could not withstand it at all. The huge mountain was pierced through by the 9 huge fingers on the spot. After that, it exploded, turning into boundless energy and disappeared into the void. Barf! This time Shi Han spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to his injuries, the shock in his heart was the most serious. He thought that he could eliminate Jiang Qin effortlessly in today's battle. However, he had been in a disadvantageous position since the beginning of the battle. Now he was continuously spurting out blood. He really couldn't imagine that Jiang Qin's power had reached such a terrifying level. On the other side, Jiang Qin knitted his brows. Shi Han's power was also beyond his imagination. One should know that he was a 7th grade minor saint, not a 6th grade minor saint. He knew very well that although Shi Han was repeatedly defeated, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. It wouldn't even affect his combat strength. In other words, it wouldn't be an easy task for Jiang Qin to kill Shi Han. Even if Shi Han couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. However, Jiang Qin couldn't let Shi Han escape. It would be a disaster if he let such a powerful opponent go. Given Shi Han's talent, he would certainly benefit a lot from this battle. If Shi Han escaped, it was highly possible that the benefits he gained from this battle would allow him to break through to the Great Saint realm in a very short period of time. At that time it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Without any counterattack, Jiang Qin slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. Next he would do everything he could to kill Shi Han. He wouldn't give him the slightest chance. On the other side, Shi Han didn't even think about escaping. He hadn't used his strongest power yet. If he left just like that, his reputation would be ruined and he would become the laughingstock of the entire Pure Land. He wouldn't be able to raise his head in the future. This was an unacceptable consequence to him. Shi Han swung his arm and a long spear appeared in his hand. It was a stone spear. It was simple and unadorned, but it wasn't something to be underestimated. Jiang Qin, you have really angered me. Eat my attack, world extinguishing spear. Shi Han went berserk again. The long spear in his hand began to shake violently. Countless long spears were evolved. These countless stone spears directly evolved into a world of spears. There were spear shadows everywhere. The whole world was shaking as if it had become a world of spears. Amazing! This is Shi Han's ultimate killer move. Those countless long spears have unparalleled lethality. That place has formed a spear domain. It's a real world. Did you see that even if those long spears are destroyed, they will automatically condense again? They are endless and will never weaken. It's really terrifying. Yeah, there is no way to break this killer move. Even if an expert enters that world of spears, he will be exhausted to death. Let's see how Jiang Qin breaks it. This battle was really exciting. Countless people were overwhelmed with emotions watching. Now that the battle was coming to an end, Shi Han had also displayed his most powerful attack. If Jiang Qin could break this move of Shi Han would be completely defeated. If not, it was likely that he would be strangled to death in that world of spears. Swoosh! The Heavenly Saint sword let out a sword cry that pierced through the sky. Without any fear, Jiang Qin rushed into the ocean of stone spears. Shi Han's attack might be able to baffle others, but it couldn't baffle Jiang Qin. He had seen through this attack, and in order to break it he had to find the true body of the spear within the ocean of stone spears, which was Shi Han's combat weapon. Only one of these stone spears was real and the rest were all illusions. If he couldn't find the true body of the spear, even if these spears were destroyed, they would immediately reappear and there would be no end to them. Wanting to find the true spear among these countless stone spears was undoubtedly an incomparably difficult task. Not to mention that he had to deal with the impact of the stone spears while moving at such a high speed. No matter how sharp his senses were, it was impossible to find the true spear. Chapter 886. Rumble. The entire world of 10,000 spears of annihilation resounded. Countless sharp stone spears bombarded Zhou Xian, but Zhou Xian showed no fear. With a casual swing of the heavenly saint sword in his hand, a large number of stone spears were destroyed. Sword light flickered and no powerful attack could reach Zhou Xian. However, despite Zhou Qian's strong performance, Gu Mu was still very worried. One should know that destroying a few stone spears wasn't a big deal. The number of stone spears in there was endless. It was impossible to destroy all of them. Unless one could find the true body of the stone spear, it would be useless no matter how many stone spears were destroyed. As Zhou Xian destroyed the stone spears, he used the Great Soul Derivation technique to its limit. Invisible soul power quickly seeped into every corner of the spear's world. One of the stone spears moved faster than all the other stone spears, and its movements were very strange. Unlike the other spears which had a certain pattern, this spear had no pattern at all. It could appear in any place as if it was purposely trying to hide its tracks. Found it. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He didn't need to think too much to know that this stone spear was the Frost Stone Warrior's body. Shua. Zhou Qian's speed was extremely fast. Like a ghost, he arrived in front of the stone spear in the blink of an eye. The heavenly saint sword carried boundless divine might as it slashed at the stone spear. Clang. The power of the strike was too great, and the heavenly saint sword itself was incomparably sharp. The stone spear was simply unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the stone spear itself was strong enough so it was not directly cut into two by the heavenly saint sword. However, it still let out a mournful cry. Not good. He had never thought that Zhou Xian would be able to find the position of his stone spear so quickly. This was simply an inconceivable thing. The greatest advantage of this move was that the position of the stone spear was constantly changing. It was extremely difficult to lock onto the target. As long as the opponent was trapped by the thousands of spears, no matter how powerful the opponent was, they would eventually be exhausted to death. But now when he used it on Zhou Xian, it was completely ineffective. Clang. Once again the heavenly saint sword slashed at the stone spear. This time the surrounding stone spears shattered one after another. The illusory world created by the world extinguishing 10,000 spears was also destroyed. Wow, Shirhan violently coughed up blood again. This time the shock he received was much more severe than before. The stone spear was his natal weapon, and the collapse of the illusory world greatly affected him, causing his battle prowess to drop to a whole new level. Come back. Shirhan shouted and tried to summon the stone spear back. He could already see that Zhou Xian was far stronger than he had imagined. It was impossible to kill Zhou Xian today, but he could not lose the stone spear. If that happened, the loss would be too great. You want to summon a battle soldier? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. How could Zhou Xian give Shirhan a chance? At this moment, Shirhan was no longer a match for him and could not pose any threat to him. He once again conjured the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw suddenly stretched out and firmly grabbed the stone spear. Buzz. The stone spear in Zhou Qian's hand began to tremble violently, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. It wanted to escape from Zhou Qian's hand, but unfortunately, Zhou Qian's hand was like an iron pincer. It was too firm. No matter how violently the stone spear trembled, it could not escape from Zhou Qian's hand. Zoosh. Without any hesitation, Zhou Qian made a few seals on the stone spear and put it into his qi. Shirhan's expression changed drastically. When the stone spear disappeared, he could not feel the connection between him and it. This had never happened before, but it was enough to prove that the stone spear was completely under Zhou Qian's control. His natal weapon had been taken away by Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian, give me back my stone spear. Shirhan's eyes were bloodshot. He could not lose the stone spear, he could not afford to lose it. Shirhan, you don't have a chance anymore. 9 phantom wolves. Zhou Qian coldly snorted. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he immediately conjured the 9 phantom wolves. In an instant 9 identical Xianxia appeared in the sky. Each Xianxia had transformed into a dragon and was holding a dazzling heavenly saint sword, completely surrounding Zhou Xian. What? Zhou Xian cried out in shock. His mind was in a mess, he couldn't tell which one was the real Xianxia. However, Xianxia would not give him time to observe carefully. The heavenly saint sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake. Puchi. The heavenly saint sword pierced into Zhou Xian's body from behind, piercing through his entire body. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the rocks on the surface of Zhou Xian's body began to fall off. Stone chips were everywhere and Zhou Xian's body had also changed. Currently he could no longer maintain his petrified state, and had reverted to his human form. Zhou Xian was in an extremely sorry state. Blood was constantly spurting out from his mouth, and the light in his eyes was slowly fading away. Feeling the life force in his body being drained away, he suddenly had a feeling that all his hopes had turned to dust. He was the #1 genius of the Stone Clan, the monstrous genius ranked second on the Sky ranking. He stood at the peak of the world. In his world he had always been the one to kill, but he had never thought that he would be killed by someone else. He had never thought that death would befall him, and so quickly. Zhoosh. Xianxia quickly pulled out the sword from Zhou Xian's body, and with another swift slash he beheaded Zhou Xian. He had no interest in Zhou Xian's head at first, but since there was enmity between Zhou Xian and Gu Xiantian, Zhou Xian's head would be of great use to him. This was a great gift and Gu Xiantian would definitely accept it. Zhou Xian was dead. For a moment the entire scene was silent. Everyone's face was filled with shock. No one had thought that the battle between Xianxia and Zhou Xian would end with Zhou Xian being killed. Even though Xianxia had been suppressing Zhou Xian, causing him to be in a disadvantageous position, no one had thought that Zhou Xian would die. After all, with Zhou Xian's ability, even if he couldn't win he could still escape. However, no one had thought that Zhou Xian wouldn't even have the chance to escape. The peerless genius ranked second on the Sky ranking had died in the hands of Xianxia. Xianxia carried Zhou Xian's head and approached Gu Mu. At this moment Gu Mu was a little dumbfounded. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Good. Young master, let's go to the ancient people. Gu Mu was incomparably excited. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. If Xianxia went to the ancient people previously he would be rejected. But now with Zhou Xian's head, Gu Xiantian would definitely not reject Xianxia. In terms of personal enmity, Xianxia had killed Zhou Xian and resolved one of Gu Xiantian's worries. Let's go. Xianxia casually nodded his head. He and Gu Mu quickly disappeared from the crowd's sight and headed towards the ancient people. At this moment the scene was completely stirred up. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen. Xianxia killed Zhou Xian. I wonder how many people will be shocked if this news spreads out. The second-ranked Zhou Xian on the heavenly list is dead. I'm afraid that fellow from the Shao clan will be able to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia has killed Zhou Xian. This means that his current strength is enough to be ranked second on the heavenly list. He might even be able to compete with the first on the heavenly list. It's been a long time since something like this has happened in the Pure Land. Zhou Xian's death will make the Pure Land more and more chaotic. In the future the Pure Land will no longer be peaceful. Everyone was shocked. Sighs could be heard everywhere. It wasn't hard to imagine that the news of Xianxia killing Zhou Xian would spread throughout the Pure Land in no time. At that time the higher-ups of the 8 clans would not be able to sit still. That fellow from the Shao clan would probably take action. Other than the monstrous genius from the Shao clan, no one else could be a match for Xianxia. Xianxia had declared war against all the young geniuses in the Pure Land. Now it seemed that only one person could fight against Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't care about this at all. All his thoughts were on the ancient people. This time he would go to the ancient people to fulfill his promise to Wu Ningzhu and build a good relationship with the ancient people. As one of the 8 great clans, the scale of the Gu clan was naturally huge. They occupied a large mountain range, but looking at their imposing manner, they were not the slightest bit weaker than the spiritual space mountain. This place was filled with the spiritual essence of the heaven and earth, and was definitely one of the places with the most vigorous yuan qi in the entire Pure Land. Every space here was suitable for cultivation, and it was a true holy land for cultivation. All along, countless people had tried their best to join the ancient people. However, the ancient people's recruitment was extremely strict. Unless one had great luck or was overflowing with talent, it was simply impossible for an ordinary person to join the ancient people for cultivation. Zhou Xian and Gu Mu arrived at the mountain range of the ancient people. As far as the eye could see, above the ancient people, the sun was lingering and colorful rays of light were drifting. There were many palaces and buildings floating in the sky. There were even mountain peaks floating in the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a fairyland. This was the prestige of a big clan. Just the noble aura alone made people couldn't help but worship them. Young master, this is the ancient people. Gu Mu looked at Zhang Chen, only to discover that Zhang Chen's expression was still as calm as an ancient well. Even when facing the imposing manner of the ancient people, Zhang Chen still didn't have any reaction. This person's temperament had actually reached such a level. One must know that when an ordinary person came to a place like the ancient people for the first time, they would be so shocked that their mouths would be wide open. They would exclaim in admiration at every place they saw. Of course, Gu Mu didn't know that when Zhang Chen was unhindered in the world, which of the 8 clans of the Pure Land hadn't visited? Even the ancestors of the ancient people didn't dare to neglect him. Gu Mu, go and inform the upper echelons of the ancient people that I, Zhang Chen, am here today to propose marriage to the ancient people. Chapter 887. After listening to Zhang Chen's words, Gu Mu was dumbfounded. His mouth was slightly agape as he suspected that he had misheard Zhang Chen. He had never thought that Zhang Chen would come to the ancient people in such a way and propose marriage. This was too exciting. However, what surprised Gu Mu the most was the betrothal gifts from Zhang Chen. 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones. Oh my god. What a huge amount of wealth. Back when Zhang Chen was in Void Triangular Domain, he had promised to give the ancient people 500 million high-grade true metastones. Today Zhang Chen came to propose marriage and added another billion, increasing the wealth to 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones. Even Gu Xiantian would be moved by such a huge amount of wealth. However, Zhang Chen's betrothal gifts were far more than that. 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones were just the appetizer. 3 9-sunless Rond Pill. The 9-sunless Rond Pill actually existed in the heavens and earth. It was a supreme elixir that only existed in the legends. It had never appeared before. Let alone 3, even 1 would be a priceless treasure that couldn't be measured by its value. Moreover, 10 bottles of 9-sun holy water and so many supreme elixirs were casually taken out by Zhang Chen. If these treasures were to be used by the ancient people, the overall strength of the ancient people would be unimaginably enhanced. Gu Mu couldn't help but be shocked. It was imaginable that if these betrothal gifts were taken out, it would cause a sensation among the ancient people. Young master has a great spirit. You're indeed a rare hero. Miss Ningzhu's eyesight is indeed amazing. Gu Mu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. A person like Zhang Chen was domineering and didn't care about trifles. Moreover, he was powerful and had the aura of a king. If you were his enemy, it would be your greatest misfortune. But if you were his friend, it would be your greatest fortune. Let's go. Zhang Chen smiled. All right. Gu Mu nodded his head. After calming himself down, he took the lead and walked towards the ancient people's hall with Zhang Chen following behind him. At this moment, outside the entrance of the ancient people's hall stood 4 youths from the ancient people's hall. When the 4 of them saw Gu Mu, they immediately went forward to welcome him. When they saw that it was Gu Mu, their faces were instantly filled with respect and they quickly bowed to Gu Mu. Elder Gu Mu. They didn't dare to show any neglect in front of Gu Mu. Gu Mu was an inner disciple of the ancient people and had a very strong cultivation grade. He was a mighty 9th grade minor saint. Compared to him, their status and identity were on a completely different level. Go tell Miss Ningzhu that Zhang Chen has come to propose marriage. Gu Mu explained to the 4 that he had to inform Wu Ningzhu of Zhang Chen's arrival. What? Marriage proposal? What marriage proposal? He's that Zhang Chen? The 4 of them were stunned. For a moment they didn't understand what Gu Mu was trying to say. What did the marriage proposal have to do with Wu Ningzhu? Wasn't Wu Ningzhu betrothed to Gu Lufeng by the patriarch? Listen, I am Jiangchen. Wu Ningzhu is my woman. I have come to the ancient people's hall today to propose marriage. If Gu Lufeng isn't convinced, he can come and find me. You can tell him that I have just killed Shirhan. Jiangchen clasped his hands behind his back and said to the four of them. After that he followed Gu Mu and walked towards the ancient people's hall. The four of them heard Jiangchen's words clearly. Because of that they were shocked. They widened their eyes, suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears. Is this man Jiangchen? He looks so young. What did he say just now? He killed Shirhan? How is this possible? Shirhan is a supreme expert ranked second on the sky list. Even big brother Lufeng isn't his match. How could he kill Shirhan? Did you guys hear it clearly? He said that Miss Wu Ningzhu is his woman and he is here to propose marriage. Damn it, looks like something big is going to happen. The patriarch has already said that Miss Wu Ningzhu will be betrothed to Gu Lufeng 3 days later. Who would have thought that Jiangchen would appear out of nowhere? However, if he really killed Shirhan, I'm afraid that Gu Lufeng won't be his match. Let's go and spread the news. We will go and tell Miss Wu Ningzhu. You guys go and find big brother Lufeng. If Jiangchen wants to propose marriage, the patriarch will definitely not agree. How can it be so easy to marry the genius of the ancient people? The four of them immediately split into pairs and flew towards the ancient people's hall. This matter was too big. If Jiangchen came to propose marriage, the ancient people would not be able to remain calm. Currently, Jiangchen's name had already spread across the entire Pure Land. This person was a devil incarnate. Wherever he went, chaos would follow. If what Jiangchen said was true, that he really killed Shirhan, then no one in the younger generation of the ancient people would be a match for him. Even if Gu Liufeng's cultivation had improved, he wouldn't be able to defeat Jiangchen. Gu Mu brought Jiangchen to his own residence. With Gu Mu's current status and identity, the ancient people had their own mountain and a place to cultivate. Young master, you are an outsider after all. You can't just barge into the inner palace of the ancient people. You should rest here for a while. I will go and inform the inner clan about your intention. I believe that the patriarch will see you directly. Gu Mu said to Jiangchen. All right. Jiangchen nodded. He knew that Gu Mu was right. After all, he was here to propose marriage. If he followed Gu Mu to the inner palace, it would be extremely impolite. One should know that the inner palace of the ancient people was the core place of the ancient people. Even Gu Mu wouldn't be able to enter under normal circumstances. However, Jiangchen wasn't worried at all. He knew what kind of condition he had proposed. Even the higher-ups of the ancient people wouldn't be indifferent after hearing the amount of betrothal gifts he had proposed. They would definitely treat him as a distinguished guest. Moreover, there was no enmity between him and the ancient people. In fact, he had given a lot of benefits to the ancient people when he was in Void Triangular Domain. The ancient people hadn't returned from the inner palace yet, but the entire ancient people was in chaos. The news spread too fast. The news of Jiangchen's proposal was like a whirlwind. Everyone knew about it. That Jiangchen has actually come to the inner palace of the ancient people. That Jiangchen has actually come to the Gu family. I've seen his divine might in Void Triangular Domain with my own eyes. He's truly incredible. I heard that Miss Ningzhu was supposed to marry this Jiangchen, but she was forcefully brought back by Elder Gu Mu. This Jiangchen is truly incredible. According to Elder Gu Mu, he had been stuck in his cultivation for a long time. It was because of Jiangchen's guidance that he broke through to the 9th grade minor saint in such a short period of time. He's truly terrifying. I heard that this Jiangchen had just killed Shirhan. I don't know if it's true or not. I think it's just boasting. Shirhan is ranked second on the sky ranking. How could he be killed so easily? This man has come to propose marriage. How could he put brother Lu Feng's face? The patriarch has said it himself. He will betroth Wu Ningzhu to him 3 days later. Brother Lu Feng has been courting Miss Ningzhu all this time. That's nothing. Although the patriarch said that he would betroth Miss Ningzhu to brother Lu Feng during the family meeting, it hasn't started yet. So the patriarch's words aren't valid yet. However, the patriarch will never agree to Jiangchen's proposal. He is just a rogue cultivator. Why should he marry the genius of the ancient people? The whole ancient people was talking about it. Jiang Chen had just arrived at the ancient people's palace and he had already set off a whirlwind among the ancient people. Because he had killed Shirhan not too long ago, the news hadn't reached them yet. Therefore many of them didn't believe that Jiang Chen had really killed Shirhan. After all, Shirhan wasn't someone that Xiao Liang could compare with. Gu Mu came to the inner palace and met a second-grade great saint elder who was guarding the inner palace. He told him the news of Jiang Chen's arrival. Ridiculous. This man is extremely audacious. How dare he come to the ancient people's palace to propose marriage? Considering that he has no grudge with them, just throw him out. Gu Mu, don't come to the inner palace for anything in the future. Is this a place that you should come to? The elder reprimanded Gu Mu. Jiang Chen had stirred up a lot of commotion recently. Although he was a peerless genius, he had offended too many people. It was fine that he came to the ancient people's palace, but he actually came to propose marriage. He must have some guts. Elder, please calm down. Jiang Chen has come with great sincerity. This man and Miss Ningzhu have already been engaged for a long time. I was the one who brought Miss Ningzhu back from the wedding. Jiang Chen has brought a very generous betrothal gift, 1.5 billion high-grade true meta stones, 3 9-yang less rond pill, 10 bottles of 9-yang saint water, Shirhan's head and natal combat weapon. Gu Mu was terrified. He quickly told the elder about the betrothal gift given by Jiang Chen without hiding anything. What? Upon hearing this, the elder exclaimed. Even though he was a second-grade great saint, he couldn't help but be shocked. Even the ancient people couldn't take out such a betrothal gift. Even if they could, they wouldn't be willing to part with it. He killed Shirhan? The elder asked with uncertainty. It's true. It's absolutely true. When he killed Shirhan, I was there. Gu Mu said. What a good Jiang Chen. He actually has the ability to kill Shirhan. Ancient people can make friends with such a genius. Wait for a moment, I will report this to the patriarch. After the elder finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. After hearing about the betrothal gift from Jiang Chen, it was impossible for him not to be shocked. Plus, Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Shirhan, and the legend of Jiang Chen. It was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was a peerless genius. Chapter 888. Not long after that elder entered the inner hall, he immediately came out. He walked towards Gu Mu and said, Gu Mu, bring your kid over now. The patriarch wants to see him. Right, I'll go now. Gu Mu was overjoyed. He knew that Gu Xiantian would definitely want to see Jiang Chen. After all, no one would be able to accept such a huge betrothal gift. How could a person who could take out such a gift be an ordinary person? Even if Gu Xiantian didn't betroth Wu Ningzhu to Jiang Chen, he still wanted to see this young talent who had recently caused an uproar in the Pure Land. Ancient people were very clear about the current situation of the 8 great clans. If someone could disrupt the situation, it would also be what the ancient people wished to see. Gu Mu quickly returned to his residence and brought Jiang Chen to the inner hall. On the way to the inner hall, they coincidentally met Wu Ningzhu, who was rushing over after hearing the news. Seeing Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu's face immediately revealed joy. I knew it. You wouldn't just watch me marry another man. Wu Ningzhu smiled sweetly. That beautiful smile made the entire world look beautiful. Even if I didn't come, Sister Ning wouldn't marry another man. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Wu Ningzhu's heart towards him was unique. From the moment he unveiled Wu Ningzhu's veil, he was the only man that Wu Ningzhu had set her eyes on. Furthermore, in Wu Ningzhu's heart, there wasn't a man more outstanding than Jiang Chen. Are you that confident? Wu Ningzhu snorted. When has your husband's confidence ever been lacking? Jiang Chen wasn't going to be polite. He immediately pulled Wu Ningzhu into his embrace, causing Wu Ningzhu to giggle. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, there was nothing to be embarrassed about being hugged by her man. In fact, it was a form of happiness. She asked Gu Mu to look for Jiang Chen because she was sure that Jiang Chen would definitely come after knowing that Gu Xiantian was going to betroth her in 3 days. Cough cough, Gu Mu immediately coughed. This pair of lovebirds had completely treated him as heir. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu laughed. Thereafter Jiang Chen released Wu Ningzhu. He had to consider this old fellow's feelings. Young master, young miss, let's hurry to the inner hall. Gu Mu said with a sigh. Little Chenzi, I don't know what the patriarch thinks of you coming here to propose marriage. He has already agreed to marry me to Gu Lufeng and released my mother. Now that you suddenly appeared, I'm afraid. Wu Ningzhu didn't finish her words, but the meaning she wanted to express was very clear. She knew Jiang Chen's ability, but after all, this was the territory of the ancient people. There were so many experts here that Jiang Chen couldn't do anything here. If she was alone, she could directly leave the ancient people and go far away with Jiang Chen. But now she was most worried about Gulan and her mother. Gulan was the main purpose of her coming to the divine land. Don't worry, I'm here. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's hand. Feeling his broad and strong palm, Wu Ningzhu's heart gradually calmed down. To a woman, no matter how strong and independent she was, she would always need someone to rely on. A man was a woman's reliance and Jiang Chen was her reliance. He was a man who would never allow his woman to suffer any grievances. Jiang Chen was Wu Ningzhu's reliance. In the inner hall of the ancient people, 7 or 8 people were sitting. All of them were great sages of the ancient people. They all had high status and power. The most important person sitting at the top looked about 40 years old. He had a medium build and wore a very clean blue shirt, giving people a very neat feeling. He just sat there, giving people the feeling that he was as tall as a mountain. He didn't look angry, but his eyebrows were full of domineering aura. This person was the patriarch of the ancient people, Gu Xiantian, the first person of the ancient people in the Pure Land. When Gu Mu brought Jiang Chen over, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. There was a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen was so young. You are Jiang Chen? One of the elders opened his mouth and asked. Yes, I am Jiang Chen. Today I come to propose marriage. I believe that the patriarch of the ancient people should know that I and Wu Ningzhu have been engaged for a long time. If Gu Mu didn't go to Danyuan City to stir things up, we would have been married by now. Therefore, it is reasonable for me to propose marriage today. Jiang Chen didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly. How dare you? Jiang Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you speak like this in the inner hall of the ancient people? An elder immediately shouted at Jiang Chen. I, Jiang Chen, never like to beat around the bush. I'll be frank with you. I came here with enough sincerity. Here are 1.5 billion high-grade true meta stones, 3 9 solar lightning dragon pills, and 10 bottles of 9 solar holy water. Don't tell me that I have to be humble when I come here to propose. If you think that me bringing so many things to the inner hall is disrespectful to you, then I, Jiang Chen, have nothing to say. Jiang Chen waved his hand and took out a golden interspatial ring, 3 9 suns less rond pill and 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water. They floated in the air above the inner hall. The 9 suns holy water emitted a strong aura, causing the air in the inner hall to ripple. Not to mention other people, even the great sages on the scene couldn't help but feel excited when they saw these treasures. The elder who scolded Jiang Chen before didn't say anything. Jiang Chen was right. No one would bring these things to disrespect the ancient people. Any of these things proved that Jiang Chen was sincere enough. 1.5 billion high-grade true metastones was a fortune that made people salivate. As for the 9 suns less rond pill, it was a legendary pill. It was the first time for the people on the scene to see it. Their eyes fell on the 3 pills. They saw that the pills were full of medicinal efficacy. There was a flickering shadow of a dragon and a deep rumbling sound of thunder. The medicinal efficacy was extremely strong. It was exactly the same as the legendary 9 suns less rond pill. Such a pill would have a great effect even for great sages like them. As for the 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water, they were also rare sacred objects. With so much 9 suns holy water, it was unknown how many talented disciples the ancient people could cultivate with it. At the same time, they were also surprised by Jiang Chen's performance. This was the inner palace of the ancient people. No young man could be so calm in this place. His calmness was absolutely not an act. In the eyes of a great saint, all pretense was useless. Chapter 889. Ancient people's view on Zhou Xian had changed tremendously. First of all, even before Zhou Xian took out those treasures, they didn't hate Zhou Xian. After all, although Zhou Xian was a troublemaker, he didn't do anything harmful to the ancient people. He even helped the elders of the ancient people advance to the next level and brought Wu Ningzhu to the divine continent. Zhou Qian's performance just now was indeed amazing. Plus, the situation of the 8 major families in Saint Origin world wouldn't last much longer. Ancient people wanted to see the emergence of a peerless genius to disrupt the situation. Moreover, to the other elders, they didn't care who Wu Ningzhu was going to marry. What they cared about was the future of the ancient people. A young man like Zhou Xian had left a good impression on them. After Shirhan's head was placed on the table, the atmosphere in the hall became somewhat depressing. Everyone could feel the change in Gu Xuantian's emotions. No matter how tenacious a supreme expert was, he was still a human. He couldn't remain calm in the face of the death of his son. Bang! No one saw any movement from Gu Xiantian, but an invisible wave of qi suddenly overflowed from his body. Shirhan's head and the stone spear shattered with a loud bang, turning into powder and completely disappeared from the hall, as if they were never there. Zhou Xian, I owe you a favor, but I can't agree to your marriage proposal. Gu Xiantian sat back on his seat and said, Patriarch. Wu Ningzhu's expression changed. Gu Xiantian raised his hand and said, You don't need to say anything else. I have already decided to betroth you to Gu Lufeng. Lufeng is the #1 genius of the ancient people. He is the focus of our ancient people. Moreover, don't forget about your mother. As long as you marry Lufeng, your mother will be free. I don't want to marry Gu Lufeng. I've been engaged to Zhou Xian for a long time. If it wasn't for your interference, we would be officially husband and wife now. Wu Ningzhu refuted. Of course she had to refute. Although Gu Lufeng was the #1 genius of the ancient people in Wu Ningzhu's heart, Gu Lufeng and Zhou Xian could not be compared at all, no matter which aspect. My words carry enormous weight, so how can I go back on my word? Not to mention, could it be that you're not thinking about your mother? Why did you come here from the southern continent? Isn't it so that your mother can regain her freedom? You have to marry one of the ancient people to erase the mistakes your mother has made in the past. If you insist on marrying Zhou Xian, your mother will still be imprisoned. Gu Xiantian said. As the patriarch of the southern continent, although it wasn't the official day of the clan gathering, he couldn't simply change his words. Otherwise, where would his prestige be? If he were to marry Wu Ningzhu to Zhou Xian now, how would Gu Lufeng feel? Zhou Xian was an outsider after all. Gu Xiantian, your words are simply bullshit. Ridiculous. Zhou Xian suddenly burst into laughter and called out Gu Xuantian's name. He was completely unscrupulous and did not leave any face for Gu Xiantian. Gu Mu, who was trembling at the side, gasped in shock after hearing Zhou Xian's words. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. What he feared the most had happened. He was most worried about Zhou Xian's violent temper. Once he gets angry, he wouldn't care about the occasion or who the other party was. Now what he was worried about had happened. This was the inner palace of the ancient people, an incomparably sacred and honorable place. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously here, nor had anyone dared to disrespect the patriarch. Just a moment ago the atmosphere was so harmonious. Why did it suddenly change? Presumptuous. The great sage elder who was seated at the side bellowed and released a powerful aura. It was true that they admired Zhou Xian, but if Zhou Xian were to behave atrociously here, they wouldn't be polite. Wu Ningzhu's face was filled with anxiety. She grabbed onto Zhou Qian's arm tightly, fearing that Zhou Qian would do something out of line. Why don't you tell me why my words are so ridiculous? Why are they bullshit? Gu Xiantian squinted his eyes and looked at Zhou Qian. It was impossible for him not to be angry when he was being disrespected by a junior. Then I'll tell you. You said that I brought Shirhan's head and natal weapon. You owe me a favor. You don't have to return this favor. You just have to let me ask you a few questions. Zhou Qian was calm and composed, completely ignoring the anger of the great sage elders. Ask. Gu Xiantian said. He wanted to hear what Zhou Qian wanted to ask. Ancient people's matters were not something that an outsider could interfere with. Let me ask you, what did Gulan do wrong? Why did you trap her for so many years? Zhou Qian asked. As the saintess of the ancient people, Gulen secretly went to the southern continent and married a lowly person like Wu Tianyang. Isn't this a grave mistake? Where is the face of the ancient people? Gu Xiantian said indifferently. Hearing Gu Xiantian call her father a lowly person, Wu Ningzhu's face showed a hint of anger. In her heart, Wu Tianyang's position was unshakable. Gu Xian, do you think you have the face to say such words from the mouth of the patriarch? In my opinion, you are a typical example of shamelessness. Jiang Qin shouted. Brat, you're courting death. A great saint was infuriated. He was about to attack Jiang Qin, but was stopped by Gu Xiantian. Jiang Qin, you better give me a good reason. You're the first person to say that I'm shameless. Even if I owe you a favor, it's enough for me to take your life because of what you just said. Gu Xuantian's tone turned cold. Gu Mu, who was standing at the side, was already scared silly. He was thinking that ancestor Jiang Qin should be more mindful. I, Jiang Qin, a 7th grade minor saint, could easily kill Shi Han. Even if the ancient people's 1st grade great saint were to attack me, I would still kill him without hesitation. Such talent, such ability. Let me ask you, is there anyone among the ancient people who could kill a great saint while being only a 7th grade minor saint? If you think that I'm bragging, you can find a 1st grade great saint and have a try. Jiang Qin said loudly. For a moment, everyone, including Gu Xiantian, fell into silence. Jiang Qin was right. Putting aside the ancient people, even the greatest saint in the entire saint origin world couldn't kill a great saint when he was only a 7th grade minor saint. But what did this have to do with Gu Xuantian's shamelessness? What did it have to do with Gulen? Since you ancient people couldn't do it, can I say that I, Jiang Qin, am higher than you ancient people and that you ancient people are inferior? However, I, Jiang Qin, came here today to propose marriage with great sincerity. I came here with the identity of a junior. I will address you as patriarch. If Sister Ning and I get married, I will also address you as uncle. I will never have the slightest feeling of being superior to the Gu family. In my heart, everyone is equal. There is absolutely no distinction between nobility and inferiority. The Gu family is a human. Wu Tianyang is also a human. He has his own personality and dignity. Jiang Qin didn't conceal his voice at all. He didn't care about the expressions of everyone present and continued. Do you know why Gulen married Wu Tianyang and gave birth to a child for Wu Tianyang? Because Gulen was seriously injured at that time and was on the verge of death. It was Wu Tianyang who saved her life. In other words, the inferior person that you are referring to is Gulen's savior and your sister's savior. You, Gu Xiantian, are able to become the patriarch because you are a person who values relationships and righteousness. Only you know your feelings for your sister. So, what qualifications do you have to say that your sister's savior is an inferior person? This time Gu Xiantian was stunned. Surprisingly, he didn't get angry because he suddenly felt that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. He and Gulen grew up together. The brotherly love between them was something that others couldn't understand. All these years he had always thought that Gulen was wrong and imprisoned his sister for so many years according to the clan rules. However, in his heart Gulen was a sore point. Moreover, what did Gulen do wrong? In my opinion, Gulen is the one who truly values friendship and righteousness. She doesn't care about trifles and married Wu Tianyang with the identity of the ancient people's saintess. It's not only because Wu Tianyang is Gulen's savior, but also because Gulen and Wu Tianyang already have feelings for each other, very deep feelings. As far as I know, your wife, Gu Xiantian, seems to also be from a poor family, right? Since you can marry a poor woman, why can't Gulen marry Wu Tianyang? Let me ask you, what did Gulen do wrong? Jiang Qin looked around. He was not only asking Gu Xiantian but also asking all the people present. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They had always thought that Gulen should bear the punishment she deserved since she had violated the clan rules. However, they never really thought about what on earth Gulen had done wrong. Wu Ningzhu, who was standing aside, had already burst into tears. These were the words she had buried in her heart for many years. Today Jiang Qin said them out loud. She felt wronged for her father Wu Tianyang and for her mother Gulen. The two loved each other, but they were forcibly separated for so many years. Wu Ningzhu knew very well how Wu Tianyang had spent so many years. This was also the reason why she insisted on coming to the Divine Land. Gu Xiantian, I said that you are shameless, but I'm definitely not slandering you. If Wu Tianyang hadn't saved Gulen, You would have lost a sister. Have you ever thought about what would have happened to you if Gulen had died at that time? I'm afraid it would have been a lifetime of pain for you, just like Shirhan had killed your son. Jiang Chen's words were like pearls. Gu Xiantian had never really thought about these questions. He just took it for granted that Gulen was wrong. Gu Xiantian, let me ask you again. For so many years, you have been imprisoning Gulen and your own sister. Every time you go to the prison and see your sister's increasingly thin face, have you ever felt guilty? Have you? Chapter 890. Boom. Jiang Chen's words were like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Jiang Chen had deliberately used the Great Soul Derivation technique. Every word was like a knife drilling into everyone's heart, especially Gu Xuantian's. Ancient people's elders were all experts of the older generation. In their eyes, Gulen was just a junior, a child. Some of them had watched Gulen grow up. It was impossible to say that they didn't love Gulen at all. Jiang Chen's words shocked Gu Xiantian the most. He was stunned. For 12 years he had imprisoned Gulen for 12 years, but he had never thought about it from another angle. He only thought that Gulen had made a mistake and should be punished. However, he had forgotten that Gulen was his sister, his biological sister. Gu Xiantian, don't you feel guilty about Gulen all these years? Jiang Chen's words were still lingering in his ears. Did he really not feel guilty? No, as Jiang Chen had said, every time he saw Gulen's haggard face, his heart would ache. Therefore he rarely went to see Gulen. Gu Xiantian had felt guilty more than once. He had always wanted to release Gulen. He only needed Gulen to admit her mistake. Even if Gulen said that she was wrong, he would set her free. After all, she was his biological sister. However, Gulen would rather be imprisoned for 12 years than admit her mistake. How difficult it was to exchange 12 years for the 3 words, "I was wrong." Gu Xiantian had never known. Until now, Gu Xiantian finally understood why Gulen didn't want to say it. It was because Gulen wasn't wrong. It was him who was wrong. It was the rules of the ancient people that were wrong. Why were humans human? Because humans had feelings. Gulen knew how to repay kindness and even promised to marry him. That was her true nature. As the patriarch, Gu Xiantian had forcibly separated a pair of ill-fated lovebirds and imprisoned Gulen. It was simply unreasonable. Mother. Wu Ningzhu couldn't bear it anymore. She fell to the ground with a plop. Tears streamed down her face and she burst into tears. 12 years. She would never forget Gulen's appearance. She would always remember that year when she was 10 years old. A 10-years-old child could already remember everything. Every word of Jiang Chen was like a knife stabbing into Wu Ningzhu's body. She couldn't imagine how Gulen had survived these 12 years. Jiang Chen squatted down and hugged Wu Ningzhu's shoulders. His eyes were filled with heartache. This was an extremely strong woman. Jiang Chen had never seen Wu Ningzhu shed a single tear. She was countless times stronger than other men. However, only Jiang Chen knew that behind this strength, there was a lot of bitterness that outsiders couldn't understand. Jiang Chen's words made the bitterness that had been hidden for 12 years pour out. It was like a broken river, unable to be controlled. Wu Ningzhu's bitter cries had completely destroyed Gu Xuantian's psychological defenses. His eyes were a little moist. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how high his position was, he would always take on different roles. Gu Xiantian was a high and mighty patriarch, but he was also a big brother and an uncle. No matter how high he stood, they were all his family. Only he himself would understand the meaning of the word family. Gu Xiantian had lost someone before, so he knew the importance of family. Could it be that I was really wrong? Gu Xiantian shook his head. He seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. Jiang Chen's words could be said to be disrespectful to him, but Gu Xiantian didn't hate Jiang Chen at all. He was even grateful to Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's words had enlightened him. He suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years, but in terms of awareness he was still inferior to a young man. That's right, not only were you wrong, you were gravely wrong. She couldn't watch her daughter grow up day by day. She couldn't stay with the man she loved. She didn't even have the chance to see him. He spent every day in pain. Wu Tianyang also suffered for 12 years. He felt that he was useless as a man. He was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own woman. However, he had to live on for the sake of his daughter. Wu Ningzhu also suffered for 12 years. She knew that her mother was still in this world, but she couldn't see her mother. She saw her father grieving in the middle of the night more than once. Wu Tianyong also suffered for 12 years. He felt that he was useless as a man. He was a good-for-nothing who couldn't even protect his own woman. However, he had to live on for the sake of his daughter. Wu Ningzhu also suffered for 12 years. She knew that her mother was still in this world, but she couldn't see her mother. More than once she saw her father grieving in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen enunciated each word clearly. So, you blamed yourself for 12 years, Gulan missed her for 12 years, Wu Tianyong suffered for 12 years, and Wu Ningzhu suffered for 12 years. If you are still a man, you should put an end to these 12 years of mistakes. Everything is not too late. I hope that you will release Gulan personally, and not use Wu Ningzhu's happiness to exchange for Gulan's freedom. If that's the case, Wu Ningzhu won't be happy and she will suffer for the rest of her life. Even if Gulan comes out, she won't forgive you. Shut up, don't say any more. Gu Xiantian shouted at Jiang Chen. His eyes were red. Obviously, Jiang Chen's words were like a mirror, illuminating everything and collapsing Gu Xuantian's psychological defense. How could Gu Xiantian not want to release Gulan? If Gulan didn't admit her mistakes, he had to find an excuse to release Gulan. Marrying Wu Ningzhu to the youngest genius of the ancient people was the best excuse. He did feel guilty towards Gulan and he did blame himself for 12 years. Otherwise he wouldn't spend so much effort to cultivate Wu Ningzhu. However, he didn't think about whether Wu Ningzhu would be happy or not if Wu Ningzhu married Gu Lufeng. You don't want me to say it, but I want to say it. You have already harmed Gulan. Don't tell me you want to harm Gulan's daughter? You said that Gu Lufeng is the #1 genius of the ancient people, but I don't even put him in my heart. If Gu Lufeng doesn't accept it, I will use a battle to convince him. AI. Patriarch, regardless of whether Gulan was right or wrong, you have already locked her up for 12 years. In my opinion, this punishment is enough. That's right, Patriarch. Although Jiang Chen was impudent today, I can see that he is a man of love. It is rare for a man to disregard everything for his woman. If Ning-er marries him, I don't think it is a disgrace to the bloodline of the ancient people. Patriarch, it has been 12 years. I think we should end it here. The other great sages were also moved. They were all people of the inner clan. They had blood relations with Gulan. In the past, that weird little girl was very likable. In their opinion, no matter what Gulan did in the past was right or wrong, 12 years was enough to end everything. It should be time for Gulan to be free. Chapter 891. Even if one's heart was made of stone, it would still melt. Even these old men who had always carried the rules of the ancient people were moved, let alone Gu Xiantian. Once upon a time Gu Xiantian was also a great man, an iron-blooded youth. He had once wielded his sword to conquer the world, and he had also once been as gentle as water. Gu Xiantian took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm his emotions. He stood up from his seat and said to Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, you have helped this king open the knot in his heart today. This king owes you another favor. Regarding Jiang Chen's impudent attitude, Gu Xiantian didn't pursue it. For so many years he had been in a high position, and no one had ever dared to say anything excessive in front of him. Even more so, no one had helped him open the knot in his heart. Only Jiang Chen dared to do so. Well, Gu Xiantian lightly waved his hand, and the space in the hall was directly torn open. An ice-cold spatial energy overflowed from the crack. Gu Xiantian looked at Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu, who were squatting on the ground, and said, Ning-er, let's go. Uncle will bring you to see your mother. That's right, the current Gu Xiantian was no longer a patriarch but an uncle, an elder. The knot in his heart had been opened for 12 years. Even he himself couldn't wait to see Gulan. Hearing Gu Xiantian's words, Wu Ningzhu cried even harder. This day had finally come. The tears that she had been holding back for 12 years seemed to flow out at this moment. No one present spoke. Gu Xiantian just stood there and waited. No one went to disturb Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu's tears made their hearts ache. Just like what Zhang Chen had said, this child had endured a lot of bitterness for 12 years. Wu Ningzhu buried her head in Zhang Chen's arms and cried for 5 minutes before stopping. She calmed her mood and slowly stood up. She gave a deep bow to Gu Xiantian. She did not speak. This bow was to thank Gu Xiantian. However, Wu Ningzhu's feelings towards Gu Xiantian were still very complicated. She hated this uncle for 12 years. Today she also saw the side of Gu Xiantian's temperament. At this moment that kind of hatred suddenly reduced a lot. She didn't want to live in resentment. She just wanted to see her mother as soon as possible. Let's go. Gu Xiantian's body flickered and disappeared into the spatial gap. Subsequently, Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu also walked in. The other great sages in the hall did not go in. It was meaningless for them to step in for such a matter. This was the grudge of their family. Let them solve it themselves. Some knots in their hearts had to be undone. Gumu, you have done well this time. I will reward you later. A great sage said to Gumu. Thank you, elder. Gumu gave a deep bow to these elders. He was almost scared to death just now. However, at this moment, in addition to admiration for Zhangchen, he also had a little more respect for him. This was a real man. Those words could only be said by someone who was extremely sentimental. Elder, what should we do with these treasures? Gumu looked at the treasures left behind by Zhangchen and asked. 1. 5 billion best grade true meta stones, 3 9 suns less rond pill, 10 bottles of 9 suns holy water. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth. At this moment these treasures were floating in the air. Gumu, keep these treasures first. We will wait for the patriarch and the others to come out. If the patriarch agrees to Jiang Chen's marriage proposal, then we can keep these treasures. A highly respected elder said. Jiang Chen had already made it clear when he came. These treasures were the betrothal gifts to be used to marry Wu Ningzhu. If Gu Xiantian could not agree to this marriage, how could the ancient people keep these treasures? Yes. Gumu did not dare to be negligent. He carefully kept these treasures. In his heart he was also praying that this matter would come to a successful conclusion. Now that the matter with Gulen had been resolved, there was still the matter between Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. Gumu did not want to make any mistakes. He understood Jiang Chen's temper too well. If Gu Xiantian insisted on marrying Wu Ningzhu to Gu Lufeng, it was hard to imagine what Jiang Chen would do. In fact, Gumu had always felt guilty towards Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. When they were in Danyuan City, Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu had already started to bow to the heavens and earth. He had forcefully barged in and interrupted Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu's wedding. He had also forcefully brought Wu Ningzhu back to the ancient people. Therefore he was the one who wanted Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu to be together the most. An ice-cold prison. This prison had its own space. However, it did not seem cold at all. There were flowers, grasses and birds. It was like a paradise. In front of the prison was a purple bamboo forest. Behind the purple bamboo forest was a thatched hut. If one really wanted to say that this was a prison, it could only be described as being isolated from the world. That's right, the environment here was beautiful, but it was isolated from the world. It was filled with sadness and desolation. Looking at the illusion here, the last trace of hatred that Wu Ningzhu had for Gu Xiantian disappeared. Jiang Chen also nodded his head. He was right. Gu Xiantian could be considered as a sentimental person. Although he had imprisoned Gulen, he did not allow Gulen to come into contact with the outside world. He had created a very good environment for Gulen. Suddenly, the sound of a zither sounded from the other end of the purple bamboo forest. This zither sound was incomparably beautiful, but it was filled with a sense of desolation. The melody was filled with a sense of longing, causing people to uncontrollably fall into the world of the zither and be unable to extricate themselves. Mother! Wu Ningzhu subconsciously shouted. Her voice was trembling. This zither sound was too familiar. What a beautiful zither sound. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. He finally knew why Wu Ningzhu could play the zither so well. Now he finally found the reason. Gu Xiantian brought Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu to the purple bamboo forest. Soon they reached the end of the forest. A woman suddenly appeared in front of them. She was dressed in white. Her face was a little thin, but it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. Her expression was a little sad. One look and anyone could tell that she was a person with a story. Her eyes were fixed on the zither. Her jade-like hands were dancing on the zither like butterflies. It was a very beautiful scene. All the woman's thoughts seemed to be immersed in the sound of the zither. She didn't even notice that someone was coming. Xianxia had seen through Gulin's cultivation. This woman turned out to be a rare great saint. Although she was only a first-grade great saint, it was enough to show that she was very talented. A powerful first-grade great saint would have sharp senses, but Gulin didn't notice the three of them. It showed that Gulin's heart had been completely immersed in the sound of the zither. It was as if the sound of the zither could bring her back to Dancing Sun City, back to her family, back to her carefree and happy life. The moment she saw Gulin, Wu Ningzhu couldn't hold back her tears again. That's right, this was her mother. Although 12 years had passed, the face of Gulin had always been so clear in Wu Ningzhu's heart. Her mother didn't age at all. She was just a little thinner. Wu Ningzhu always felt that her mother was the most beautiful woman in the world, whether it was in the past or now. That kind of beauty was unique. Mother is the word, great. In every child's heart, their mother is the most beautiful and unique. Mother! Wu Ningzhu shouted in a very loud voice. Bang! Gulin's body shook violently. One of the zither's strings broke in her hand. She slowly raised her head. When she saw Wu Ningzhu, her pupils began to dilate and her body began to tremble. At this moment her whole world seemed to have undergone a great change. Ni air. Gulin's voice trembled even more. She felt that she was dreaming, but this dream was so real. Although they hadn't seen each other for 12 years, Wu Ningzhu had undergone a great change. She had grown from a little girl to a slim and elegant peerless beauty. Gulin could still recognize her daughter at first glance. Ning air, is that really you? Without anyone seeing how Gulin moved, her body had already arrived in front of Wu Ningzhu. Mother, it's me. I'm your Ning air. Wu Ningzhu was unable to control her emotions. She directly threw herself into Gulin's embrace and burst into tears. Gulin raised her trembling hands and placed them on Wu Ningzhu's back. She still didn't dare to believe that this was real. This is a dream. It must be an illusion. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian and Xianxia looked at each other and tacitly walked to the side. They didn't want to disturb this scene. They knew that this scene would definitely last for a long time. 1 or 2 hours might not be enough. Xianxia, thank you for today. You've untied the knot in my heart for many years. Zhou Xian said with a smile. To be able to say the word, thank you, from Zhou Xian's mouth was an extremely rare and difficult thing to do. At this moment he put down his high and mighty posture and chatted with Xianxia like a friend. The one who untied the knot in your heart was you, not me. If you were really a heartless person, there wouldn't be today's Gulin and Wu Ningzhu. Xianxia also smiled. He seemed to have seen through Zhou Xian. Do you know that you might be killed by me with a palm strike for being so disrespectful to me today? Zhou Xian looked at Xianxia. I, Xianxia, never do things that I'm not sure of. If you, Zhou Xian, are heartless, you wouldn't be able to sit in this position. If that's the case, I won't use this method to deal with the ancient people. I will wait until I'm strong enough to fight my way to the ancient people and forcefully take away Wu Ningzhu and Gulin. I will make all of you ancient people disappear from this world. Xianxia didn't hide his words at all. Zhou Xian gasped. In Saint Origin World, Xianxia was the first person who could make the ancient people sink. However, Zhou Xian had a feeling that as long as Xianxia said it, he would be able to do it. He was a very scary young man. Chapter 892. Xianxia, do you think that I will agree to marry Ning'er to you? Zhou Xian asked. Yes. Xianxia's reply was firm and confident. Aren't you being too confident? Although you have helped me unravel the knot in my heart and fought for Gulin's freedom, this is completely different from your marriage proposal. As the patriarch of the ancient people, my words carry enormous weight. I have already agreed to betroth Ning'er to Lu Feng 3 days later. If I were to betroth Ning'er to you now, where would I put my face as the patriarch? Zhou Xian, do you know what I admire about you? The betrothal gifts that I have brought are enough to make anyone lose their cool. But you, under such a heavy betrothal gift, still cared about your patriarch's face and insisted on marrying Sister Ning to Gu Lufeng. This is something that I admire very much. You, Gu Xiantian, are a person who values friendship, so the person that you, Gu Xiantian, would definitely not be a bad person. If Gu Lufeng wants to marry Wu Ningzhu, he will definitely make Wu Ningzhu be willing. If he is forced with his pride, I'm afraid that he will not accept this marriage. Moreover, this is a matter between me and Gu Lufeng. In this world where only the strong are respected, the simplest and most direct way to solve a problem is to fight. Every genius is a warrior. I will personally defeat Gu Lufeng and snatch Sister Ning over. I will make Gu Lufeng withdraw himself and not damage your patriarch's prestige. Jiang Chen said. Gu Xiantian looked at the expression in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was getting more and more shocked. This young man was too terrifying. His vision was far-sighted and everything was under his control. He could even see through a person with a glance. This was a person who would never give up. He dared to come to the ancient people alone and even brought such a heavy betrothal gift. This was enough to show the importance of Wu Ningzhu in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen had never seen Gu Lufeng before. He was able to judge Gu Lufeng based on his own vision. What surprised Gu Xiantian was that Jiang Chen's judgment was right. Gu Lufeng was indeed a rare genius among the younger generation of the ancient people. He was an outstanding existence in all aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by Gu Xiantian. Moreover, the ancient people aren't fools. Plus, Patriarch Gu isn't a fool. Your foresight is sharper than anyone else. Nowadays, the situation of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World has become more and more obvious. The strength of Desolate family is growing day by day, and it's already strong enough to suppress any one of the 7 major families. If this situation continues for a long time, you should be very clear about the consequences. You won't believe it if I say that Desolate family doesn't have any ambition. Gu family should be aware of the crisis in advance. Saint Origin World has been peaceful for such a long time, but it will eventually usher in chaos. You know very well that only I, Jiang Chen, can completely turn the situation of Saint Origin World upside down. You, the ancient people, are the only ones who will be able to turn the situation upside down in the future. You know very well that only I, Jiang Chen, can turn the situation of Saint Origin World upside down in the future. AI. Gu Xiantian sighed. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was too smart. He was so smart that he could see through everything. He even spoke out his own thoughts and the thoughts of those great sages in the inner palace. The Saint Origin World had been peaceful for so long. It was only a matter of time before chaos would descend upon the Saint Origin World. The emergence of Jiang Chen was like a dazzling star that was destined to stir up this muddy water. There was indeed no harm in befriending Jiang Chen for the ancient people. Jiang Chen's current cultivation was still weak. He just needed the protection of the ancient people. Similarly, befriending Jiang Chen would not make the ancient people feel lonely because the demon race had already stepped forward bravely. The 8 major families had always been at odds with each other. Now, in the face of the impending chaos, it would undoubtedly be a good thing if the demon race and the ancient people could work together. Moreover, the arrival of Jiang Chen had already brought benefits to the ancient people. He also helped Gu Xiantian untie the knot in his heart, avenged his son and gave Gulen freedom. Not to mention the ancient people, just for Gu Xiantian, Jiang Chen was a kindness. Similarly, if Jiang Chen married Wu Ningzhu in the future, he would be half an ancient people. The ancient people had no reason not to help Jiang Chen. Gu Xiantian only guessed that Jiang Chen might be a very important figure in the future chaos, but he never thought that the decision he made today was so wise. In the future, when Jiang Chen returned to the peak and stood at the top of the world again, trampling on everything, the ancient people would gain immeasurable benefits. Of course, this was a story for the future. On the other side, Wu Ningzhu and Gulen had calmed down. Gulen finally confirmed that this was not a dream, but something that really happened. She had waited for 12 years and finally this day had come. The mother and daughter sat on the grass, leaning against each other. Gulen quietly listened to Wu Ningzhu telling her about the details of the past 12 years, about herself, about Wu Tianyang, about Jiang Chen, about what happened to the ancient people during this time, and about what Jiang Chen had done for the ancient people. This chat lasted for 3 hours, and during these 3 hours Jiang Chen and Gu Xiantian also had a very pleasant chat. These two people sometimes laughed happily and sometimes seriously discussed something. In these 3 hours, Gu Xiantian and Gu Xiantian really became friends. In front of Jiang Qin, Gu Xiantian could laugh unscrupulously, completely disregarding his image. He was no longer the high and mighty patriarch, but more like a big brother chatting with a little brother. Gu Xiantian admired Jiang Qin very much. They talked about a lot of problems related to cultivation. Jiang Qin was almost omniscient: alchemy, refining, and array formations. There was nothing that he did not know. All the bottlenecks and difficulties that Gu Xiantian encountered were casually mentioned by Jiang Qin, which allowed him to gain something. The image of Jiang Qin gradually became taller in the eyes of Gu Xiantian. In his view, the existence of Jiang Qin was a miracle, a very big miracle, a peerless monster. Kid, you are really amazing. You have so much knowledge at such a young age. It seems like it's not a coincidence that you have such achievements today. Gu Xiantian didn't hesitate to praise Jiang Qin. All these years he had been cultivating Gu Lufeng. Gu Lufeng wasn't weak, but compared to Jiang Qin he was simply trash. Not to mention Gu Lufeng, even the monstrous genius of Desolate family wasn't on the same level as Jiang Qin. Even those geniuses who had entered St. Origin Palace had a huge gap when compared to Jiang Qin. What are you two men talking about? You seem to be chatting happily. At this time a voice sounded from behind. Jiang Qin and Gu Xiantian turned their heads at the same time and saw Gulan and her daughter walking towards them hand in hand. At this moment, Gulan revealed a smile that had disappeared for 12 years. She seemed to have returned to her teenage years. Auntie. Jiang Qin held his fists at Gulan. He admired this strong woman from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Qin, I really want to thank you this time. Also, thank you for taking care of Ning Er for such a long time. Gulan bowed deeply at Jiang Qin. Her gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. In the past 3 hours the person Wu Ningzhu talked about the most wasn't Wu Tianyang or herself, but Jiang Qin. She told her almost all the heroic deeds of Jiang Qin, which made Gulan couldn't help but sigh that there was actually such a genius in this world. Of course there were many geniuses in this world, but it was rare to see someone like Jiang Qin who valued friendship and righteousness. Auntie, what are you talking about? This is what I should do. This is my promise to Sister Ning. Jiang Qin took a step forward and quickly helped Gulan up. Xiaolon. Gu Xiantian called out Gulan's name. Gulan raised her head and looked at Gu Xiantian. It had been 12 years. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any hatred for this big brother of hers. However, what Gu Xiantian did today finally made her feel relieved. Big brother, it has been 12 years. You have been forcing me to admit my mistakes. However, Xiaolon wasn't wrong. Today I will ask you solemnly, have I ever done anything wrong? Gulan looked at Gu Xiantian without blinking. She looked at her big brother who had doted on her since she was young. Xiaolon, big brother was wrong. Gu Xiantian sighed. Gulan also let out a long sigh. It had been 12 years and the knot in her heart had finally been undone. She knew that it wasn't easy to make Gu Xiantian admit that he was wrong. However, Gu Xiantian had admitted his mistake today. Gulan looked at Jiang Qin. She really admired this young man. She couldn't imagine what kind of method Jiang Qin used to make Gu Xiantian admit his mistake. You and your sister used 12 years of stubbornness just because of a mistake. Today you can finally let it go. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had always kept the matters of the ancient people in his heart. He didn't know how to solve Gulan's matter. Today it was finally resolved. Xiaolon, after you go out, I will destroy this prison. Gu Xiantian said. No need. The environment here is very good. It will be my place of cultivation in the future. I will call it Condensing Mist Realm. Gulan said. Condensing Mist Realm. Good. Since Xiaolon likes it, this will be your place of cultivation in the future. You can go in and out of here at will. Gu Xiantian nodded. Patriarch, in my opinion, why don't you do another good deed? Bring Wu Tianyang to the ancient people and let the family reunite. Jiang Qin said. Hearing this, Gulan and Wu Ningzhu immediately revealed nervous expressions. They looked at Gu Xiantian nervously. A family reunion was their dream for 12 years. If Wu Tianyang could come to the ancient people, it would be perfect. However, all of this required Gu Xuantian's approval. Gu Xiantian was the patriarch of the clan. If he didn't agree, Wu Tianyang could forget about stepping into the gate of the ancient people. Gu Xiantian frowned slightly. In his heart, Wu Tianyang was just an outsider, an insignificant figure in the southern continent. How could he be compared to the ancient people? All right, I will send Gu Mu to the southern continent to bring Wu Tianyang back and let your family reunite. Gu Xiantian nodded in agreement. After all, he felt that he owed Gulan too much. Letting Wu Tianyang come was also a form of compensation. Similarly, this was suggested by Jiang Chen, so he treated it as returning a favor to Jiang Chen. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, uncle. Gulan and Wu Ningzhu were instantly overjoyed. A family reunion. Their dream of 12 years was finally going to come true. How could they not be excited? It was hard to imagine that when Wu Tianyang heard the news, he would probably cry for the whole night. Chapter 893. Jiang Qin and his friends had disappeared from the condensing mist world for a few hours. During these few hours, the ancient people were in an uproar. They didn't know what had happened in the inner palace. They didn't even know that Jiang Qin had gone to the inner palace of the ancient people, but the news that Jiang Qin had come to the ancient people was true. However, everyone was guessing whether Jiang Qin had killed Shirhan or not. Just now, the news of Shirhan's death had reached the ancient people. Just today, not long ago, when Jiang Qin and Gu Mu were on the way to the ancient people's palace, Jiang Qin and Shirhan had a world-shaking battle. Shirhan was killed by Jiang Qin during the battle. By God! Jiang Qin's words are true. He really killed Shirhan. Shirhan is ranked second in the sky ranking. I heard that Jiang Qin is only a 7th grade minor saint. This is too scary. Yeah. The second in the sky ranking has been killed. This is a big event. The ranking of the sky ranking is going to be rewritten. I have no idea what kind of monstrous genius Jiang Qin is. He has appeared out of nowhere and is simply unstoppable. I'm afraid that Brother Lu Feng won't be a match for him. That's right. Although Brother Lu Feng has gained a lot of benefits from this training and gained the ability to compete with the top 3 in the sky ranking, it is still impossible for him to kill Shirhan. I'm afraid that he won't be a match for Jiang Qin. I heard that Jiang Qin is here to propose marriage. He wants to marry Miss Ningzhu, but the patriarch has already decided to betroth Miss Ningzhu to Big Brother Lu Feng during the family meeting 3 days from now. There's going to be a good show to watch. Ancient people were talking about Jiang Qin. No one wouldn't pay attention to a person who could kill Shirhan. Not only the ancient people, the news of the battle between Jiang Qin and Shirhan had spread across the Pure Land in the shortest time possible. This battle had pushed Jiang Qin's fame to the peak. Back then, Jiang Qin had declared war against the young generation of the Pure Land in the spiritual space mountain. Until now, no one in the young generation of the Pure Land was his match. No, the number 1 expert of the Desolate family hasn't appeared yet. They guessed that only the guy from the Desolate family could deal with Jiang Qin. There was no doubt about Jiang Qin's strength. However, Jiang Qin had come here to propose marriage. While everyone was marveling at the strength of Jiang Qin and the fact that he was able to kill Shirhan, another news came out. Jiang Qin had brought a super betrothal gift. 5 billion true metastones, 3 9-sun less rond pill and 10 bottles of 9-sun holy water. Such a super betrothal gift had set off an unimaginable uproar. Oh my God! This Jiang Qin is too ruthless. He is willing to take out so many treasures. It seems that he is determined to get Miss Ningzhu. Brother Lu Feng is in danger. That's right. Although the patriarch has already announced it, the betrothal gifts that Jiang Qin has taken out are too tempting. The benefits to us ancient people are unimaginable. From this point of view, Miss Ningzhu marrying Jiang Qin is beneficial to us ancient people. The news of the super betrothal gift was naturally spread by Gu Mu. This old guy was doing his best to help Jiang Qin build momentum. Now everyone was waiting for the family meeting in 3 days. It was imaginable that because of Jiang Qin's arrival, the family meeting would be incomparably lively. In this family meeting, Wu Ningzhu was the protagonist, Gu Lufeng was the protagonist, and now Jiang Qin, this outsider, had also become the protagonist. But what was surprising was that Gu Lufeng was abnormally silent. It was as if he couldn't hear the voices outside. But the young ancient people knew that Gu Lufeng wouldn't remain silent. If he didn't fight for it, it would be a great loss to his face. Many people guessed that Gu Lufeng was planning to cause trouble at the family meeting in 3 days. In the next 3 days, Gulan and Wu Ningzhu didn't leave the condensing mist world. Jiang Chen also stayed in the condensing mist world. Even Gu Xiantian didn't go out. This patriarch had a rare free time for 3 days. As for the arrangements of the family meeting outside, he didn't need to personally take care of it. As for Wu Tianyong, Gu Xiantian planned to let him go to the southern continent after the family meeting was over. In these 3 days, Gulan and Wu Ningzhu laughed unceasingly. The originally gloomy atmosphere became cheerful. Wu Ningzhu told Gulan everything, and the most important part was Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. "Mother, do you think uncle will agree to let me marry little Chenzi?" Wu Ningzhu asked with uncertainty. Gu Xiantian was the patriarch after all. His words carried enormous weight. Since he had already said it, how could he take it back? Look at the two of them, they've basically become friends. I've never seen an arrogant uncle like you befriending an outsider, especially a junior. This is enough to show the charm of Jiang Chen. Even if you don't believe in your uncle, you should believe in Jiang Chen. Gulan said with a smile. Jiang Chen could be said to be the most outstanding young man she had ever seen. If her daughter could marry such an outstanding talent, it would be her daughter's fortune. Being able to see her daughter's happiness was what Gulan looked forward to. That's right, there's nothing in this world that little Chenzi can't do. Wu Ningzhu's face was brimming with happiness. Her understanding of Jiang Chen was far more than that of Gu Xiantian and Gulan. Jiang Chen would never give up on something he wanted to do. Moreover, there was nothing he couldn't do. 3 days later, the sound of war drums resounded in the sky above the ancient people, resounding across the entire mountain range. All the ancient people could hear it clearly. Today was the most important day of the year for the ancient people. It was the day for all the young generation to perform. The war drums represented a kind of passion. Could stimulate the hot blood of the warriors. The young warriors would always move forward bravely. The ancient race's martial arts arena was incomparably huge. It was so huge that it had a circumference of 10 miles. The entire martial arts arena was filled with platforms, and each platform was covered with variegated scars. Those were the scars left behind by battles. Early in the morning, countless aboriginals had already arrived at the martial arena. Their faces were filled with excitement. At the center of the martial arena, the geniuses of the younger generation had all arrived. Today this would be their main battlefield. At this time, 2 figures floated across the sky and landed at the center of the martial arena. It was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. Both of them were holding hands, looking incomparably affectionate. This scene made the eyes of many people who had pursued Wu Ningzhu almost spurt out fire. The noble goddess in their eyes was actually holding the hand of an outsider. This was simply a blow to them. Look, that's Jiang Chen. He's too young. You don't say. Looking at him, he and Miss Ningzhu are incomparably compatible. I wonder how Gu Lufeng would feel if he saw this scene. Of course not. But since Jiang Chen could kill Shirhan, I wonder if Gu Lufeng would dare to challenge him. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.